Hi, and welcome back to Thursday night's hangout. Hope you enjoyed the intro as normal, and what a wonderful week in weather we've had this week so far. Hope some of you have managed to get out and about, even if it's only just for a little bit of work. So, guys, how are you all been doing? So, first of all, we'll have a look with Wiggy.
Yeah,
How are you,
all right,
Wiggy?
mate. Yeah, I'm good, mate. Yeah, good. I'm just looking at Suffolk. He's stuck. Look. Look.
Let's have a look.
Oh, fucking hell. Hey, remember that little video we just talked about, Andy?
Yeah.
Right, remember that. It's not going to smile. You watch.
Oh, wonderful. So,
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. Yourself?
yeah, not too bad. You did anything interesting at all this week?
Waking up.
Okay, so next up to the next one. Hi, Carl. How have you been doing?
Hello, one and all. I suppose you could say on.
And the next one.
Roof on the shed's interesting.
He's a boring bastard, isn't he? Really?
Chris, how you been doing this week?
Yeah, good. Not too bad. I've got a question for you.
I've been, yeah.
And that was it. So I hope you enjoyed the hangout, and we'll see you all next week.
I'll tell you what. Skeggy looked like Jesus Christ superstar, doesn't he, with that hair like that? Just watched it.
I actually thought he looked like Twiggy, to be honest.
Yeah. More like Charles Manson.
Just got out of the shower.
Yeah, did we need to know that?
What was
Skeggy
the
boy?
idea of the lawnmower?
It's not a lawnmower, it's a Harley starting up.
Lawnmower, yeah.
Well, I suppose, isn't it?
It's a guy trying to kickstart his Harley to get it started.
Well, I thought it was something agricultural.
No, it's definitely supposed to be a Harley.
I wasn't sure if my neighbour was cutting the grass or not.
When it was going potato?
Probably.
No.
I'll say that's a pre-48 Harley. I think you'll find that.
You can definitely have another listen. Hold on. Put it about there. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a knucklehead.
Just before you got him trying to kickstart it, hear it?
Yeah. It's either a knucklehead or a load of people slapping flip-flops on their arms.
I'm actually more concerned about how you managed to get your eyeball to spin round like that, to be honest with you. Right.
That's not my eyeball. I must confess I nicked that off somebody's YouTube video.
Somebody else's eyeball. All right.
A knitting needle through the back of the head.
I'll see you.
Move it about.
Anyway, it's great to see you gentlemen again, but I'm not hosting, so I'll keep my trap firmly shut.
Yeah,
right?
Chris said he had a question. So what was it, Chris?
It was about the lawnmower.
Oh, okay.
Right, yeah.
Not a problem. So we have von Stavskenberg says, hello, chaps, and good nubs.
Hello, Von Sauerkraut. He's a good old boy, old Sprules, isn't he? Larry Sprules.
Yeah.
Based in Germany, up in a mountain. Somewhere. Cold. Wet.
So Mr.
Right, anyway. Go on in, Dave. Shut up.
Yeah, I'm just
I do
catching
enjoy coming. Sorry, I was just about to say I do enjoy coming down your pub, Dave. It's all right. It's nearly as good as Weggy's.
Yeah, not too bad. It's got all the best liquor on board, isn't it?
Yeah.
We all like a fancy liquor, don't we, eh?
There's no doubt, mate. Don't they all? Mr.
Talking about a fancy liquor, Weggy's most favourite YouTuber with the best name.
Who's that?
This one on
Oh, no, we normally leave it to Andy to read backwards. That one.
No big dilemma.
Nice old crackling flighty. Yeah, so that's a fantastic name, Matt.
It's Moist All Cruck and Fighty. I think it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He's obviously based in the southern hemisphere in Australia somewhere.
Yeah, I just love that as a YouTube name. It's just fantastic. He's got a dilemma. He says, "Do we grab a beer or a coffee?" Well,
Well,
you can.
Yeah.
Well,
Depends what time of
yeah.
day, doesn't
that's morning, isn't it? It's probably about 8 o'clock over there, isn't it? Something 7 o'clock, 8
Oh,
o'clock.
good time to start drinking then.
Breakfast beer.
Get the beer out. Get the beers out, mate.
Get some beer on your cornflakes.
And Big Bad Biker Baz says, "Evening, guys."
Good evening.
Evening.
Buzz.
Evening.
Dobby says, "Evening, gents."
Where's Dobby? Dobby.
Dobby. Dobby. Yeah. Hello, Peter. Good evening, dude.
I wonder if he got his mullet.
He should have the link, so he can easily come on as soon as I see him pop up. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Evening,
Yeah.
lads. Good day, Dave, Weggy, Carl, Skeggy, Chris, and Andy. Hope everyone's well.
Oh, yeah.
So good.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
and he's well.
At least that's not
He's
moist.
well, he's well,
Moist
and he's
all
well.
crack and fighty. Moist all crack and fighty, right?
Yeah.
I hate that word. Do you moist? Yeah,
Moist.
Moist.
word that is.
Depends. Not even mildly moist.
Yeah, I'm not even.
That's the actual word. I don't mean that in a sense.
I'm not doing any links. Good evening, Stitch, and I hope you're doing well.
Hello, Stitch.
And last one for the moment. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Tash.
Evening.
Right, Tash.
Right, that's good, isn't it? How many are watching at the moment, then, Dave? We got 2,000?
We've got 1,000. No, we got 10,000. Sorry, we got 10,000.
That's building up, then. Good.
Yeah. Air Cool says evening all.
Evening, air cool.
It's 6 a.m. over there, so yeah, it's a Guinness time.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's nice to be actually relaxed and not actually hosting this bullshit tonight. Lovely. I'm just going to sit back and relax and watch Dave do it all. I can spin round and do whatever I like.
Whee!
That's the advantage of being on here and not the host. You can concentrate on everything else.
Exactly. It's what I'm going to do, Dave.
That's why it's good to spread it around a bit. I don't know why these lads are too frightened to do it themselves, one of the lads.
I don't know. Chicken shits.
I'm too old now. I spread it around a bit in my younger days, but can't spread it around so much these days.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go, mate.
Moister than an oyster.
Oh, man, really?
And that's pretty moist.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
KFC and coffee for Stitch.
KFC and Tommy. Yeah.
Yeah.
KFC. Yeah, I had KFC for ages. Bloody ages, mate. Really.
Yeah.
I haven't had KFC in months. I wonder why that is.
It's funny how different KFC stores, the quality varies. Our one normally up the road here it used to be shit, absolutely terrible. But they got better and better, and then they closed. Excellent. Excellent. So that's raw chicken over here now, mate. Raw chicken.
We've got 3 in Reading, and they're all 3 closed.
Really? We've got one opening in Ipswich down the Cardinal Park, I think. In Ipswich, it's about the only one that I know of, to be honest.
All the McDonald's in Ipswich are going to open up next week for
Was that the new one?
drive-thrus.
Is that the new one or the old one? Is it old McDonald's?
All that just said all McDonald's in Ipswich are going to open up next
Yeah.
week. Could be old McDonald. He had a farm, actually.
I was taking
Got something about an EIEIO.
Yeah. I was just picking him. Anyway, I'll leave it all to Dave. Come on, we've got some jokes, cracks, and entertainment. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say the last time I had any KFC was in London some time ago. But if I know none of you guys, I know none of you guys at 7:45 yet, and a lot of you guys are not in London. But there are some in here. But if any of you are in London, one of the places you want to try out is something called Jollibee, which is a Filipino restaurant, and it does KFC style, I should say. It's their own recipe, and it's very, very nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
So-
Thanks.
Yeah.
Keep
Yeah, they look like they're social distancing outside.
That was from October 2018.
Oh, sorry, mate. I thought that was from yesterday.
As you can see there.
They just got the one shop, have they, Dave?
Yeah, in London, just the one shop. They're hoping to add more, but well, that's up to whether they can do it or not.
Yeah.
But it is really, really nice. And now for the paid part of this broadcast is finished with, we can get back to our main show.
Which is right. The motorcycle lifestyle, living around chicken-based outlets, yeah, from around the globe. Yeah. How many can you visit in 24 hours?
We have coffee and donuts around here.
Yeah.
Donuts?
Yeah, coffee.
Donuts? Donuts. I can feel myself getting bigger just saying the words. Donuts.
Really? Jesus Christ, Dave.
What's that? Canderel Park is the best, is that? Or
Cardinal Park.
Cardinal Park.
Yeah, they're good. Cardinal Park is good. There's no two ways about it. White House, another White House one as well. That's
White House is a KFC.
That's a bit shit, to be honest. Yeah.
Evening, JB Middleton.
Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. Go on.
Oh, mate.
And our favourite one, Stoltenberg. Sounds great. Kentucky Fried Crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says White House is not very nice.
Yeah, my son, because he works for a company in Felixstowe, that they import most of the chicken for the Kentuckys around here, and obviously the chicken comes basically from China. That's Chinese chicken, mate. All right.
Oh,
There you go. All right, mate.
There's Rob75 says, evening, ladies and crew. Evening.
Evening, ladies. Evening, lads.
Right, lads and crew. So I see that as ladies.
I don't know.
Can I borrow your glasses?
He's probably referring to us long-haired yetis.
It's probably, yeah. Anyway, good evening to Daz Rob75, as you so well say, Rob75. Rob69's not on tonight, is he?
No.
I ain't come on yet.
No. Tasha, it's White House. It's in White House. We'd expect anything else. Wiggy, no, it's true. But there you go. Cardinal Park is probably the easiest one to go to. And the one that's remained open, I think. All this bullshit. What are we talking about? Chicken?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Dave.
Anyway. Where's Dave? Dave's disappeared. Hello, Peter Taylor. Hello, mate. Am I taking over now?
Dave's gone. All right.
Yeah,
Taylor.
apparently he wants a proper star on here rather than himself. Bless him.
Yeah.
And he's gone again.
That's very true.
Dave's come back. You're upsetting now. Jesus, he's gone. He's disappeared.
You got him all revved up. Look, and he's got nowhere to go. Oh, he's back again.
Yeah.
Oh, good God, it's like my love life, on and off. Oh. So how is everyone? All right?
All right, buddy.
All good. Cheers, Pete.
Super.
Did your mullet come through?
Sir?
Did your mullet come through?
Did my whatty come through?
Your
Your
mullet.
your hair. You know the skeggy was talking about last week, your wig.
Oh, no, it hasn't. No, I haven't seen that yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Looks like next week now, then, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise I would have put it on had it been here.
Oh, anyway, obviously, Michael Crack and Fighty, he said, "Good day, Pete." Stitch leads on to chicken strips. Yeah, chicken strips. That's true. Tasha says, "Welcome, Dobby." You know Tasha, Peter, obviously.
No, Tash.
There's Rob75. Hello, Dobby. Dib dob, Dobby, Dobby.
Hello,
Dobby.
everyone.
And my stall, Crack and Fighty. Where's the wig, Peter? Simple as. No more, no less.
Still in the fucking post, I think.
Good old British. Good old British mail, isn't it?
My new t-shirt on.
All right, yeah, nice one.
A bit of promotion there. Yeah.
Yeah, looks good. Anyway, since Dave has obviously disappeared into thin air, right? Have we got Have we got any serious stories we can talk about then? Motorcycle-wise, video-wise, film-wise? I know Andy's just released another one. What was your latest video all about, Andy?
Invisible enemy.
Right. Ah, okay.
You can't actually mention the name of it or anything to do with it on YouTube because they will ban your video. It's got that bad.
It's harsh, isn't it?
I know. Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you can't mention it. You can't mention a certain country over where it came from. So
Right.
you have to go around the houses and just call it the invisible enemy because your video will get taken down. That's how bad censorship has got on YouTube at the moment.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Ridiculous.
Absolutely crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So that's what it's about. Are you making a point about it on that video, or are you just sort of what's
playing the
video all about?
Yeah. Playing the devil's advocate, mate.
Right. Okay, Andy.
No, I do say that I am. The things I say are not everything I believe in, you know. But
Yeah.
just don't jump on me. I'm just giving you some thoughts out there, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're
Yeah.
saying. That's like his new track and trace shit, you know. And,
Yeah, they can stuff out.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know exactly where I'm going with that one, don't you?
Yeah,
Seriously.
I'm not going to put the app on my phone either.
No.
Fuck
I'll
that.
just, you know, it's just, you know, we were talking about the new world bullshit that we've been talking about for years.
Mm.
Welcome to it.
They already know where you are anyway if you've got your data on,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
Google timeline tells you.
Exactly, mate. You know, you can't.
Yeah.
You don't even need your data on.
No, no, you
Anyway.
It can be in your pocket
Yeah.
and off. And they're still
I'll
going
have, to, I'll have to watch your video at a later point. I noticed it came up today, Andy, anyway, for viewing. All right.
That's it. The only reason I usually put up on Tuesdays, but I done it on Monday.
Yeah.
But I've just been doing this week back to work, mate. 12-hour days.
Yeah.
So
Time.
yeah, I've got to say I ain't been here that long, and I can't
No.
stay that long tonight because I've got to be up at 6.
Have you?
Yeah, and I'm working at bloody Chroma tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
I'll beat you. I've got to be
I'll tell you what,
up
beware, mate. There's a few crabs up there, you know that.
Oh yeah,
It's nothing like a chroma crab around your bollocks, I'll tell you.
that's right. I'm at Sheringham.
Oh, just up the road. I love the places.
Yeah.
Sheringham and Chroma, lovely. Right, okay, just hello to me, old mate Jim Evans. Hello, Jim. All right, mate. Good evening. Blah blah blah. Right, GB's Molzone. Are we on about the larger bug? Obviously, we are. Jim Evans, high stitch. Track and tracer as much of a menace as speed cameras. Yeah, it certainly will be. There's no two ways about it. I mean, you can say what you like about it. Perhaps we might not get away with saying what we like on it, with our personal views, but I have my personal views the same as you lads about all this track and trace shit, and I really do, to be honest
Stuff
with
it, mate.
you. Yeah, honestly.
Stuff where the sun don't shine.
Yeah, I don't know what you lads think about it. Of course, you want to keep people safe, this, that, and the other, but this is just going fucking ridiculous now, isn't it? To be honest.
It's all Big Brother, isn't it?
It's Big Brother. And I don't care what they say. They can lie about it all they like and say what they fucking want about it. You know, it's getting ridiculous now.
When it first came out, I said to myself, this is just another way for them to be able to check on what you're doing 24 hours a day.
Yeah, and they keep updating.
See, I did say on that video what I put up today, right at the end, I said on there, and I believe this, when you see stuff like this happen, all these situations like this virus and whatever, and other situations, at the end of it all, you always lose a very small, tiny part of your freedom.
Every time.
You lose a part. Every time. And that's what I said on there, because all we're getting now is the new normal. You have to live under the new normal.
Yeah.
Well, no, I ain't going to live under no new normal. I live under the old normal, mate. And if you can't give me the old normal, I ain't going to fucking cooperate with you. It's easy as that.
No, I think a lot of us,
I'll just live up.
I think a lot of us agree with that. Shut up, Carl, will you? Right.
I'm just going to live under my normal, mate. Nobody else's.
Yeah.
It's funny you being fucking normal.
Exactly. My normal.
That's why you're in a bloody prison cell, because you're not normal. Right.
No, I have to say, I totally agree with you, lads. it's just basically more and more controls being put into place, isn't it, to try and control what people do and when they do it. And I mean, at the end of the day, I just don't understand where the hell they can, justify it, because the actual app that they're talking about is still going to rely on people putting information in themselves, which might be right or might not be right. But they don't seem to care about that part, because they're going to, in the background, it's going to be all data collecting and location collecting.
That's exactly what it is, Peter. I mean, young Taz, evening Taz, mate, from Shucks. Just want to say I'll rot in a hole somewhere before I put government tracker app on my phone. Absolutely. I'll tell you what, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I'll say it in my usual language. We're absolutely sick to the fucking end, mate, of all this bullshit, lies, right? And these soppy looking pricks you've got on the TV, right? Telling us how it's going to be, and I really do. I've got to the point where you can basically fuck off, seriously.
Yeah.
I don't know if you lads agree. Say it if you want,
Yeah.
Totally agree.
I do.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
I don't watch mainstream media anyway.
Yeah, if it wasn't centralized data, it wouldn't be so bad. If you actually just exchange data between phones, if I said, I've got COVID symptoms, and the phones have actually exchanged data saying, "Oh, you be close to me, and stuff like that." Yeah. I'll be happy with that. But as they're doing centralized data, bollocks.
I'll tell you what, that will turn people onto people. As easy as that. If people are being cued and their phone will ping, oh, somebody's got head corona or whatever, and I'll tell you what, they'll turn around and go, "Why don't you fuck off out of this queue? Fuck off." And that will happen. And people will start fucking fighting each other over it.
Do you know what, Andy? Andy, seriously, what we all really would like to know is, mate, because let's be honest with you, I've spoken about this quite a few times. From Christmas onwards, right, we've been dealt this bullshit, right? It came out of the fucking blue. Now, to be honest with you, excuse my language, but we've had to live with this, right? Admittedly, I had my motorcycle accident, so I was in a lockdown situation, I suppose, in a way. We've not been in a lockdown. I personally just want to know what the fucking truth is about this virus from scratch. No bullshit, no lies, no cover-ups, no nothing.
Reggie,
tell us exactly what happened. Yes, mate. Yeah.
It's a biological weapon.
I'm dead sure it is, mate.
That's what it is. Because I'll tell you what, I was watching a guy a couple of nights ago, and he was trying to put this virus into animals, and he couldn't. No. He kept trying. But he said it's been biologically made, so it actually attacks humans.
Yeah, I know, mate.
And he said, I can't prove it, but I actually, as a scientist, would say this was being made as a biological weapon.
Mate, I'll tell you what, we've seen all the various bits of information, right? And we're all being fucking misled day after day after day, mate. We're seeing that makes you think even more when you're getting your platforms shutting stuff down left, right, and centre.
Yeah,
the freedom of speech gone. Of course, people have got opinions. Yeah. All I want to know is what the fucking truth is about all this bullshit we're having to go through. Because I'll tell you what, a situation that happened yesterday, which I mentioned as a good friend of ours, Paul Alcott, in his funeral yesterday. I'll tell you what would have been, don't get me wrong, from what I know and what I've seen of it, and we support it, and we're friends with Paul, that was fantastic. And everything went as well as it possibly could do, given the restrictions that the club and everybody were given. I'll tell you what, there was a lot of frustration on a lot of people's behalves, including mine. And I suppose at the end of the day, we're being led to believe that we can't do this, we can't do that, we can do this, we can do that. And I'll tell you, a lot of people, including myself, are getting fucking angry with it, mate, to be honest.
It does have a sort of picture that makes you want to push the win, doesn't it? Because like yesterday, I ended up, I wanted to be involved in the ride out and stuff like that, but I respected what was brought up, and I'm secondary compared to the family and the shacks and the like. I get all that. Yeah. But it was, the whole irony was that I just went and got on my bike, rode down to underneath the Orwell Bridge, sat there with people walking past me left, right and centre because they were parking in a lay-by to go onto the beach and stuff like that. But I couldn't actually ride on my bike with all my gear on, just to follow, basically to follow Paul and then bugger off straight after, or stand at the side of the road. I could have done seen exactly the same thing by just standing by the side of the road and see them actually ride past, and it would have made no toss of difference.
No, I think the thing is, Peter, we obviously we all know the story about it. It all went as well as it possibly could do, given the restrictions, right? Which obviously I know about and I heard about, and that's fantastic. It's all we could possibly want. But it was extremely frustrating from a lot of people's perspective, knowing so many people and friends that we do, that you really wanted to do a bit more and do what you would normally do in support of something like this with the right people. And it was I don't know, it was just not very nice, to be honest. I mean, at the end of the day, the result was as it should have been, in respect and in memory of Paul Alcock. But it's I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I don't really know what to say about it. I think we're all in a situation where we don't know what the hell is going to happen next. To be honest with you, it's all this bullshit we're hearing on the TV now, and the regulations supposedly sort of slightly changing, and the ease of movement becoming slightly better. You've still got all the confusion with the schooling. You've still got the confusion with the work and the business issues, companies being able to come back, pubs, and all that sort of stuff. There's so many issues that need to be addressed. And don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking Boris Johnson at all or the government. I know it's a hell of a job to try and get it out. But I'll tell you what, who do we seriously believe anymore? Honestly,
I really don't know. I try and avoid all this conspiracy theories, and I try. And I've never been one for politics. I just think it's a bunch of frigging children all arguing over tuppence halfpenny that they found on the floor. I'm bigger than you because I can shout louder and all this rubbish. I think I'm very much with you there, Weggy. At the end of the day, if it's totally bleak or whatever, or even if it's positive, just tell the bloody truth all the time. That's all, because you will get a better response from 99% of the population who have got a thinking brain on their head, that if they believe that what they are being told is actually the truth and not just sort of passing around trying to protect one person and do this, do that, and we don't give a monkeys if people can go to a market to can catch it because they're wandering around the market, and we can send kids into school, but you can't go and see your own family attitude, and it's a bit, I just don't understand it.
Supposedly, as from Monday, Peter, right? This is the latest one. As from supposedly Monday, up to 6 people can meet up outside, right? Mm-hmm. And you've still got these little increments of bullshit, right? Mm-hmm. But they're saying that as a group of 6 people, right, can actually meet up an outside part of a premises. I actually need somebody to bring that detail up because I haven't fully got it. I did see it earlier.
You can meet them in your garden. 6 people in your garden, as long as you social distance.
Right. Basically, you can meet up to 6 people. They can be from 6 different households, if you like, or 3 from one and 3 from another. Yeah. But if the person or persons that you are meeting aren't part of your household, you're still got to keep the 2 meter distance from them.
Yeah, I know.
You can actually. I mean, that's the other laugh of it is. You can now meet in your own gardens if you wish to, and they've accepted that you might have to walk through the house to get to the garden, which you can do so as long as you're socially distancing in between, and walking straight through the house to the garden. But should one need to have a pee, they're saying no, you can't use their toilet because otherwise you'd have to completely disinfect everywhere, including the handrail as they walked upstairs, the door handle, everything.
A load of bollocks then, isn't it? In other words, it doesn't matter if it's 6 or 60, so long as you social distance.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I understand why the numbers. Yes, I know. I suppose they're trying to stop. For example, 50 of us all getting together and standing around the green, and it's going to be harder for people to socially distance, maybe. But surely, give people a bit of common bloody sense
Yeah.
You know, and
I'll tell you what. You watch that vlog that I put up today. I went to Denham on Monday,
Right.
and it's rammed of people. That's what it's about. They're all in the river. They're all on the banks. They're all on their boats. Everything at Denham. And I'll tell you another thing. I was working on the road last 2 days from Wroxham to Norwich, right? And we had 3 mile tailbacks on either side of the road. We were overrun by cars, and the guys who work in that area said all the years they've worked on the roads in Norwich and around there, they've never had traffic jams like them. We were overrun with cars. 3 mile traffic jams.
They decide to do it on a bank holiday, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, we were doing this work. No, not Monday. We didn't do it. We done it Tuesday, Wednesday, and today, and we had 3 mile tailbacks on each side, and we had to pull the job in the end because we couldn't keep the traffic moving. There's so much cars.
Just want to say a quick hello to our old mate, Mr. and Mrs. Krusty. Hello, Krusty and Julie. Good evening. All right. Just quickly, if I just quickly fly, because I know Dave's sitting in the background going up and down. GB Gordon said made in China, which is going back to what Andy said. Jim Evans, I always know about this. Obviously, Jim, I know about the complaint that he put in. This is relating back to the funeral and the cortege of yesterday's with Paul. He did put in a complaint with the police, and I know the outcome. And I suppose the outcome with the way that it was sorted out for yesterday's final ride for Paul. That initially had an input with what they'd agreed as a club, and it's really nice to know that that I'd say 99.9% of people with the guidelines actually followed the club's wishes and respected that. That was good. So that was a result really for everybody involved, to be honest. So that was cool. And as let's say, going back to the next one, Stitch, decision we had to make as a club left a very unpleasant taste in the mouths, of course. And obviously, and Taz and everybody else who's watching possibly will understand that. But I suppose the outcome of that is everything went as well as it could have done, given the circumstances we're in. So can't ask for more than that, really, can you?
Yeah.
I tell you what. Actually, I tell you what. The Shacks, the Black Shacks, and others who were involved in it did pull credit. In the constrictions that they were put under. And I sat there thinking. I've watched a few of the videos during the day today that have been going up, and it makes you wonder what the hell it would have been like if there were no restrictions. And because I can think of probably 3 dozen people that would have been involved in that as well, on top of what was there. That would have been quite an event, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because he seemed.
It would have. I think, from that perspective, I think, and I did have 1 or 2 issues with in the way that it was, randomly being put about. I think, of course, I got so many friends that I'd obviously known Paul for so many years, and you respect all that. But I suppose as a Suffolk crew and that with support and with friends, obviously good, very very good friends with support in the past, and of course it's with certain things it's good to have numbers, and of course yesterday's send off they would have wished for as big a send off as possible. So that's a shame, So yeah, it was strange for a lot of us, to be honest with you. And I said the end result was as it was. But what I can say is really is the fact that I do know that there will be, say, for instance, in 12 months' time, the anniversary, there will be, given we've moved on from this virus bullshit, there will be the chance to have a proper anniversary ride out,
memorial run,
memorial run, and in respect of Paul and everybody, I suppose. So that's cool. Anyway, Chris, can I just ask, what are your thoughts on what we've been talking about, Chris? You've been a bit quiet, but
it's good to hear in a way. Reading between the lines, there's obviously been a lot of different views and ideas about what can go on what should go on, what actually did go on. It's good to know that people have respected it, and at the same time, it's good to know that while numbers were obviously limited, that in a year's time, as you say, there can be a decent memorial ride and stuff like that.
Definitely, yeah, definitely, mate. I mean, that's. I say we, as a Suffolk crew, we work very closely with the Black Shucks. Very good, great people, and very good friends. And of course, it's something that I had to post up that was regarding at the very last point was the way that they needed the ride, the last ride for Paul to go, and for people to respect that. And I suppose I say again, people did read it, they understood it, and I got the post back on the site, and people PM me and that, and like I say, the result was as good as it could have been, given the circumstances. So that was, that's all I can say on it, mate. Respect, absolute respect to people for doing that. Of course, there was one or two other people who had gone out and had obviously been able to take pictures, which is great. That's fine. What they were basically saying was they just didn't want big groups of people. Say what you like. Of course, you can look at the pictures of the beaches and that, and that just does. It becomes irrelevant when you talk about what us bikers do. You put us. You have 10 of us bikers, right? And of course, you'll be spotted and you'll be ridiculed doing for what you're doing, rather than 2,000 people neck to neck on a fucking beach somewhere. Of course, we see it time in, time out.
It's the old adage, isn't it? If you're not a biker, you look at bikers as being the scum of the earth, basically. And if they knew the truth, then they might realise.
Yeah. We had a situation where we were literally 2, 3, 4 meters apart, standing at the side of the road. And it only takes one photograph to be taken angled, so it looks like we're all standing in one long line together. And the press would have had a field day because they won't. They wouldn't have reported the facts. They would have reported what they considered to be sensationalist.
It's already been done, mate.
I was going to just bring out. Can you just highlight that, Dave? Can you just highlight that one at the bottom for Stitch, mate? I mean, that's pretty much that'll sum up. That was that will sum up yesterday as it was, to be honest. And that's really what I was fearful of it becoming a fucking circus of randoms, really. You know what memorial rides can be like. Not funeral rides and memorial rides, if you like. But as you said, the funeral itself, where respect is due, you'd expect people who actually were, either knew Paul, had worked alongside Paul, or were best friends or close family of Paul. Not just random people that think, this is a ride out. This is a chance to get on the bike and just join 150, 200 bikers. Because that's not the way it goes. It's not the way it fucking works. Is it?
It was a personal family funeral, and that's why I totally respected it, because although I've met Paul and Rachel, we became friends on Facebook. It's been a very, very short time, and I don't know them or didn't know him that well. So the last thing I felt comfortable with were tagging on the back, especially under these sort of conditions. So I just went off somewhere sort of private, if you like, and sat and watched the service. And what a lovely service it was as well. In a weird kind of way, it was very touching, very emotional. And it actually felt quite privileged, even though I wasn't there. It felt quite a privilege to be able to still be let in that door to see what was going on. To be part of it.
Yeah. But the thing is, like someone like yourself, but we've been with a crew now, long 6 months, 7 months, 8 months.
I joined August last year, wasn't it?
Was it? See, I mean, if you because of your personality and the friendliness of yourself and the way that you can be approached, you become a big part of all sorts with the different members and this and the other. So, of course, and because we are friends with lots of other people with different groups and clubs and that sort of stuff, that all grows into just the one thing. We're all bikers at the end of the day. We work alongside each other and this and the other. And that's where people like yourself, you cross over, and you meet people and you chat and you get to know them and you become friends. Yeah, simple, isn't it? That's what we've done for years and years, mate.
Community, isn't it? Community.
Yeah, absolutely bloody love it. And I've always said, even when I was a young kid, I would happily to a group of bikers if I was in distress or needed help or whatever, than any bloke in a suit or a group of tracky boys or whatever, because you'd know damn well that they would do whatever to help you out. If they had the power to do so and the ability to do it. They'd be the first one to help an old granny across the road attitude, wouldn't they? Do you know what I mean? It's just a different type of atmosphere that you get, and I've come into this very late in the day. I know that, but I've just been, just accepted for who I am. Nobody judges me, and we just have a bloody good laugh. We take this out of each other and have a drink and have a ride out. Nobody's worrying about each other's business. You know what I mean?
So I'm just looking at Chris's pooch.
That's the router cruncher.
Yeah, it is. Killer dog.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you looking at?
What
You looking at me?
He's looking for the router. Yeah, he's trying to.
Was I boring?
He's not having another one of them.
I ought to shut up. I'm boring the dog.
Yeah. So you get all the results.
Come bounding down the stairs about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, as they do, especially when you mention.
That's true, isn't it?
Router now.
Yeah.
That's true. What it says there, bikers do more for charity than the bloody government. That's true.
Oh, Christ, yeah.
You think how much money we raise?
Tenfold.
Yeah, we're going to get all the bikers' comments, which is right. This is the way we've been living. I mean, we've all been bikers for God knows how many years, since 1872 or whatever it was, something like that. Especially Andy. I know Andy has.
I do feel like it sometimes. I must admit.
I mean, Andy used to be strapped to the back of a fucking T-Rex. So, I mean,
He was actually annoyed with me.
You're not far wrong, actually.
No, I'm kidding, mate. You know that Jurassic Park feature in Suffolk, Andy. You know.
Yeah, you're bloody right and all.
And, what we got here, right? I say, Dave, it does not matter who you are. If you ride, you're welcome, of course. You know.
Yeah.
Gordon, we're all brothers and sisters with one common bond, the love of two wheels, absolutely. And of course, Stitch, you partied with us at the Shuckman because I remember that because you bought me about 5 pints, Peter, didn't you? I mean, I always try and get the first round in. You know that, don't you? You know that.
Yeah, I know, but but the trouble is, I was fucking late and missed the first round, didn't I?
Yeah,
huh? Even your son was more generous than you were.
Fuck off, Peter. I tell you, that boy, he always challenged me when we turn up somewhere. He always challenged me. He said, "Dad, I'll tell you what, I'll race you to the bar." Right, and to be honest with you, I'm always doing my bootlace up at the time, and that's the trouble. You know, I feel guilty about it.
You look like you feel guilty about it, mate.
Yeah. Good old boy.
I can tell it bothers you.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was a good night, though, wasn't it? I enjoyed that.
It's my gammy leg that stops me getting to the bar on time.
Yeah, I know it works, mate.
Yeah, but if it drops to 5 minutes, then it's him back at neck.
Yeah, but anyway, so yeah, but
watch out, Weggy. A certain person's trying to gob on top of your head.
Oh yeah, Christ, yeah, fucking Baron Soapmaster.
Nibble.
Yeah,
missed the bus, Dobby. He did miss a bus, Peter, didn't you? You did miss the bus, didn't you?
I fucking did, and ended up standing at the bottom of my road like a prize run for about 35, 40 minutes waiting for a next one.
Actually, there's a certain name for people that use buses, and I will be reminded. I know what it is, but I just want reminded exactly.
Yeah.
I just want to see somebody put it up. Bus, something related to bus. Yeah?
Is it winkers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something to do with anchors, aye.
Yeah, winkers or something like that, isn't it?
We're trying to get a tune out of this bottle. It's not as good as your bottles from your club.
Trying to read in between the lines.
Right, there you go.
Just it.
Sorry. That's actually plural. I thought that was singular. Bus bankers. Bus banker. Wanker. Bus banker. Bus wanker. Yeah. Oh God! I'll tell you what, Peter, you are popular tonight.
Yeah, I don't know why that is.
Plenty of answers. Anyways, anybody got any? What do we come here for? Motorcycles or something? Bikes? Yeah, sure it is. Yeah,
Yeah, bikes, mate. Yeah.
Anybody got any motorcycle
Right.
news?
Yeah.
Then anybody got any proper motorcycle news? Sorry.
All roads are opening on Monday. All roads are opening on Monday.
Yes, they are, mate. All our motorcycles in Ipswich will be open from Monday morning at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
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 Not very useful, Andy.
Not for him, anyway. They're too far away.
No, not with you, mate.
What's your nearest one? That'll be the one at Boston, won't it?
No, I've got there's one in Skeg, and then there's one down at Spilsby, 12 mile away.
Oh, right, yeah. Not the sports bike shop in at Boston. That's
No.
I don't like that place. But
Can't afford that place, mate.
Yeah, no,
It's
bloody
expensive.
isn't it? Yeah, it is expensive. We got bored shitless, didn't we, Andy?
We did.
Absolutely bored shitless after about 2 minutes of being in the sports bike shop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just
walk around there.
Argos for bikers.
Yeah, terrible
Yeah.
place. Have you ever been there, Chris? The sports bike shop in Boston?
No. No, the only time I've been up your neck of the woods,
Stag?
I think that's about the only time.
I thought you were going to say the Stag picnic area for a minute.
No, just Cop Dock Show when we met up with you.
Cop Dock Show, it was. Cop Dock Show, yeah.
Where
It was,
is
wasn't
Rob
it?
64?
4 or 5 years ago.
Is Rob 64 watching?
I don't know. I didn't see nothing about Rob 69 at the moment. No.
I'll tell you what, that's a good one. He says, do you older bikers ever worry for the future? Yeah, for the
I'll let you
future
know
of the
when I'm an older
lifestyle. Yeah, I'm 22 and was raised a biker, and I often wonder why there's less and less young people riding bikes.
Okay.
Well, that's obvious, because they're making the test too fucking hard.
Yeah.
And putting too many barriers in your way. Because what they want to do is to let the older bikers freaking die off and go away.
Yeah.
Youngsters won't take it up, and that would be done. That's what they're after.
Now, if I'm right saying, Chaz is still on the
boys are
125,
born with
right?
anginas. Is that right?
Say again, mate.
A lot of the boys these days are born with manginas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Chaz is on the 125.
The sooner
I'm right
out,
inside, right? Now, the thing is, when we pass a test, I mean, obviously, we're all within reason. We're fairly close age-wise, aren't we? You know, within reason.
Speak for yourself.
Well, seriously, I'm being straight up. We are. We're not too distant in years apart, to be honest with you. And right, no, Taz has a big. Oh, Taz has got a big boy license now. All right, okay, brilliant, Taz.
Excellent.
But no, we've all been riding since we left school, or before we left school, right? So mine was 81, 82 time, yeah. Andy was about, I think it was about 1972. Andy,
1972. I passed my test. Yeah.
Carl was obviously about 1963, wasn't it?
No, I didn't pass my test until 2013.
You're a puff, right? Okay, we'll
yeah.
move on to Chris, right? 2013.
81.
2013. You taking a piss, really?
No,
Come on,
I
Carl.
only did it because. No, I only did it because ANPR cameras started coming out and they could catch you.
No, seriously. So you,
2012, 13.
no, I'm joking, mate.
Seriously, he only did it when he came out on parole.
But seriously, when we see the thing is, we grew up with bikes. We love bikes. I loved bikes when I was at motorcycles at school, and I knew as soon as I hit 16, I was going to get a bike. I started off on a fucking moped, you know, and then it's quickly moved up to the 50s and the 125, 250s, and I've been, you know, riding. How many years now? Well, I'm 54 now, so I've been riding since I was 16. So
Since 1981.
1981, 82.
Oh,
all right. Yeah,
that's
yourself.
the
You
old
was 81.
mobilette.
Mine was 82. Chris, you're about the same age as me. Only slightly younger.
I was
54?
1981.
1981. Yeah, so it's same. So we're Peter's the same age, but you started riding later in life, didn't you?
Actually, when I took my test and stuff like that, I think it was something like I haven't got my wallet to check my license, but I think it was 2008, 2007, 2008. Might have been
Okay.
2000.
Who agrees then? Who agrees that actually getting on your first motorcycle was one of the best things you've ever done in your life and one of the most exciting things? And that's what.
Absolutely.
I started at 6 years old. Absolutely loved it. Never loved it.
And have you ever lost that feeling? It only gets better, mate, doesn't it?
Never lost it once. And I tell you what,
No.
every time you get on a bike, you should be able to get on that bike, sit on it, and it should just give you that feeling.
It does, mate, every time.
It's hard to explain what that feeling is, but you get on the bike, gives you that feeling, and you're just like, yes. You know?
Just a quickie. Does anybody want to come off for a few minutes? Because we've got Jim that wants to come on.
Yeah, I'll pop off
Yeah,
for
I'll
a minute.
come on.
I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay, I'll let Skeggy go because I know he comes and goes and he'll be fine. Okay, I'll see you later, Skeggy.
See you in a minute, Skeggy. Tell her, mate.
Yeah, a bit.
Right, so who's gone? Who have we got? We got Peter and Jim.
And Jim
Hello,
coming in.
hello, Jim. Mate, all right, boy?
Hello, Jim.
Jim.
Hi, Jim.
I've just got to say, I've just got to tell everybody, Jim has been fantastic. Because I've lost my Kawasaki. Obviously, it's been written off. My bandit is absolutely so troublesome at the moment. I can't actually keep it on the road. So Jim has kindly lent me his Suzuki 650 today. So that's very. I really appreciate that, Jim. Brilliant, mate.
Good man.
Right. So that's the first time in many, many, many years I've actually borrowed somebody else's bike. Yeah. But it will be looked after. It's a lovely, lovely bike. Thanks, Jim. Much appreciated.
Yeah, but do me a favour, Wiggy.
Do you a favour? It's not your bike.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I like it. So watch out for the fucking vans, won't you?
Oh, no, mate. You know, I do my best, mate. You know me. You know, I've got no excuse for the last one. Got no excuse for the last one, mate. No excuse for the last one.
No,
Didn't you borrow somebody's phaser?
Huh?
Didn't you borrow somebody's phaser and the gear lever fell off?
Oh, that was
Was
once,
that
mate.
you?
No, that was a Thunder Race. That was a Thunder Race 1000.
Thunder
That
Race.
was to go down to one of Delboy's meets. You remember it? Didn't you? I've done the video. I've still got the video
I
on
fucking
YouTube,
remember,
mate.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sitting at the side of the fucking road.
Yeah, no,
The side of the A12 or something, wasn't it?
That's right, mate, near Romford. Yeah, it's just outside of Romford, mate. And I sat there, and I was quite extreme with my vocals at the time on the side of the road. But then I made a little video and kept it clean. You know, I just sat there like a brat. Just I got bored and I kept revving it up for the hell of it because it sounded nice. That was a Thunder Race 1000. I got it from him, mate. Just up the road here on Nackland Road for about £1,200. That was a good bike, but he never looked after it. It just fell to pieces. Fell to pieces, mate. Fucking ridiculous.
You have to look after him.
Unfortunately, it fell to pieces when I was on it at Romford. That's the problem.
Excess.
And what you want?
But no, that's brilliant, mate. I don't borrow them. I mean, I'm quite pissed off about the fact that I had two beautiful bikes, one of which is sort of sitting outside needing a hell of a lot more work, unfortunately. I lost my lovely Kawasaki. I mean, I know Suffolk Andy said I can buy his cheap if I wanted to.
You can buy mine if you want it. It's going to go up for sale in a little while. There you go.
Oh, sorry, but Jim's. I really appreciate it. If I can actually work it out, I'll never have to buy another bike. If you can lend me a bike at different periods through the year, that'd be great.
When do you want me to bring mine up then?
Anytime you like, mate. Can you get the ZZR 1400 back, please? You know, is there any chance?
Oh yeah, I wish.
Back it out, yeah.
Well, you get on all right, Bandy. She likes to lie down a lot, so you'd be all right with her, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah. No, mate, I really appreciate it, Jim. It's brilliant, lovely bike. Actually, I haven't done too many mid-sized bikes, to be fair, but that's got a nice turn of power. Rode it. It's a nice ride home tonight, and yeah, it's gone into my workshop. It'll be polished and looked after as if it was mine plus one, if you like. So that's cool.
Six was just saying
That
on
worked out
there.
quite good on the old valet in front for him, doesn't it?
Yeah,
You're
absolutely.
going to valet Pete's bike for him. We'll all be lending you our bikes. You can valet all of them.
By all means, mate. I don't mind it. I love doing all that shit. You know, I do the old deep cleans. You know me, Chris, with me. Well, so does Andy with all my bikes.
Oh, you're bloody anal when it comes to cleaning bikes, mate. You're the cleanest bikes I've ever seen. You do.
Trouble is, you get too
I
far,
hate
Andy.
cleaning.
Yeah, I noticed.
You don't want to take it out then, do you?
No, you get to the point where you don't want to take them out. That's a problem. You know, the mantelpiece isn't fucking quite big enough for a full-size bike, is it? You know?
If I've just cleaned mine, I won't take it out in the rain. But if it rains while I'm out, then tough shit.
But you always, I mean, you've got a lovely Triumph anyway, Chris. You keep yours clean, you keep yours tidy, you do a lot of your own maintenance. I know that for a fact.
Oh, you have to look after it. The last thing you want is to be going flying off up the fucking road and the front wheel fall out, or the brakes give up, or whatever.
Yeah.
Or the gear lever falls off.
Well, I don't know what's just. I know gear lever. You can still watch a video. It's still on my YouTube channel, mate. No expletives either. No expletives. I was rather kind to people. Right,
I must say though, Weggy, I must say it does look like a pit bike with you on it because you have put some timber on. So you need to lay off the cream eggs.
No, I admit I'm probably about 2 stone more than I normally am at the moment because I haven't done anything. But I'm back to work Monday, so I'm giving that a go and see if I can get back to some fitness again. That I'm never going to be thin. I've never been thin, to be honest with you. But I mean, I've just put on a little. I've not been moving around, have I? So I'm a bit of a fat boy. I did make.
Join the club.
Fuck it, Go back to the bikes.
I'm not saying a word.
Dave, do you want to go through the? Oh right, yeah, fucking Dave. Here we go. He's leaving all this to me.
Yeah, he's jumping in with a comment and knocking buggers again.
Peter, do me a favour. Just go through. Can you just go through the messages we got on the side, starting with I don't know, woohoo, Dave, and then work down, will you? Can you read them out this time?
I can't normally see them, but where are you?
No matter. I'll do it myself.
I can see them. Do you want me to go through them?
Yes, please, Andy. Please.
Go on then. We've got one there from Woohoo. Says Woohoo. Stitch says I was 8 when she started the bike. The next one, the best decision ever. I got Dad's back into riding. Mum wasn't very impressed.
No,
I can understand that.
Mum and Dad.
Next best thing.
No, Mum and Dad. Well.
Yeah. Next best thing to riding is a bike is flying a plane.
Right.
Never done that.
No, I haven't.
Good day, Jim.
Very close second.
Yeah, good day, Jim. Good man, Jim. Evening till bitch. Jesus doesn't tempt fate. Thanks, Skeggy. My car needs cleaning if you want to have a go. A bash. Yeah. Have a bash. There you go. That's for you, Weggy, probably. Yeah. Because you're the anal cleaner, mate.
Since when do I clean cars?
You're the anal cleaner.
All right, don't bring me into this one. Come on.
Was that anal cleaner or anus cleaner? I didn't hear.
Don't be a fucking dirtbag, Rolf. Just because you're in prison, mate. Seriously.
Looks like he's had his shower for the week, doesn't it?
He has, old Rolf. He's well in there, boy. That old soap is licking his arsehole.
That's it. He's had his anal bleaching.
Back side crack, was it?
I'll tell you what, you got to give Dave some respect. Dave's respect, right? He's hosting, right? And he's laying back, smoking cigars, right? He's probably got a couple of God knows what's on around between his knees, right? And I tell you what, right? He's actually relaxed. Here he is, look. Look at that.
Sorry.
Look at that. He's like Jack in the Box, isn't he?
Oh, Jesus.
Don't bring anal into it. You'll get Weggy all excited.
Oh, shit.
He knows him too well.
You know, they were talking about youngsters and stuff like that.
Youngsters are anal. What are you on about, Peter? Jesus Christ.
Bikes, I'm talking about. Otherwise, he's going to get overexcited. Look, behave. I mean, we got my boys. I got him onto a bike at the tail end of last year, end of October. Yeah. And he was absolutely loving it, and he was thinking, no, what I'll do is I'll plod around on that.
Yeah.
But he had his sights set on a car. But now all of a sudden he said, actually, no. He said, I think what I'm going to do is actually try and save up. He said, I know I've got to wait until I'm 19 before I can take a big boy license.
Yeah.
because obviously you've got to be 19 before you can do the A2 license, can't you?
No idea nowadays. They've changed it so many times in my time.
Yeah,
so, but I mean, his attitude is, well,
it's got to be 19 for the A2.
Yeah.
19 for the A2, and then I think it's 21 or 24 for the A1. The full
for the A1. But at least if he gets an A2, he could have something like my bandy with a restrictor on it or something like that. So,
but Jim, you told me something earlier on, and I don't know if I can mention it or not. And can we mention it regarding a certain bandit? Well, you mentioned it, mate, because you did tell me.
I was talking to one of our crew members today regarding they were thinking of putting their bike on the market next year. Now it's a 600 Bandit that's already restricted. And what people don't realise is there's a bigger market now for A2 bikes than there is for full-size, full-power bikes. Because
I can believe that.
Like you were saying earlier, the youngsters can't afford to do the full bike licence. So if you've got an A2 classified bike, you get more money for it than you would a standard bike.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you haven't got to then facilitate doing that after you've bought the bike. So I don't know if we can mention it. I don't know if the person's still listening. I know obviously you know who it is, but if you want to mention that, then it's all good. We did speak about it earlier on anyway, Jim, didn't we? Yeah.
Yeah. But no, the way things are going now with licensing, if you've got an A2 ready bike, you make more money on it than you would selling it as a standard bike, because that's what they're looking for now.
Exactly.
I mean,
Just say
you see a lot of these new 650s, like Enfield Interceptor and like the such like, or the 650 twins or the 500 twins. They're all A2 ready.
Yeah.
Because there isn't the market for the big bikes.
So I never had to do. I mean, none of us had to do all that bullshit. I mean, we got the 17, mate, right? And he put in for your license. You done your bullshit training, right? And you went and done your test. That was simple as that. That's how it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then if you me in 2008, you have to take the bastard thing again.
Yeah.
Because of the DVLA, you remove it from your license and won't give it you back.
No, I know. Well, I've never had no bullshit with that. I mean, I've got my test and that, and I've never had no problem since. I've been riding all these years now.
With my bike license, just like this one here from Springer Gil, I did that. I went out. He asked me a few questions. He said, "Right, get on your bike and do your emergency stop," which I did. Ride around the block left, ride around the block right, do a U-turn or whatever it was I did so many years ago. He says, You got your license.
So, man, literally the worst bit about it was the fact that you didn't know exactly what bush this bloke was going to jump out of, right? So, I mean, that was part of it. And to be honest with you, the bloke would
I actually know someone that run the examiner over.
They get knocked over.
Jumped out of the bush and they fucking hit him. Yeah,
I'm going to say, they used to get knocked over so many times.
Yeah, that's why they stopped it.
Bastards used to jump out of the way, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Anyway, so of course, that's the problem nowadays. When it coming back to the youngsters, I think they've got to face so much bullshit compared to us older ones, and that's the difference now. And I honestly believe, I don't know. I mean, obviously, we're not obviously as young as we used to be. I'd like to think that the youngsters now, and I'm talking about youngsters, I class youngsters up to 22, 23, possibly 24 years of age, are as getting as much from it, if not more, than we did. I don't believe they are, because our era was, to me, one of the fucking best motorcycling eras ever, right? And you won't ever better that. You won't ever better that. Never.
The reason that it's harder to do your bike license now is because there's so many wankers in cars on the road.
Yeah. See, the traffic is a lot more traffic.
Years ago, when we done ours, there wasn't half the amount of cars on the road that there is now. And you've got to think for them idiots, because they get taught less than they used to.
Yeah, exactly.
It's actually easier now to get a car license than it was 20 years ago, because I took a couple of people out to do like driving lessons with them. The amount of shit they don't learn, I mean, like hill starts and reversing and shit like that.
Because they're too busy asking them where the fucking oil is and things like that. And it's like, well, what's that got to do with driving? It's a driving license. Why should you need to know vehicle maintenance for driving license?
Yeah.
It's all
apparently you've got to know how to work a sat nav as well, isn't you?
Yeah, well, it's all fucking bollocks, isn't it? It's all like European law.
It's all money making bullshit. I don't know what you. I mean, I've never done it. None of us did the CBT, did we? Or part my
when I did mine, the CBT was sort of it's the first year of the 2-part test. The part 1 was going around cones in 1995. They brought it in the year that I did it. So the CBT came from the part 1 going around cones and stuff.
And I had to do it because you can't take your test again without having to complete a CBT first.
No,
that's right. Going back a little bit, I reckon the reason why they're making it more difficult, the test, is because they want to limit the amount of people going on the roads because there's so much traffic there. So they're making it harder, asking ordinary people about where the oil stick is. And
not being funny though, Dave.
Right? You need to. What you do is you take it to a garage and get it fixed.
Not being funny, Dave. Right? Like, I mean, you're trying to protect the environment and all this bullshit. I know we've got this virus crap knocking around, right? But obviously, and I know, I'm being biased, but, fucking motorcycles over cars, for a start, I mean, you think how much easier life would be if there was far more motorcycles and less fucking cars on the road, for a start. Yeah. What else can I say about it? I mean, and my biggest issue at the moment, another thing, is obviously we've been talking about this for years, is the amount of fucking tax we have to pay on motorcycles in comparison to cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the whole lot, my Suzuki is, what was it, 60 odd pounds? Was it 60, 70 pounds to tax last year? And yet I've got.
91 now.
Say again?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'll find it's 91 quid now for a year.
Okay, well, it's that ridiculous. My Nissan Note outside, an old diesel, it's 30 quid.
Yeah.
And
I was actually saying that today to Weggy.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Yeah, we agree. Two cars.
You've got the rubber right? down the road, and you're pumping out all this diesel shit, and it's still only 9 times out of 10 transporting one person, and that's me.
Yeah. That's bullshit, mate. It's absolute bullshit. Because tell you what, you think about it and work out the logistics of a motorcycle compared to a car, right? And they spun it all around years ago and turned it all around the emissions, right? That's because they decided that was going to be the case, like all this crap we're going through now. Now, to be honest with you, 91, 92 pound for a fucking bike compared to 30 pound or next to zero shit for a car? Really?
Yeah.
How the fuck does that work out? How does that work out? Seriously?
It's all bollocks.
It makes no sense at all.
It does, does it?
No.
It doesn't.
You're just aware
that right.
You're chucking out a lot more crap. Even in these cleaner engines, they're probably no better than the likes of my bike on most of them. And yet they say I'm the
yours
unclean.
Is probably a lot cleaner.
Yeah, that's the whole daft thing about it, isn't it?
And the reason yours is probably cleaner is because you don't have all this emissions bollocks that they've got on all the new cars.
No, that's it.
Yeah.
They when they set a car up, I'm not sure if you know, but they have to set it to a certain standard. Okay, like when you go for an MOT, they tell you what it's got to be.
All right, Jim. Can I put something to you, then, Jim? Right? Can I put something to you, Jim? Right? If you're say, for instance, you got one of these latest bikes, then what Euro emissions bullshit number are we up to now with motorcycles?
You're not. Emissions are not tested on a motorbike.
Right. So what year? Okay. So we're up to Euro what specs?
Euro 6 for cars. And
what about bikes?
Cars, vans, and lorries. Motorbikes are not tested for emissions.
Right. I know, but I mean, but you've still got all the regulations with the exhaust systems, haven't you? Say, for instance, I'll give you an
noise
example.
Regulations. That's not emissions.
That's nothing to do with emissions. No, I don't even look at the MOT. As long as I've got a pass, mate, I'll go for it. No bullshit. I go straight on the envelope, mate.
They came out. I think it was last year with the bullshit about exhaust notes being no louder than 78 dB. Yeah. But you go out and buy a Street Triple R or a Daytona, and it's 98.
Yeah, I know. Well, most mother-in-laws are fucking louder than that.
Yeah. But no, emissions are not. There's only one country in Europe that actually tests emissions on a bike, and that's Germany.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. All right, mate. I never really sort of looked at it, to be honest with you. I mean, I could have done, but to be honest with you.
Emissions are not checked on a motorcycle.
All right, bud. Oh, did you? Any of you lads know that? I mean, I've never checked it really. Never really.
No, I
looked
didn't
into
know.
it.
I thought on new bikes that's why they're getting all these bloody great suitcase bloody exhausts on them because that was the European emissions.
No,
No, that's because they all got the same fucking designer.
Yeah.
No, it's
They're
actually
awful.
because they want them to be quieter. That's the only reason
Oh,
they're bigger.
right.
It's because it's bigger silencer inside.
Yeah, so this whack and grape suitcase, like the Andy describes it as, stuck on the side now, is just a noise suppression system rather than trying to.
That's all it is.
It's just
It
like
does
having an
all
inhibitor box on a car.
Like the
Yeah.
like the GSX-F that Weggy picked up today. You look at the exhaust on that; it's like a fucking bazooka hanging out the back of the bike.
That's no different to our ZZR. You know, our ZZR standard pipes, Andy.
Yeah,
It's actually
same size as that.
Same size as that. Mate. It's actually probably bigger, to be honest.
Yeah, needs a grinder
And
set to it, does it?
Yeah.
It's all to do with the noise.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
I mean, your Suzuki's dead quiet. I mean, I must admit, you know, it's seriously quiet. Yes, you know, it is what it is.
You bring it up here, Wiki. I'll sort that out.
It does, mate. It does.
My bike's quiet.
But saying that, my CDF is quiet as well.
You liar. You liar, Skeggy.
My bike's lovely and quiet.
Yeah.
I bought one of them blanking plugs that I was on about that fell out, and I put that back in, and it now has a quiet spot about 2,000 RPM, 55 mile an hour, top gear.
Yeah.
And if you back off the revs, it don't pop and bang.
Sure. Can I just ask Dave? Dave mentioned earlier on you got 2 more people wanting to come online. Am I right in saying, Dave?
Yeah. Well,
I'll come on.
You want to go for a bit, Andy?
I'm going to say, he's
I'll
just
come on, mate.
I'm going to shoot in a minute anyway.
Oh yeah, I was going to offer myself, but if I don't know, I'm not bothered. You know, whatever.
No,
Well, I've got to be up early anyway.
Oh,
it's just our resident prison escapee.
swap and changes as you feel fit, Dave.
Okay, as long as nobody gets upset if you suddenly disappear when you're in the middle of talking.
Just do what you need to do, Dave. You're the host, mate. You're the boss. You're the boss.
We don't give a shit. We'll give you a slap when we see you, but don't give a shit.
You know that he don't care. Don't do he?
Don't give a shit.
He's got that
The
sort of
models that just said about the Euro Cat 4
right.
for the emissions.
Right.
That is only 4.
He's being a bit of a canut, isn't he?
It is.
I was in the middle of saying something and somebody took me off the screen.
The Euro Cat 4 is for all new bikes sold in the UK as well at the moment, and all of Europe.
Because
they have to be sold with Euro Cat 4 pipes on them.
Yeah,
They can't be sold without them.
It's a European market. Once we come out of that, we can then go our own way.
Yeah.
But they'll probably stick with it. It's because it is a European market. It's sold as one big lump.
See, Gordon's point here, bikers in Europe are built to Euro Cat 4, hence the biggest doors. Exactly. That's exactly why you ended up with a GSXR 1000, which I suppose in some people's eyes is a nice looking bike.
Do it.
Right? That's right. That's it. That's not exactly.
He obviously hasn't heard Kenny's.
Huh? No.
He obviously hasn't heard Kenny's bike.
Trust me, Skeggy's is loud. There's no 2 ways about it. Skeggy's is loud, mate. He's loud. No 2 ways about it. Right. What else we got here?
No, they are built to Euro 4 standard, but there's only one country in Europe that actually tests them, and that is Germany.
Can I just propose something?
We don't actually test them.
Can I just propose something? I need to go and get. Fuck off, Weg. Go and get a beer, right? Seriously.
Go and get a cream egg.
Can we go? Is there any chance? Is there any chance we can get Springer on here, or we can get Mostal, Crack and Fighty? Is there any chance we can get somebody across the waters here? That'd be nice. I mean, I'm more than happy to sort of come off for however long. If we can get one of us called on, we can get Gordon, we can get Mostal, Crack and Fighty, Stitch. Whoever's got
anybody who knows about what we're talking about, and it don't matter, and anybody, any of us that have got no real input in it, and just jump off while they're on it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Right, yeah, Dave's just. I don't know if I can take it off that though. Stitch
They
doesn't
copy
work.
and paste it, can't they?
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about?
Can you get a stitch on?
She won't come on, mate. My stall crack. Oh, get that right. My stall crack and fighty.
That was a polite answer, Jim.
He's got no camera.
Hey,
Oh, well, don't worry about that.
you are, Pete.
I think that was a polite answer by Stitch. No thanks.
She didn't hear the song that I played for her on the radio today. They
Yeah,
buggered off before it came on.
Did she actually hear it? I tell you, you got a
No.
death wish. You really have.
Right, Dave, if you want to switch me out, I'm popping for a beer.
Yeah, I'm going to go and get a beer anyway. I'll be back in a second. If anybody else want to come in. Andy, you're back, mate. Andy. I want to hear some of Andy's stories, mate. I know he's tired, old Andy, right? I know he's tired, right? I know you can see he's fucking tired, right?
I'm fucked, mate. Yeah.
I know. There's none of
There is,
that normal humour, that laughter. You know, them tears that we have rolling down your face, that sort of shit.
I've got a beer, so I'm quite happy.
there is a question that I need to ask Andy.
Yeah, fill your
Go on
boot.
then.
How is the kitchen cupboard saga going?
Back on, mate. Back on. It's right behind me up there. Look. Yeah, it's back up. Yeah. Yeah.
Too many
this
tins
is
on the
happening.
fucking shelf, wasn't it?
Weggy, you say you want to hear a story.
Yeah, go on.
On Monday night,
Yeah.
I had to go to a young lady's house who
Right,
was being haunted by a ghost,
right.
right?
Yeah.
And I thought that was bullshit.
Yeah.
But when I got there, she had a fucking ghost, mate. Yeah.
Really?
And I
Really?
sorted the fucker out. I sorted him out. Yeah. He'd been haunting us since she was, I think, about 12.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll tell you all stuff. That entertains the hell out of me, Danny. And you know how I feel about it. You know, so that's a story for another time, if you so wish. You know,
Yeah.
or if you want.
Yeah, that was
Of
quite
course.
interesting.
Yeah,
That was the first time. Amy had come with me to a situation like that,
right.
and she was amazed. She was amazed, mate. Yeah,
Was she?
what
Was she?
happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any? Did you film it at all, or was it something?
Oh no, private house, mate. Yeah,
Right, yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
yeah, that was her personal thing to the girl, you know,
Right,
and her
yeah.
children.
Yeah.
But all I'll say is the situation at the moment is calm
Right. Cool.
because in a roundabout way, I can't really explain it that much, but in a
No.
roundabout way, I made a pact with this spirit
Yeah.
that he's got to behave, or I will send him over. You know what I mean? So he's on his last chance.
Fucking Andy's
And-
fists were out. Andy's fists were out when I boy.
Yeah. So I've heard reports from the last three days
Yeah.
that she's had a very quiet time in her house for the first time in quite a while.
All right, mate.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool, mate. Gordon's come back. Gordon is obviously making a point that you're obviously tired looking because he's mentioned matchsticks, mate. All right, matchsticks. For your eyes, buddy.
Well, I'm going to love you and leave you guys anyway because I've got to be up at stupid o'clock.
There we go. Chris, great to
Yeah,
see you
yeah.
as ever, mate. All right.
Yeah, likewise. It's always good to chat with you guys. So,
And you,
Yeah,
Chris,
well,
mate.
all next
don't
week.
forget. Yeah, don't forget. We're still obviously
Yeah,
once we get this
yeah,
crap out of the
Chris.
way. Since we got all this crap out of the way, mate, we will be meeting up as we said we would. All right. I was hoping to do the Ace Calf again this year, but I've just cancelled the event, and I don't think the Ace is running the trial day anyway. Now is it?
No, I think
thought
it's
so.
going to be too soon.
Yeah, it's too soon, mate. Isn't it? So I cancelled the event last night, to be honest.
I was going to try and get up for Mackie's event as well, but I think that's going to be cancelled.
Mackie won't be able to do it, mate. I don't think, will he?
No,
Oh yeah.
that's
That's
going to
a good
be
one,
July,
Nah.
August time now, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a good one last year, wasn't it? That was.
Bye, Stitch.
Anyway, Chris, great to see you
Take
again,
it
bud.
easy,
All right,
Chris.
mate.
Yeah. You take,
All right,
guys.
good boy.
Take care, guys. See you later, Skiggy. Take
See
care.
you later, bud. See you later, boy.
See you soon.
Yeah.
So you go for your beer and fag Skiggy. Sorry, Andy. Wiggy.
Pardon?
I'll get right in a minute. Wiggy, are you going to go for your beer?
Yeah, because I will, mate. Yeah, no problem. So you're going to bring somebody else on, eh?
Yeah, I'm going to bring Skiggy back.
Yeah, sure thing, mate. I'll see you in a bit, yeah?
There you go. You can have his 5-minute break now.
I'm the old
Medusa.
Medusa now, Andy. I've had
I'll tell you what, mate.
I've had my bishop's finger. Time for a
Oh
minute.
my god. Yeah.
No wonder you're
I'll tell you, I'll tell you what, Skiggy, that is one cracking beer.
Can I
That is
just
one
say,
cracking beer, that.
E-by fucking Christ, that's good.
Which one is that one?
Yeah.
No.
Medusa.
You almost got it right. It's that one there.
Yeah. My store, Crooking Fighty. Can I just say, if Medusa are out there and they want to sponsor these hangouts, we're more than happy to accept it. No, don't be bashful.
Yeah.
Anytime you want.
Yeah.
I'll even be your spokesperson.
Yeah, I'll second that.
And if anybody at Yamaha want to sponsor mine, I've got my car kit. I just need everything else to be. So send it my way. Come on.
Yeah. Just need the rest of the bike. Yeah. Do you know? I have to say, this is one thing that's really. Despite everything else that's going on, it's not that serious. But I must admit, I'm right peed off, having got back on my bike last year, got involved in all the stuff at Crew and all these shows. I was actually really looking forward to, because every year I miss the Kesgrave bike show that they do at the pub. Is it the Bell?
Yeah. The Bell, yeah. First of the year.
Yeah.
That until because it's usually on St George's Day or as close as. And I usually only remember it once I see something come up or you see something written in the paper or something like that. And I was thinking all these lovely shows that I'll be able to get to go and see this year and actually go with some good mates and stuff like that. And we've done absolutely bugger all so far this year.
Just write this year off and think about everything for next year, really.
That's what we can do.
It's a shame because so many people put so much effort into these shows, and not just the people organising it, but the people who bother to turn up to be there in the first place and be part of it.
Question for Skeggy.
I answered him in comments just in case he didn't get a chance to come back.
I'd always allow it to come around so people can see it.
I've got a right funny colour in that sun today.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
Reminds me of the Skeggy Honey Run tip that we went to.
I'll get one of them magic red spots just here and then be able to scratch it, scratch it off like that and win a car. What do you do?
I know one thing, Skeggy. I have got a seriously burnt neck, mate, from today, and my face. Yeah, being on the road. Oh, fucking hell, my neck is sore.
Honestly, I thought they were just your freckles that had joined up, Andy.
No. Me and my boy, we looked like pork scratchings when we got in the car tonight. I tell you, that was so bloody bad.
Crisp with the occasional hair sticking up.
That's correct, boy. I tell you. Yeah, we look terrible. Yeah.
It's got to be wham, isn't it? Working out, isn't it, like that?
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that, Jim?
I said I look terrible every fucking day.
Nice how they brought it up big for you, that.
At least you're not inside and you actually get to go out for more than an hour a day.
Yeah. And I've got a bit more than a bucket to piss in.
Yeah. Half an hour walk around the exercise yard. That's all we get.
I've got beer, so I'm okay.
I hate to say this, that's not beer.
That's piss, isn't it? That's piss, isn't it?
He pissed in the glass.
Proper Euro.
It's not even glass, that. It's one of them plastic pint pots, so they're not allowed to glass each other.
That's not even beer. That's probably piss.
Tis glass.
Probably. Yeah. Look like piss.
I'm surprised he got such a good head on his
head. The wicked.
I wonder where Wife and Bunker is.
It's been bottled, apparently.
It looks like it was seriously dehydrated.
Well, I know one thing. He's not on fucking holiday for once. That makes a change. Since he stopped vlogging, have you seen how many holidays he's been on since he stopped vlogging?
Yeah.
Yeah. He likes his holidays, doesn't he?
He does. He went to Australia, got out of the habit of vlogging, and now he's got into the habit of holidaying.
Yeah.
What could we doing wrong?
Evening, Dave.
Oh, Dave's on, is he? Hi, Dave.
So, anyone got any plans for the weekend?
There we go.
So again,
Yeah. Has anybody got any plans for the weekend?
Any chill outs, ride outs, or just doing anything?
Local ride out, basically.
Yeah. Probably go for a ride on Sunday.
Yeah, local ride somewhere.
Friend of ours is getting a new bike tomorrow. Me and Dave more than likely join her to go out on a little ride out over the weekend at some point just to break it in.
All right.
so I've got exhaust to remount on GS 850 trike tomorrow. Saturday I'm till bitching, and Sunday is a Mrs. birthday, so I'll probably be doing fuck all.
What you rebuilding the exhaust on?
GS 850 trike.
All
For
right.
a friend of mine.
What sort of pipe you putting on that?
Around one.
It's got 4 straight through pipes on it,
Yeah. Nice.
so it's a wee bit loud.
Oh, sound nice that will, won't it?
Be nice.
Yeah, and it's a woman rider as well, so
Yeah.
happy days.
Can't fault it.
Yeah,
Plain spotting.
God, that takes me
boobs
back.
and bikes all rolled into one. Can't beat it, eh?
When I was a kid, I was in the Air Training Corps, and we actually had our summer holiday at RAF Coningsby, and that was an absolutely dream for a 13-year-old kid. They had Phantom jets there at the time. Absolutely wonderful. Absolutely
Oh,
lovely.
they were fun.
Huh?
F4J2s.
Yeah, the Phantoms, beautiful planes. I've got the privilege of being allowed to sit in the front seat and the back seat of one of them. Obviously not moving, unfortunately, but it'll be nice.
My favourite 4 times the Vulcan.
Vulcan.
Oh, the Vulcan.
Bomber.
Yes, good old bomber.
Bomber.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful.
Mine was a
That's
British
the one
Lightning.
that-
You can tell how old I am.
Yeah, Lightning was a good old plane.
I've been inside 3 of them.
What, Vulcans?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, I used to be a volunteer for the Vulcan Restoration Trust at Southend.
Oh, right.
Southend.
All right. Okay.
And, like,
Hidden
because of that, you got to go around to other static ones and go inside and have a look around. So,
We raised 1,500 quid for a restoration of one once and found out it literally bought a load of rivets.
yeah, probably a small bag.
Yeah.
Probably a small bag of titanium
Yeah,
rivets.
right.
Yeah.
There's £1,500 towards your restoration. Hope it goes far, sort of thing, you know. And then we found out what we'd bought was like, you're taking the piss on you. Is that it?
Yeah, the rivets, structural part of everything. You know, it holds everything together.
Well,
Rivets do.
Yeah, I must
There's
admit.
nothing more exhilarating than standing underneath one when it's got its engines running. So, and that's
Yeah, I must admit, my favourite
something.
planes have always been, other than the traditional Spitfire, is been the Phantom, and I've always loved, for some reason, the C-130 Hercules. Absolutely love those.
Yeah.
I didn't touch
Yeah,
it.
but try going on 24 hours on one of those after a Falkland.
He's gone. I didn't. There he is. He's gone. I didn't touch anything. I promise.
Only got your word for that.
I was talking away, got overexcited and pushed something by mistake. But no, the C-130s, for some reason, I've always loved those planes. I know they're only a cargo plane, but there's something about them I just love.
I actually done my forklift license loading a 4-ton pallet on the back of a C-130 at RF Mildenhall.
Really? Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to. They
It
might
wasn't
look
cool,
nice
mate,
when they're
trust
flying
me.
around in the sky, but try doing 24 going down to the Falklands, mate. They're just not fun. They're fucking horrible. Noisy. You can't smoke in the van.
Yeah.
In 24 hours. Nah, I wouldn't want to do it again.
Yeah, well, that's a little bit different, isn't it? I must admit, but no, I've always loved watching them go over and hearing them. Those 4 engines, they just sound so gorgeous when they go over.
If you like the Herc, Pete, if you like the Herc, check out the A400.
Yeah,
totally amazing aircraft.
Yeah.
For what it is and what it can do, it is immense.
Saying that, I like the Dakotas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why. I like the looks of the Dakota.
You know why I like the Dakota, don't you? DH, de Havilland, from de Havilland. My initials, DH.
Is that all?
Yes, that's the I've made so many of them as a kid on the plastic models. You know, that was the main one I'd make, and next to the Lightning, I think I made 3 Lightnings, but I made 5 Dakotas. They're just a lovely plane, and of course they're always featured in the A-team, didn't they?
Yeah, there is that.
You got the DC-3 and the C-47 variant, haven't you?
Yeah.
I'll tell you one plane I was lucky enough to actually fly in that and take control of. That's when I were in the Air Training Corps as a kid, which was the RAF version of the Army Cadets. And we got taken. I've forgotten which airfield we went to now, but we got to go in the old training planes, the Chipmunks, which was a prop plane, 2-seater.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant
trainer.
Yeah, a 2-seater trainer. It was the official trainer at one time for the RAF. And that was absolutely phenomenal experience, actually, not only just being in it, and we had to wear the prop, but we were all kitted up in the proper things with a parachute and told if I had to jump, you pull this and hope for the best. I thought, great, that's a good training session. And we basically just went off. And while we were up there, he told me to take control and everything, and it was an absolute experience.
That's true. That's true.
Well, you're in we're talking about aeroplanes. You don't know about aeroplanes, obviously.
What a six-fingered tosser, really.
Don't know nothing about them.
Okay, so he's not muted then.
No, old man Tony, good old boy. He do like his wood, doesn't he, Andy?
Yeah, what did you just call him? A fucking
He
wood?
does.
Yeah, that's one. He loves his wood. He's a talented bloke, old Tony.
I think he's ex-RAF, isn't he, Tony?
Old man Tony. He's brilliant bloke, actually. Quite a very talented guy.
Calm down. He's still got to get through his door frame at home.
Yeah, I know. Oh, we haven't seen him. We haven't seen him personally for quite a while now. And I think the last time was Great Bike Show, I think, or Cop Doc, one of the two.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. But as for that comment, mate, you can get stuff.
It's awesome, that.
I can take it. And yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm not really into aircraft. I mean, of course, we had used fantastic air shows in around this area. I mean, the Mildenhall Air Show, which is the American Air Base. We had the Bentwaters Air Show, and
several times.
Watersham was another place we used to go as kids to see the. I think it was the A10s down there. We've seen the Blackbird. Of course, with Mildenhall, you had the chance many years ago to walk through the actual. The cargo part of the Galaxy,
C5 Galaxy.
the Galaxy, mate. Yeah, definitely. Which was an experience, hell of an experience, to be honest. But I'm not heavily into planes, but yeah, I mean, I suppose the sound of a Spitfire, Rolls Royce engines and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I mean, am I into planes? No, not really.
No, nor am I.
Sure do.
I think I'll leave that to the geek squad. What the fuck is it? Where's that? That's a piece of
chipmunk.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah. I've been in one of them and I've flown one of them. Oh my god. Yeah, that is absolutely fantastic.
See, that looks like it had fall to pieces. Looks like it was built by a man in a shed.
It looks as if if you potentially sort of looking to probably sort of die earlier in life, take a flight in one of them. You know?
Hey, I'm still here. They tried their best and they still couldn't kill me off. Look.
The actual fucking, you know, the cabin looks as if it's going to just fly off, doesn't it? You know, you know, you probably need a sharp roar on your ponts. Yeah.
Oh no,
there again, my bullet would probably go faster.
Funny thing is, it was only on about that yesterday.
What's that? It's a plan. It's a plan.
It's
a plan. Yeah, I know.
He said, "Oh, Fantasy Island." I ain't seen
Fantasy
that.
Island, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's brilliant when he used to ring that bell, didn't he? Keep ringing, it's the plane. It's the plane. The bloke was like 2 inches tall, wasn't he?
Yeah. And next thing you know, he's a Bond villain's mate, isn't he?
Yeah, because he is. The bloke was as hard as nails, mate. And he's only about 2 inches tall, wasn't he? Look at him. He looked like Barry Ward of the Suffolk Crew, mate. He's actually smaller than him.
The plan.
That's what Barry looked like next to Suffolk Andy. Isn't he? That's like turning up at Crew Hill and they're both waving at me as I come in the yard, you know.
Last week it was Love Boat. This week it's Fantasy Island. What the fuck is coming next week?
Well, I've been watching the Spooks of Hazard. They're rerunning all that, mate. I tell you.
Yeah.
And you realise just how shit that program was. Absolute crap.
I'm currently watching reruns of OCC.
Yeah. Oh, of course I am as well. Yeah. That's on about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning.
I don't know. I record it.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Daisy do.
Daisy Duke, hello.
She's about 70 now, isn't she? She's still alive.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. She's a
teenage boy just didn't want to at the time.
Yeah. That's like when you look at it. That's because in the old days, obviously,
you put your tongue away now.
They used to have the background, you know, with the film, the landscape flying past on a rolling sort of fucking whatever it was, you know, and then somebody was bouncing the car up and down to make it look as if they're going over speed ramps and all that sort of shit, you know.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I found funny. I was watching one of them, and they did one particular because they used to crash all sorts of cars painted up as
General Lee, General Lee.
You notice there's one particular episode where they actually crash an old Vauxhall VX490. It's supposed to be the General Lee, and it's like, what?
Yeah.
You know, but it happens that fast. But I think it's because I'm a bit of a a classic car geek. I'm like, oh, can't believe they just up. They've normally rocked it around before now, anyway. Like, yeah. Oh, unbelievable. The X49.
Hey, who remembers Penelope Pit Stop?
Oh yes.
Oh yeah. Hello.
Penelope.
Yeah.
Jim knows what I'm on about. Penelope Pit Stop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Penelope Pit Stop on Speed. Remember?
Fucking hell, man. I can't believe she went flying past that copper at over 80 because I was doing 70 turns. She come past me like I stood still.
Yeah.
I was like, where the fuck? Oh, bye.
Yeah. Anyway, Daisy Duke's about 60, 68, 69 now. 69, I think. Daisy Duke is 69.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah. And she still look half decent, to be fair. You know. as far as I know.
You know one of them situations where you go, I wouldn't even touch that with yours, Waggy.
Yeah, I know.
In that situation, I probably would.
You know, when you look at him, you think, fuck me, you look more like Molly Sugden than anything else, you know.
Nora Batty.
Come on, Nora Batty.
Oh, get them silkies up, girl. Get them silkies up. Yeah. Not down. Up. Right. Daisy Duke, two-stroke material. Wacky Races. That was brilliant, wasn't it? Wacky Races, man. Loved it.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Pete reminds me of Clunk.
Oh,
can you bring up Clunk, Dave?
Oh, you bastard.
Ignore her.
I thought we were talking about aeroplanes. Talking about aeroplanes. You want to catch the pigeon?
Yeah, bring up. No, not clink, you prick.
Clunk.
That's clunk. Stop the pigeon, mate. Clunk. Stop the pigeon. Clunk. Yeah. What is that, you roses?
Stop the pigeon.
No.
He will bring it up in a minute. You watch. Clunk.
Well, he's not. He's up there now.
That one. You know that one, yeah. And the lips used to come out about 3 feet.
The old biplane.
He had the Biggles helmet and goggles, didn't he?
I used to love that program. That was hilarious. Yeah, Wacky Races and Clunk.
Yeah, that's Liam Mutley, yeah.
Definitely, Mutley. Where's Clunk? Clunk's on there somewhere. He will bring up Clunk in a minute. You watch.
That's the pigeon. No Clunk.
There he is.
There he is.
There he is. Yep. Middle row on to the left of it. There you go.
The one in the pointing at the
All drawn by Anna Barbara, weren't they?
It was, yeah. Anna Barbara stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah.
See, now that can't be me because he's got a spanner in his hand. I only ever use a hammer.
Clunk was brilliant, isn't it? And then you had the anthill mob, right?
Oh, Crash Test Dummy in tonight.
And don't forget the cavemen.
I would like to welcome Crash Test Dummy onto the screen. Another new one. Welcome.
Why not?
Good evening.
Crash Test. So what do you want to be known as? Crash Test or Dummy?
Preferably not the dummy part.
All right, how you doing, buddy? All right?
I'm all right. If you'll all know me by Rage Dave.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. Who's Dave? Everybody knows a Dave. Rage Dave.
Dave.
Of course, we met you up at the one of Skeggy's runs, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Sonny Only run Mods and Rockers where everyone got lost. More to the point the mods didn't know where they were going.
I remember exactly who it was. Yeah, there was some tears involved that day. Not mine. I just laughed.
I was laughing my head off.
Andy was laughing. I remember Andy laughing. Jesus Christ. We finally turned up about 4 o'clock, did we?
We did, yeah. After we went all around fucking Norfolk. Yeah.
Anyway,
definitely.
Crash Test. What you been up to, dude?
Not a lot, really. I've the main reason I put that name down was because I've had a few light crashes recently.
Right.
So sort of putting the bike back together, getting it MOT'd, and going for rides with the dad and going rides with Tony and a few other friends.
Yeah, excellent. That's cool.
Yeah. So what are you riding, Crash? Crash. What are you riding?
Crash Bandicoot is his name.
Crash Test. What bike are you riding at the moment?
I ride a 125 Cadwell AJS.
Yeah.
So tend to get a lot of looks off people.
Yeah.
Carl's used to that. See AJS.
Yeah.
I see AJS and go, oh, that's the old British mate, that is.
Yeah.
It's like, I tell you, this is taken over by Chinese.
Yeah. Is that Alex James Stevens, wasn't it, if I remember rightly? AJS?
Yeah, I believe so.
Alex James Stevens, mate, was the original. So far removed from that.
No, it's us jolted severely, mate. It's James Stevens.
Yeah. They actually look quite nice, though, don't they? It looks like sort of if you was to put a little pair of drops on there or clip-ons, it'd look like a little mini.
That's exactly what I've been and done.
Yeah, I was going to say it's nice looking little bike, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking.
Looks like a little cap racer then.
They do, mate, don't it? It's got that set up already, especially with the seat and the tank.
Yeah.
I mean, like I say, with a set of drops on it.
Mm.
Yeah, unfortunately,
definitely.
you can't get some rear sets on it. If I could get some rear set pegs, that would be great because I've managed to scrape both sides. But the tyre doesn't have much further it can lean over.
No.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's a good way to
I've got the
be.
same engine sitting in my shed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I do. I like that.
It's the Yamaha YBR 125 engine.
Yeah, same engine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
So
I do like it style of bike.
Oh,
how much are they new?
Well, what do you mean? How many
price?
miles?
Can you no? How much are they to purchase?
Brand new, I believe, heading for about $4,000.
Are they?
I brought mine second hand with 2,500 miles on it for 1,800.
Yeah.
One careful owner.
Yeah, one careful owner.
Yeah, not
technology ones.
Cool. I like it. I do like it.
Been wrapped around telegraph poles and down road and all sorts now.
Yeah, no, I do like the style of it. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely definitely a retro style, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
It's a good looking bike, Dave, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah,
I like
it's got a 150 big bore on it.
Yeah.
Along with it's been upgeared on the front to I think it was from a 15 to a 16 tooth now.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
So it clocks about 70 to 80 mile an hour.
And that's the 150, like you say, the 150 lump on that now. Then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is much difference between the 125 and the 150 output wise? Not much, I suppose. But
no, there's not much. It was more acceleration that I got. I mean, before I upgeared it, I took it into town and I sort of took off like I usually would with a 125 kit. The front end lifted. I went, oh, okay, that's what happens.
Yeah. Oh, nice. No, I like it, mate. So, I don't know what age you are. Is obviously what is you're looking to progress on? Have you?
I'm legally allowed to go and do my A2 license, which would allow me 47 brake horsepower limit.
Right.
And I was looking at an SV 650.
All right, nice
thing. Moving on that direction.
Yeah, I'm sure Paul would part ways for you.
Yeah, can't think so somehow.
Yeah, very popular bikes, the SV 650. I mean, good old boy Keith had one for ages, didn't he?
Yeah, Wyvern Biker. He had,
Wyvern Biker, mate. Yeah.
I've heard nothing but good information about them.
Yeah.
They're good bikes. You just got to keep an eye on the front piston because they tend to knock the front cam out.
Really?
They had on the early models they had a oil feed problem to the cam and that used to knock the cams out.
All right, is that the same on the Mark II?
No, they modified it.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, that's the Mark 1 there.
Yeah. I think the Mark II is a much looking bike.
That is. That's the one Keith
had. The Mark II is a lot better. They modified the engine, but if you get a Mark 1, just make sure it's been modified with the cam oil feeder.
But that's the same. That's the same with the same with the SV1000. I mean, they had all that rear suspension problem, didn't they? In the original SV1000, didn't they?
Yeah.
It was the same with the TL 1000 that had complaints about the rear suspension.
The TL 1000 just wouldn't turn. That is why they called it the Widowmaker. That just
exactly.
Make people out.
Yeah. The second gen SV 650 engine is the same one as it is in my Hoyosung 650, basically.
Is it?
Yeah, because Hoyosung made them.
Must be geared totally different then.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's got 5 gears, and that's a 6-gear box, but the engine's the same.
Yeah.
I was going to say it's a bit like the KLE 500 engine, parallel twin. That's been in a few bikes. I know the new Kawasaki Vulcan, is it, or something along those lines? Has got the same engine, just different gearing on it.
Yeah, well, it's a good reliable engine, that.
Yeah. Well, with the KLE 500, they have reports of the coils going in them. So
And
they
still
tend.
Yeah. Yeah. See, so we could talk about so many different bikes, can't we? You know, their relative problems over the years.
Oh yeah.
I
think every bike's got its
I always
flaw.
thought the SV 650 is been a hell of a popular bike in its time, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
See, that's what Gordon's got at the moment.
Yeah. There, I'll tell you what.
Lovely looking bike.
Yeah,
they're reliable.
GB's Model Zone. That's what he rides at the moment.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. They are quite a popular bike, to be honest with you. I know one or two people have got these anyway, but they are a popular bike, and they do sell well. Not expensive either, are they? Not really.
Mike on a bike's got one. Mike Middleton.
Yeah.
I think talking about 6.5, 6, 7. One of those. And I must admit, I do like them because you lower, and because if you have it with the fork and stuff like that, the weight so low down that you don't feel like you're having to backwards. I'd love to ride one to see what it's like.
What's that?
Rolling a bag trying to play a Marth organ.
That's the Vulcan, the 600 Vulcan.
Yeah.
I just wondered, Dobby, if you were rolling a fag or trying to play a Marth organ just then.
Both. Nowhere with either of them.
Just every now and again,
You look very similar.
Yeah, say just every now and again, it sounds like somebody's dropped your phone in a bucket of water. I'm being serious. Every now and again, when you're talking, your microphone seems to go a bit like muffled, like you just dropped it in water, and then it's all right again.
Go a bit Norman Collier.
Using phones, perhaps I need to use my headphones.
No. It only happens when somebody talks just before him or at the same time as him, and it takes a moment to Dobby. It takes a moment for his voice to get back to full power again.
Well, that's going to happen all the time, then, isn't it?
Yeah, because nobody can get a word in edgeways when Weggy's on.
When me and Weggy are on, that's it. Fuck it.
Yeah, we're now.
Should have a show just called Skeggy and Weggy.
I've always had full respect for Dave, but I'll tell you what, it's getting less and less each week.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, lads, I'm gonna have to jump. Lads, I'm gonna have to jump in here because I've got to go because I've got to get up and be at Sheringham tomorrow very early.
As ever, mate. It's great to see you, Andy boy.
Yeah, you know me. I usually hang around, but today I have got to go.
No,
so,
right,
all have the rest of a good evening, boys and girls.
Do you have
Fantastic, buddy.
any leading thoughts?
Anything? What?
Leading thoughts?
Your thoughts of the evening, mate.
Oh, crikey. Let me think. Thoughts of the evening. Well, if I was you, I'd always make sure that you've got something for that little moment when you get caught out. You know what I mean? And that could be anything. So you would need a lorry full of stuff in case you get caught out in life.
Biscuits.
Okay? Everything. Okay? See you all later.
Take care, Andy.
Thanks for coming on, Andy.
Take care, Andy.
Ta-ra.
You put him right on the spot there, baby. He just talked about a load of old shit. You know that, don't you?
I know.
He can't bring out anything decent now. That's rare for Andy because normally, he'll come out with something almightily powerful, and people all sort of bow to him and walk off and wonder for hours what he meant. But that was terrible, Andy. I must admit.
I'm in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I haven't got a clue what you were talking about.
I don't know, mate.
Something for the weekend.
Something like that. I think we've got a bit left to think about it. Let's have a look at what we got here. I always love the regular TV. Yeah, they're not a bad looking bike. They got the exposed. I don't know if the later models they're the exposed rear suspension unit, haven't they? I think they're monoshock anyway on them, haven't they? They are.
The new one's also got a weird looking exhaust. It's sort of tucked more under the centre of the bike.
Yeah.
It looks all right. It looks fairly neat and tidy, but I've always liked my exhaust to the side, sort of sticking out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice and shiny.
I can tell you what, they can make or break a bike, can't they? Really, the exhaust, they really can. It's amazing, really.
Yeah, I mean, when I put the Black Widow on my bike, it's just complete change. The other time, it's just like a toy somewhere.
I think yes.
As soon as I put that one on, and I thought, wow, that's good. And then I took the baffle out.
I think the aesthetics of exhaust systems nowadays are nowhere near what they used to be, are they? Nowhere near. I mean, you know,
nobody gets any pipes and cuts it up and welds it on.
no, that's it. It's bloody horrible now. I mean, you know, it's like we spoke about the GSX R1000 when it came out. It's one of the worst exhaust systems you could ever lay your eyes on. And Suzuki knew when they produced it. They had to produce it because of this Euro bullshit. But I can't imagine one person in the position who would have gone and bought a GSX R1000, right, and they kept that horrible exhaust system on there. You would have dumped that straight away. You dumped that in the shop.
The cat included in it weighs an absolute ton.
Oh no! Look at it.
That is pig ugly.
That is just been bad.
I don't understand why they go to all the trouble of making a really nice sports bike and then stick one of those on.
Well, the reason why, guess what? Suzuki actually produced that. That actually cost a lot of money to meet the regulations with motorcycle companies. Is what has been their problem. So they produced that, but the thing is, even the Suzuki guys knew that once people in the position who will purchase that bike brand new, the first thing they're going to do was to rip that thing off, mate. Yeah. And that was going to be dumped. It don't matter. They just get rid of it.
Look at the MT-09 when that came out.
Unless you're in Germany,
they offered the exhaust with it, so he never had the stock exhaust. It was instantly changed for him when he bought the MT-09.
Yeah. There's nothing better when you're younger. I don't know about the bikes you had, but I mean, I've had all different exhausts. But you used to just, if you wanted a cheap, good quality 4-in-1, I say good quality, they were good quality, was either the Motad or the Nita. Both, obviously, the chrome or the black chrome, didn't you? Remember with the gold? The Nita had the gold tip on the side.
Yeah, and the gold sleeve with the two black caps on.
They were lovely old pipes they'd like to own and have. They had lovely deep roar on them.
Or you had all speed or fucking micron for your two strokes.
Yeah.
Brilliant days.
I remember. I think I've had Marshalls, I've had Pipers, I've had. Because the Marshalls were great for the Hondas in their day, weren't they? Pipers had other than Kawasaki's, obviously. Jesus Christ, I can't even think of the pipes we got there now. We got. I think what have I got? I don't know now. My bloody brain's gone now. But
wasn't there a bike actually built with removable plates, baffle plates? You used to be able to unscrew the end of the cam, take out so many plates, put it back in to make it progressively louder.
Yeah, I think so.
What bike it was? It had like trumpet exhaust on it.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. The Scorpion is another. Yeah. Scorpion's another system, and Scorpion they've got however you pronounce it, acropovic,
Blue Flame.
Yeah, Blue Flames.
Blue Flames.
Your Black Widows. I suppose in a way, your Black Widow systems and your Deltavics, they're pretty much the replacement price of the old Nitas, really, and the Motads, aren't they? Really, to be fair, years ago.
My boy on his little 125 Honda, he didn't like the sound of it and he didn't like the look of the stock exhaust, and he changed it over to a Black Widow.
Yeah.
And I have to say, even though it's a 125, and I rode it a couple of weeks ago because I just needed to take it down to Allwells to get him to look at something for me.
Yeah.
And the noise that came from there, I was well jealous actually. Because, I mean, I've got my Beowulf on the back of my 600 with the baffle now out, which I thought sounded nice and throaty and everything. And then I get on his 125, and it is, I think my ex-wife summed it up. I said, how's he liking his new exhaust after we put it on?
Yeah.
And she says, well, I can hear him about a mile before he even turns up. And she wasn't exactly impressed by that. And I thought, no, and I just laughed and I said, yeah, so I said, it's a bloody good excuse then. But I must admit that widow, he got the whole part, he got the whole system from the head right through. Not just the end can. Now, I don't know if that makes a difference in it.
Well, like the Kawasaki of mine, I've just replaced. Before it got smashed up, I replaced the original silencers on the Kawasaki ZZR 1200 with the Dogovics, and I found an absolutely brilliant system. Very, very good value for money. That was either that or the Black Widows. I just went for the Dogovics because I just like the style of that particular one that I chose for that bike. But
with mine, it was the Black Widow, and the reason why I went for it is because it was £250 straight through. You know, the originals that was on there from Yamaha itself were 4 into 2s, and each one was £480.
Yeah.
Each side.
Let me see that.
That's over 900.
That's Gordon's bike. That one there. I think it's not very clear, but it's
that's the Vulcan.
Yeah, that's GB's model.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's nice.
It's got the panniers on there and everything, but
now my son's turned down to me. He's told me I've got to get rid of my Beowulf, and because apparently that looks too big on my bike, according to him, and I need to get a Black Widow stuck on the back.
Yeah.
So
there's not a lot of difference, to be honest with you. There's not a lot of difference, Peter. You know, I mean, between the two companies, Black Widow and Dogovic, there's no difference really, to be honest with you.
Yeah. No, and to be honest, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm not that experienced enough to be able to know the difference and what, you know, because people say you've changed your exhaust systems and stuff like that. It gives you extra boost or extra power and stuff like that. I'm still such a novice compared to the rest of you that I probably wouldn't even really notice it, you know, actually properly notice it and understand it.
You know, the great thing about the old NETA systems was, say for instance, you had a bike, right? So you've run it for 5, 6, 7 years, and the original systems rotted away. The great thing about the old NETA system was it was always promoted as you didn't have to piss ball about with the carbs. It was you didn't have to rejet it because they were set up. They were set up with the same performance level the same performance level as the original pipe. So really, you just unpinned the original system and put a brand new NETA system on it, or similar, you know, and they used to do the job, and they sounded lovely. I love the sound of the old NETA systems because I fitted one on the XJ 600 I had about 4 or 5 years ago. I put a brand new one on there. I don't think you can buy them brand new anymore. This was surplus to requirements. It was a brand new system, and that was just lovely to go back all those years to hear that old NETA system again. It's just lovely, deep tone raw, not loud, but a lovely deep sound to it.
Quite bassy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's like a little subwoofer on your bike, to be honest.
I'll tell you the best thing about that I love about my bike, and with his, and probably like any other bike, is if you really throttle it and then back off the throttle, you get that pop bang. Yeah. And I feel like this lad here is going to be sitting here laughing his head off, thinking dozy old man. But
Tony knows why.
Dobby, the reason he's laughing is because I'm forever fucking moaning about his popping and banging because it makes you jump, and he thinks it sounds awesome, and it don't. It's a 125. Well, it's a 150. It don't.
No.
I've already blown through one piston.
You say that, right?
You just sort of you throttle back, boom, and then
you got to say that, Peter, right? You say that, right? In our day, I used to have a Honda 125S, which is a classic. You remember these? And Jim probably. A Honda 125S, a straightforward little Honda Thumper, right? Just a lovely little bike.
Honda Thumper.
Right? And you used to stick, I don't know if you know what one of these is, but there's a reverse cone Mega on it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right, and I'll tell you what, and they did cost a great deal of money, brand new, right? Onto your silencer, the reverse cone Mega, mate, and there it is. Look at that beauty! Look at that beauty! Have you got one with a reverse cone Mega on there, Dave? I wonder. I don't think you have.
If I can see one.
That's a standard pipe, isn't it?
Yeah, standard that.
Look at that! How beautiful is that bike, man?
I was going to say I've got a
There you
Honda CB125 twin in pieces sat in the garage.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh,
Now
do
that
you
colour.
want to sell it? I'll give you 50 quid for it.
Yeah.
I'm
I
not
have
sure
been
where
looking
all
for one
pieces
of
are.
them for ages.
Dave,
I've been looking for one for ages.
Dave, can you bring up just a reverse cone megaphone, exhaust, reverse cone megaphone exhaust? Can you just bring it up so I can show Peter what it's like? Hopefully they'll have a picture of it. Should do. But that is what you stuck on a 125, mate, and that sounded like an SR 500. It did,
Most on the 4-stroke sounded well anyway, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, mate. They did. They had a lovely little thump to them. I've done the same with my Z200 Kawasaki as well. There you go, Peter.
There you go.
If you more to that left-hand one. I was going to say that one there, Peter. Look.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at getting one of those.
That's it.
Yeah, I'll tell you, boy, they're the bollocks. They really are. They really are.
Yeah.
And they look exactly the same as they were.
Yeah.
Got a 6-shot out.
Okay,
I was going to say, got a pair of those.
and a 7-shooter on it.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that one.
Yeah,
What a masterpiece of load.
Oh, no, that is nice. Now, I wouldn't mind that on my bike. That looks nice.
The thing is, Peter. No, the thing is, Peter, they're really for thumpers, rather than inline fours, mate. Yeah.
They're for like singles or twins. They ain't made for a 4.
He's educating me. I'm happy.
That is porn, actually. Bike porn,
No,
isn't it?
I've been looking for a CB125T for quite a while now.
Yeah.
Because they are
I've got that, and I've also got a CM125 custom.
Oh, you keep that.
I was looking at doing an engine swap.
Yeah.
So I have a huge back
same
tire.
engine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
huge back tire.
That's the little twin, isn't it?
yeah.
That's a little twin one, isn't
That's
it?
a little twin, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
both of them are twin, but the CM's only got the single carb.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. Well, you can interchange the carbs off the twin,
Yeah.
off the CB. They will fit. You just swap the
I'm
manifold over.
always good.
I keep on looking out for a CB175 or the DT175 or the DT250.
Little Yamaha.
Very, very nice bikes.
Yeah.
Over the DT50 MX 1989 model.
Yeah.
Do you know what I really want to see on the crew? I want to see an X7, probably with the drops. And I
No,
want to
you're
see the all
talking.
speeds. I want to see the
Need
all
a proper
speeds.
parachuting,
No,
a proper
you are
parachuting
talking.
rep.
Yeah, I know. Now the CM125, because I remember the CM250, which was a twin. The CM125 was a twin, wasn't it? It was, wasn't it?
Exactly the same.
Yeah, it's the
same.
exact same, just single carb.
Yeah, single carb,
Yeah.
but the CM250 had twin carb. I'm sure it did.
Yeah, that
They both looked exactly the same.
They did, yeah. Through the 80s, they really started producing a lot of these custom style bikes, like the limited, weren't they? The limited styles.
yeah.
When the 250 in the
LTD
same frame.
450 and all that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So the 250 was in the same frame, weren't it?
I don't know, mate.
Yeah, it's
I
the
don't know.
same frame.
Yep.
Yeah, they had the same frame and running gear.
Okay, now you're giving me too many ideas.
Hey, Dave's brought up an SR 500. Beautiful, mate. I love the SR 500. There we go. See, the Suzuki version of that was the GS 250T. Remember?
You see, I like that, but I don't like the seat.
No, the trouble is with that engine, that was just shit. That was an XS 250 lump.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful one to ride. I actually got 65 miles an hour going downhill on the motorway, towed by a truck in that. 65 on the clock. 65.
After the 250. Did you have 125s past you?
It's the way it's geared. It's just not geared for anything other than cruising around.
It's not geared for anything other than following trucks.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Flower pot exhausts I had on mine as well.
Yeah, it's just amazing, isn't it? How things have moved on. Look at all the limited, because I mean the limited bikes, of course, never quite as popular as your standard road going versions. I mean, you had the, say for instance, the GS 550, you had the GS 550 limited, you had the GS 750, then the GS. I think the GS, yeah, they made. I mean, I had an American style import actually, the GS 850, which was a standard GS 850 GN, but Americanized, so it had the proper king queen seat on it with the ape hangers and all that shit, you know.
The GS 550 American version.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's the same frame and engine.
Yeah. See, that was a nice looking bike, mate. I don't care what anybody's. That is a nice looking bike.
I like that.
Yeah.
And I actually prefer those style of wheels to the Stoke wheels.
Yeah. All right, if you like Satan.
Yeah. in comparison to the standard GS, now I had 3 of those.
I love Stoke wheels.
See,
GS
I'd
550,
rather
mate.
have a standard GS. I'd have a standard GS.
Yeah, I'm saying.
I'll tell you what, lovely bikes, them little GS 550s. They really were. I never had a 750, but I had the 850. I never had the 1000 either. Never had the
GS 850 was a cracking bike.
It was a heavy, big old, lovely, big, beautiful bike.
Even the 550 was a heavy old fucking lump. But then they were built out of cast iron back then, weren't they? They weren't like aluminium and fucking.
But the 850 was fucking a horrendous sized bike for any bike really. It was actually physically bigger than the GS 1000, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it had a bigger petrol tank on. And all that, didn't it?
Bloody great seat. I remember. Yeah, bloody great seat on it as well.
Yeah, a fucking park bench for a seat.
Yeah. My mate has still got one. It's got a beautiful one, Dougie.
CM200 that had the Bentley engine.
That's right.
Yeah.
Did it?
Oh God! Oh my! That would have been like a yawn.
The Honda Bentley.
Yeah, that was a 175 or 200, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Honda Bentley. I remember the Honda Bentley standing out. The Honda Bentley stood out because it had the enclosed chain.
Yeah, they used to have the Honda Bentley automatic as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Bloody things.
Yeah, the Bentleys were crap.
They were gutless piles of shit.
Yeah, totally.
They were totally fucking gutless.
Oh bloody hell! They're pig ugly as well.
Yeah, fucking ugly and gutless.
Yeah, no, the one I'm thinking of is the one in the top left-hand corner, Dave. The one in the top left-hand corner. That's more like the Bentley. I'm sure that's the Bentley that I knew. No, that's not. What the fuck is that?
That's a CD. CD something.
CD 175.
No, there you go, Dave. The one in the middle, next to the Haynes. Next to the Haynes manual in the middle, on the right-hand side slightly. There. Tick on that. That's the Bentley. That's the Bentley I remember.
You know what got me is they were normally brown.
Yeah. That's the 200.
That is the
200. 200 Bentley.
Yeah.
Why? It must have been the colour. I mean, that's 1980, and they're still painting it brown.
Yeah, I know. Most of them Bentleys were in brown.
Yeah, you say it don't look too bad. Your bike could beat it.
That doesn't surprise me.
Couldn't pull a skin off a fucking rice pudding without.
I was going to say, is that before or after that hits the telegraph pole?
Yeah. So always, to be honest with you, I think it's a lovely, beautiful bike to own, but I always found the 404 totally gutless. I couldn't believe a 4-cylinder bike could be so gutless, to be honest with you. There's a 400 Honda.
I love the 404. But I love the 404 for its looks.
Yeah, it's a looks, mate. That exhaust system, that header system is brilliant.
If you look at it, and the heritage of it, it was actually an introduction into the British market as a 4-cylinder motorcycle.
That's right.
Yeah. Lovely bike.
Then in the early, late 70s, early 80s, they came out with the 754.
Yeah.
And
I had the 750 K2, which was a 1974. Look at that. It's a lovely looking bike, isn't it?
Mine was like that. Mine was burgundy.
Yeah, I had a yellow and a red one.
Absolutely beautiful things.
Yeah, the burgundy one was the best looking one, I think.
No, it's not wearing that one.
That's the silver wing, isn't it?
No, that's a CM400, like they're one of them Honda-matic things, wasn't it?
Oh, fucking.
Look at the header system.
Automatic.
Yeah, like Dave, the blue. I don't know if you can bring up the blue one. Look at the header system on there. I mean, a young crash test here. Also, look at that for a beautiful. That's the original, mate.
That's it.
Absolutely fantastic.
Awesome.
That's the 404.
They had a sound all of their own.
They did, mate. It's definitely. Like I say, I weren't super powerful, you know, but the fact is, they were just a lovely bike to own, you know, for what they were, weren't they?
It was my first step into anything bigger, so a 400 was my biggest bike I'd been on at the time. And I tell you what, I mean, I found it, you know, it shifted.
It hit a ton, just, wouldn't it?
But that's it. But you bear in mind, I mean, after that, I went to RD 250s and RD 350 LCs.
Wake up call.
And it was like, oh my God, what was that bag of shit I was riding before, you know?
It's like the NSR 125. That'll hit a ton.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, that's just a 125. It's
Oh,
I had the
MBX used to just hit a ton, but it had been tuned to fuck.
Yeah.
I'll put it this way, right? And I'm not lying at all. When there was a bike that came out, right? I had a, what did I have? I had a 250. I had a 250 Honda. It wasn't the Super Dream. Who's making all that noise? Got a lot of background noise. Can you try muting some people, Dave? Someone's got a lot of background. That's better.
So muted.
Awesome. Somebody's muted. Yeah, who was that? Dave, can you let us know who that was?
That was poor old Jim.
Yeah, it's Jim.
Is it?
I've muted Jim, so Jim, you should be able to unmute yourself when you want to say something.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Jim, I couldn't hit. There's a lot of feedback. I might say the same, to be honest with you. I think that's criminal. I think it's criminal. But no, seriously. I can't remember what the fuck I was talking about. Terrible. Come on, Wig. Seriously, sum it up now. What was I talking about?
Yeah.
On the 250.
Bikes that were low CC but did high top speed.
Oh, you was on about your NSR, weren't you, or whatever?
No, I had a particular bike in mind.
Honda had the NSR. Sounds like you had the KR1.
Right. I remember what it was.
The X7 and the RG.
Well, I had the MBX 125 Honda.
Do you know a bike that blew me away? Right, and when I say blew me away, I didn't have one. My mate had one. He bought a brand new RD 125 LC. Right, they're most 250s in them days. Of course, you had the RD 250s, but take the two strokes out of it. Any four-stroke 250, right? Its nemesis was half the size, and it was the RD 125 LC, right? Because believe you me, and probably quicker than all the others, mate. I remember my mate, and he was properly clocked at over a ton on his 125. That was unheard of in our day, mate. And we hated the things.
And then,
we hated those things.
And then they come out with the Kajiva SST 125, was it? Or the
wasn't it?
That fucking and like that would do 110 in like fifth gear, and then you had another gear or two to go.
That's it.
And
they
decided it was so powerful you had to have a full license to ride it.
Yeah, something like it. Because Kawasaki had the 125s at the time. Kawasaki had the AR 125. I think there was the MT 125, MB 125. Sorry, the MT was a trial version. The MB was the road version.
MB was the road version.
And there was the RG 125 Suzuki, weren't
they? Suzuki had the RG 125.
Yeah, Christ alive.
Yeah, it was a Kajiva Mito.
Yeah. Oh, Christ.
Yeah, there was on eBay some time back, there was a Kajiva 125 that had a 400 engine slapped in it. And it was still registered as a 125.
Yeah.
So imagine getting pulled on that.
Dave, can you pull up the Kajiva Mito? Because they actually designed it to look like the Ducati 9.
I was going to say it was Ducati. It was designed to look like the the old style
I'm pretty sure
Ducati.
it's Carl Fogarty 916. That's why they built it.
And have you got spelling for that?
GT250B, yeah. My uncle had one of those, lovely, like the old Suzuki Hustler. RD125, that was one bloody quick. I think that's probably the 125 LC that was the quickest one. I think the nicest looking one, possibly. I don't know. Stan Stevens was a man for tuning anything two-stroke, wasn't he?
Yes.
He was. Stan Stevens was the man.
Yeah. Stan Stevens, yeah. Fucking hell. Well, you had Red Rocket at Snetterton.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
That's it.
Yeah.
If you're anybody, you stuck Boyson reeds in your two-stroke, didn't you? Boyson reeds.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, all speed cans on it, and Boyson reeds.
Yeah.
Done that to the X7, and I'll tell you what, that's one of the most scariest fucking bikes I've ever rid.
One of the most fun, though.
Oh yeah, you're laying over the tank and the headlight just to keep the front wheel on the ground when it hits the power band. Fuck me.
Yeah, I know. Crazy things, weren't they?
Two's up. There's no way you keep that front wheel down.
Yeah,
you had to brake the back brake all the time. Huh?
And you look at them skinny little tyres.
Dave wants to know how to spell Cagiva, and it's Cagiva.
Cagiva.
Yeah, and I've got a picture of it up here. It's supposed to be a 125, and it looks the dog's bother. Exactly like you say. It looks total Ducati 916 lookalike.
Yeah, well, Cagiva at the time, Cagiva was actually owned by Ducati.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
There we go.
Cagiva Mito. I had a mate. He used to work in Bowers in Bury. Ethel the Frog, his name was. And he actually took one out on a road test, and he was pootling along, kicked it into sixth gear, looked down, he was doing over 110 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't even know he was doing it. And that was a 125 two-stroke.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Well, that is a beautiful looking bike, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, I think it's a nice looking bike. I did look at to see how much they were to buy nowadays.
You'll be lucky if you get one now, mate, because they only made them for about 2-3 years, I think. They didn't make that many of them.
Yeah.
And they're like fucking hen's teeth to get hold of.
It's one of those bikes you buy and you look after and you keep hold of, and it'll only go up in value.
Keep it locked away, mate, because it's only going to go up. Because they are so fucking rare.
Yeah, only the trouble was with the low capacity two strokes is the head change you have to do every 6 bloody months.
Yeah.
Hey?
The head change you have to do every 6 months.
Really?
You have to basically take the head off, change the gaskets, change the piston, and slap it back on again.
I was going to say that looks like it's got XPR wheels on it.
That's my old MBX.
MBX.
Yeah, it's my old MBX. My actual bike. I tell you what, for a 125, I bloody love that. I mean, I was 17 at the time, 18.
Yeah. Was that actually your bike? Was it?
Yes, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, nicely done, mate. Yeah, they were so popular at the time, mate. I mean, it's like just stepping back into yesterday, really, isn't it? Looking at it.
Yeah, it was bloody quick.
So many of them on the road, mate.
And now, do you know that particular bike? You know where it is now?
No.
Spilsby, just down the road from me.
Is it really? They're still going, yeah? Still going.
I couldn't believe it. It was a Spilsby bike night one night, and I was there. I'm like, holy shit, that's my old bike. I don't believe this. Do you know what I mean?
I know.
Yeah.
I know. That's funny if we can remember all our old registration numbers. I don't, but if you're bringing them up on the the government site, just to say if you're checking your MOT on tax, I wonder how many would still survive.
Oh God, yeah.
Be interesting, wouldn't it?
I do. You see, that one's in Spilsby, and I managed to find my old CB100N.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, that was like 18 miles away from where I used to live when I had it, so it hadn't gone far.
No. Is that one you bought for your missus?
Yeah.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that was still going after all them years. So just goes to show, doesn't it? Really.
It does. It's interesting, isn't it? I think the last time I'd done one, that's my old GPZ 1100 that I had back in 1992. That's an 81 model. It was a B1 or B2. Can't remember. And it's still surviving, but it's been resprayed green. Oh, it's now green rather than the red. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was the one I imported. I imported for a guy that came in from Italy, that bike, because I used to like importing the bikes rather than actually buying them in this country. And that was, that was quite cool, yeah. But yeah, so unfortunately, a Kawasaki green, but that's just a shame it's not the original colour it was produced in, you know, to be honest. But there you go.
There you go then.
So I've said this before, and this is the one thing I'm quite envious about you gents. You
What's that,
What's getting in the way again? You've been able to experience when I was young. My only ever bike that I got to have a go at. I was 17, 18, and it was next door's little Honda 50cc monkey bike. Because she was going on the way on holiday and asked me to keep it running, and I wrote it off in 2 weeks.
You wrong bastard.
I literally on the second week I stuffed it into the back of a bloody Lancia. But, you know, patches.
You monkey, Peter.
Huh?
You monkey.
Yeah. Well, I was a little bit of a baby, you know.
Trophy 900.
That's your old one, isn't it, Dave? Oh, he can't answer, can he? He's not on the.
No.
Yeah, pretty sure that's Dave's old one.
Yeah,
It's a Trophy 900, isn't it?
my old 900. It started off not very good. It started off like that. No fairings, nothing. You can see my old GPZ 305 in the back drive there.
Belt drive.
In the back drive, in the background.
Yeah, belt drive.
Yeah, belt drive, yeah.
Yeah.
But the guy who had this before me, before the guy who had it before me, just took all this off and just put whatever those headlights are supposed to be on there. But I went down to Wales and I got the complete fairing kit, headlights, mirrors, everything that I needed to put this back to stock, including these, for £100.
100 quid, that went bad.
Dave,
Did
you find that a top heavy bike? Because a lot of people say they're top heavy. Them old Triumphs.
Yeah, well,
all fucking Triumphs are.
Yeah.
It may have been the only struggle I had, and this is where I first started to get the struggle, was being able to lift my head up to be able to see properly going far.
Yeah, if you remember, Stinky bought the Triton version, didn't he?
Yeah.
And you know, I know that's a heavy bike because I test rode one and I was like, bloody hell, fire! You know, it's heavy and it's very top heavy, like you say.
Yeah.
Once you move, it's fine, isn't it?
I've just realised that bike's got 2 sets of mirrors on.
That's because I'm in the middle of doing the changeover.
Let's be honest, Dave the mod. He was a fucking mod. There's no two ways about it. Right. He just want to imagine the Lambrettas just parked up the road there. That's all he wanted to do, right? Just say Stitch. What's it? She said she had a 125 Kajiva, right? What model was it?
Where there.
Gordon Sand Boomerang Comstar wheels. They were popular at that time, weren't they? The Comstars. And also, Skeggy, have you got any pictures of your 404?
I don't know. Quite honest, I did have one.
Well, I haven't. I don't think I've got any pictures of my Hondas. I've not even got a picture of my FJ 1200, which pisses me off. To be honest with you, in fact, I haven't got pictures of most of my bikes. Really, it's a shame. You buy them, you ride them for 2 years, don't take a picture, and then sell it. And you think to yourself, do you know what? I never took a picture of that.
Yeah,
you know?
Straight, isn't it?
Honestly, that's a bloody shame, really, to be honest.
I think I've only got literally, I think, about 3 or 4 pictures of my first bike, which wasn't that long ago, and it wasn't the most impressive bike either. But I loved it. I loved it to bits. I outgrew it very quickly, though, I must admit.
Hold on. Yeah, sorry, Peter. Whose picture was that?
Yeah, go back to that.
David Hall.
No, that's Dave now. That's Dave's wife, isn't it? Am I right in saying, Dave? He didn't say nothing there, is he?
Yeah, that's right.
That's your wife. That's your wife now. Is that a recent picture then, Dave? Yeah.
That one was 2012, but
What's occurring?
Yeah, it's still going.
I don't know what you're laughing at, Carl. What are you laughing at? Not funny.
I don't know what's occurring.
That's Dave. That's Dave's bike.
Everything's moving around.
That's Dave's bike and his wife. You can't laugh at Dave's bike and his wife.
Haven't seen a woman in years since he's been in.
Stitches.
My PC's not keeping up.
That's not a CM125. That's not a bloody Kajuva, is it? CM125. No, so I'm just reading what Stitches put up here. I'll put a link in the comments to the Model I Road. 125 Kajuva. What was it?
I've got no link.
I've just realised I've been telling everybody all these years I had a CB4 404 and it was a 454.
No, was that really?
Yeah.
454.
Yeah.
That makes all the difference.
Yeah.
Because I had Tasha Garrett, who's one of her crew. I bought her dad's 404 years and years and years ago. Probably the old. That was a yellow one he had, and he also. I'm sure he possibly sold me the red one as well. Might have done, I don't know. I know two 404 Hondas in my garden, both of which ran and made cam chain noises and all sorts of shit. What the hell was that?
Squeaky door, mate. Squeaky door, that.
Squeaky door. Thought Suffolk Andy had come back with a bottle of ghosts.
Yeah, I've got a picture of me 454, but it's not a very big
454, never heard of it. 454, what the hell is that? No, I
554.
Yeah, not 454.
CB450.
Yeah, was that a twin or four cylinder?
Well, I always remember. It's funny. I always remembered it as being I'm beginning to wonder if I owned a 404 and a 454 because.
Yeah, but sure, I remember
or a 450.
The 450 was a twin.
Yeah, I think it was.
I remember the 450 being a twin. Yeah,
I'm saying I definitely had the 404 because I traded it in for a 754.
Yeah, but the 450 was the 450 was definitely a twin.
The 550, the 550 was the 554, wasn't it? And the 450 was a twin.
Yeah. So what's a Kajuva SXT then? What's that? Dave, bring up a Kajuva SXT. I want to see what this one's like. What is it? I'm trying to think who sold Kajuvas in Ipswich. I think
the comment under that from Stitch is about the CM125. Apparently,
all right. Is that what it is? Is that what it is? That thing? So it's a little trail bike, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Little dirt bike.
Looks like it could be a lot of fun.
TS with the exhaust on the opposite side.
They do, doesn't it? That's different, isn't it?
XL. I look like an XL.
Yeah.
They look like that,
obviously, being a Kajuva, it's obviously two strokes. They didn't really make a lot of four strokes, did they, Kajuvas?
Not until I built the Elephant.
I was going to say. All right, just interested to see what it was. Huh?
Dave, I'm going to jump off for a minute because I need to take some painkillers, buddy.
Okay, no problem. I'll catch you later, buddy.
Not in a good way at the moment. Battered and bruised.
Oh, no.
Thanks for coming on, and you're welcome anytime, mate.
Oh, Jim, you actually call it at night, are you? Yeah, all right, Jim. I'll still be here probably. That's if Dave's still going to be awake.
No. I'll be back a little bit later. I just need to take some painkillers because obviously, well, you know the fucking score.
Yeah.
But I'll be back in about half hour or so when I start kicking in.
All right, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah.
No worries, Jim.
Okay, good.
Who's here? Right, okay. Skeggy fucktard. I've only just realised you got fucktard on there.
I just somehow got kicked off then somehow, and it just went right back. So I don't know why. I thought, oh fuck it, while I'm changing it.
Yeah, too right, mate. Yeah.
That was hitting the wrong button. I was trying to clear your share screen.
Oh right.
And
So
it kicked the share screen and you. Sorry about that.
I don't know what Stitch is on about. I didn't live in Ipswich when I was a kid.
No,
How does that change the fact that you own a Kajiva? I'm not being funny, right? I mean, I didn't live in Ipswich when I was a kid, so that meant I couldn't have a Kajiva. Right?
Fairly certain one of these guys made a comment about being in Ipswich when that was put up, but I can't remember what it was.
Don't try and bullshit around.
Yeah, it's strange that because my mate had a Kajiva 125 and he never lived in Ipswich.
I know. Well, I never had a Kajiva 125, and I've lived in Ipswich all my life.
So there you go. It's got nothing to do with it.
No.
And I've got a friend who's never lived in Ipswich and never had a Kajiva. Full stop.
Oh, fucking hell, that's a bit weird, Dobby, isn't it?
Actually, I've lived in Ipswich all my life. I haven't actually. I've actually moved away from Ipswich a couple of 3 or 4 times, so that's a lie. So did I have a Kajiva when I was in Saxmundham? No. Did I have a Kajiva when I was in Felixstowe? No. Did I have a Kajiva when I was anywhere else in this country? No. Right, so what difference does that make?
You're not looking at this when you're doing when you're saying that. You're looking down. That means you've got to be lying. I reckon you have had.
No, I haven't. No.
He's going to
worried about the fact.
I bet delete that one.
He's just worried about the fact that he knows for a damn fact when he sees Stitch next, he's going to get a dead arm.
Just post that one, Dave. The one at the bottom, please. I know what you're going to do.
I have done already. And
what's that one? No, I just see that one because you said Ipswich sells Kajiva. Stupid head. Well, I'll tell you what. Right now, Kajivas. I'm trying to. In Ipswich, right, we had, I don't know about you lads, but in Ipswich we had Orwell motorcycles, which used to be Dave Pickers. We had Chris Revitt, which had Revitt's motorcycles, right? We also had Eddie Caudle, that was a smaller shop down Bramford Road. Yeah, Eddie Caudle Motors used to sell MZs mainly and Kajivas that were badged Harley Davidsons. They were badged Harley Davidson 2-strokes, right? Let me think. The squeaky fucking door, right? And then Orwells used to handle Suzuki mainly, and Suzuki and Honda, I think. No, they weren't Suzuki. Chris Revitts were mainly Honda and Triumph and freewheelers, right? And then let me think. Stag Motorcycles was the Kawasaki dealer in Ipswich. Right, I think I've just about covered it.
I'm sorry, but I've just seen a very tasty MZ, the MZ 1000.
MZ 1000? Where?
Yeah, I believe it's the orange one, about middle road.
One,
yeah, that's they did a full. Yeah, I'll agree that one's not as nice, but they did
put together with a Meccano kit.
They did They did a better fairing one. They did more fairing on one of them.
See, that's a proper MZ with a stupid, ugly-looking engine. But I'll tell you what, them things they never stop.
I always used to think that they had an overheating problem, and that's why they had so many huge, whacking, great big fins on them.
When people who like MZs also tend to like CZs.
Yeah, CZs. Yeah.
And I always think to myself, why, when there are so many beautiful bikes out there, do you like the ugly duckling?
I don't know what that awful blue. Oh. Yay! Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I suppose that's one way of getting banned.
Yeah. Yeah. Now then, they're a better looking bike because they're a CZ dirt bike.
Yeah.
I was going to say that's not bad.
Yeah, the CZ dirt bikes they're a bit like the old Usas or Ossa or whichever way you want to call it, OZZA. I'm trying to think of the other one they used to be called, the old dirt bikes or scramblers as I called them.
You had You had
Was
the
it Cotton?
CZs. You had the CZs. You had the MZs. Fucking hell. You used to have Greaves, but that's the motocross bike. That was.
Yeah.
No, company made in Essex. They were Essex based company.
Greaves is still made in Scotland.
Yeah, they used to make it. Greaves was an Essex company, actually.
Yeah, I say they're still made in Scotland.
No, they really.
Was it Cotton? Yeah. Was the bike company you thinking about Cotton?
Couldn't tell you.
No?
No,
Okay.
never heard of it. Never heard of it. No.
Not only Cotton.
I think I've heard the name mentioned before. Yeah, I can't remember anything.
I tell you what, Dave.
Distinguishable about it.
You want to look at a big ugly bike? Look at the Mammoth Munch.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Really?
Can you remember them?
Yeah. Well,
I have no idea what you're talking about, but the name says it all, doesn't it?
They was built literally to break the straight line speed record.
Hey, tell you what, Skeggy, right, between us, if we can mention a bike that you don't think that somebody else has actually ever seen before, right? Look at the piece of shit that was, man.
Bloody hell.
You know, you couldn't believe anything it could be produced so ugly, could you, to be honest?
Yeah.
Look at the state of it.
What about if I go through my top trumps?
Yeah.
If I go through my top trumps and discover what we've got available, shall I?
Yeah.
See what you can find.
See how many I actually recognise.
Let's have a look. We see. We go through the. What about the Hercules 2000?
Yeah.
Hercules 2000. Can you remember them?
Oh, Jesus Christ, mate. Yeah. Hold on. That's a boxer engine, isn't it?
That's a rotary engine.
Oh,
mate.
it's a rotary. It's a Wankel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is, I remember that now, yeah.
Yeah, it's transverse mounted though, isn't it?
Fucking great thing like that. 294cc.
Yeah. I know, crazy. Can you, I'll tell you what, just for Peter, and I don't know if Peter, I'll do a bit of a test for Peter here. Can you bring up a Suzuki RE5, please? You'll know this one, but don't mention anything about it, lads, if you know anything about it. This is one for Peter and Crash Test. Because everybody else will know what they are, but Suzuki RE5.
Crash seems very much screwed on with bikes, whereas
I was
I'm not.
going to say he'll know what an RE is.
I don't think he will. Not an RE5. Dave will, if he can bring it up for us.
Yeah, you see, David's dad was a riding instructor, so and he's got a fair old few bikes.
Right, Peter and Crash Test. Have you ever seen this particular model of bike before?
No, and what the hell is that cylinder?
Yes, I have.
Right, can you get a side on, please, Dave? Can you get a side on picture or a picture of the engine more so?
Yep, I've seen them in real life.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, what do you think of that, Peter?
I don't know what to think about it because it's not what I would call conventional.
They had a piece of plastic on the front that tended to go brittle and snap off.
Yeah. So, Crash Test, what do you think? What sort of engine is that, bar?
Oh, blooming heck. At a guess, 500.
No, what type of engine?
Oh, what type? Not a clue.
It says so in the picture.
Can you widen the picture up? Can you get the picture bigger?
It says so on the picture, 500cc rotary.
Yeah.
Oh, Rachel, yeah.
Okay, and I suppose this is what interests me. The actual rotary engine is a fantastic piece of work.
Okay, I'm with you. Yeah, because of the way because of the shape of that bit, the odd bit, that bit there is a different shape. It's that sort of
well, the rotary engine, Peter, is completely different to any other engine, mate. Completely different. It's a fantastic piece of work, but I mean, you remember when Nortons brought down the F1s for the in the 1987-88 racing era, the race of aces, that sort of thing. They used the Norton 588 rotary engine, right? Mm-hmm. And it outpowered anything on the road at the time. Mm-hmm. Anything, the Norton race engine, the rotary engine. It's an incredible design, but it was so unreliable. That was the problem with it.
But didn't they try to
look after them well?
It was too powerful.
too expensive to produce. That was the problem as well.
Mm.
Yeah, they so many complaints about it being too powerful, even the 588. That's a rotary engine, Peter, and how it fires.
Yeah.
All right.
I've seen the thing, what you're showing me before. And I wouldn't recognise one when you showed me a picture of it necessarily, other than just purely by its shape. And the fact it had no fins on the side or anything either.
No, because you got no physical piston.
Can we just bring up Skeggy to see what he's showing?
Yeah.
I cannot see it for the life of me.
Where's Skeggy gone? Where's he gone?
He's run off.
Right.
Can any of you remember that?
Bag of all.
It's a Guzzy.
TS250? No, I can't.
TS250 FD.
My Guzzy. Right, no.
I've only ever seen one. Let me try and
That's
get
a nice looking bike.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. Try and get it focused, but yeah, it's a 231.4 cc. Don't forget the 4, and it's a 2-cylinder, 2-stroke, 5-speed. Yeah, nice looking bike actually.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that holds on to top trumps?
No.
I do have a pack somewhere.
Oh no, I've got those, Dave.
Oh, that one did. Hold on, Dave. I said your top speed was 63. What are you on about?
Yeah, that says top speed 125. It says.
What were you riding?
You'll actually do 114. That's my bike right now.
You're doing right, yeah. 125.
Yeah, that's my old bike, and all the details on this old bike are wrong.
Yeah.
It says top speed 130 when it runs 135.
Hey, them top trumps, weren't they produced by, what's his name?
Benny Boy Biker.
Benny Boy Biker, that's it. Yeah, bloody hell, yeah. Jesus Christ. That's it. That's gone back about 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, and we couldn't call them top trumps. We had to call them top tubes.
Top tubes, yeah.
Because we didn't want to break any what do you call it?
Copyrights.
I got 2 packs.
Yeah, that's because you nicked one. I had to pay for mine. Well, actually, we all paid for that.
We all had to pay for them, didn't we?
It's just sounding better.
Yeah.
That's several MZ. Check out engineer. Just see.
Has any of you ever seen a Zundap?
Yeah, bloody things.
No.
Right, bag of shit.
Yeah.
Oh, they're from India then?
Don't know where they come from.
Russia, Poland, Eastern Europe. No, Eastern Europe.
What about the old Euro 650 then?
Yeah, well, you see the Euro. I like the looks.
Yeah, Euro 650 combat.
I would love the idea of one.
Yeah.
But getting around that carburetor problem that nearly all of them have.
Yeah.
There's just something about it, but I do love the looks of them. But bearing in mind, they're designed on the old BMW K48 or whatever it is.
Something like that, weren't they? Yeah.
Obviously, you'd sooner have the BMW that hasn't got the carburetor problem, but you're talking about paying a minimum of $6,000 more.
Yeah.
Right, Dave, just mute us a minute. I'll go have a fag, mate.
Okay. And he's gone. Finally, we can all have something to say.
See, David, and should I say, young David and Aircord would probably have something to chat about there. He's had several MZs. Check out engineer Walter Caden. Oh, I'm assuming that's Caden.
It looks like Caden.
Yeah.
But then again, I can't read properly, so it could be anything.
But to me, there's certain MZs that just look square. Everything seems to be a box and on a box on a box on a box. And then, of course, you've got the modern MZs, and I think to myself, but why would you have a modern MZ when for the same price you could have so-and-so,
Well, yes, that was a problem. The MZ Scorpion 660, that as soon as you get, I believe it's over, is it over 600 or 500? You're in a different tax bracket. You're in the higher tax bracket of motorcycles. So the same amount of tax it costs to insure an MZ 660, you're looking at you can get 1,000.
I don't know, David. I ride a 1900cc. I'm used to paying car tax prices.
Yeah, I'm going off what my dad's told me.
Yeah.
I have to admit, the MZ Scorpion does have a very distinct sound. Sounds very nice with just being a single cylinder. Has a nice thump to it.
Yeah. I do like old engineering where, like it's just carburetors and basic engineering that gets you by.
There's so much more you can learn at taking a carburetor apart than there is with fuel injection.
I mean, even the rotary engines that we're looking at, there's something about the way they work that fascinates me. The way you've got basically a rolling, what would you call it? A spherical triangle? I don't know.
Yeah, basically is.
I dare say there's bound to be a name for that particular shape, which David will probably tell us. Dave.
There is a name for it, but I do not remember offhand.
Tell it. It's called a Mazda triangle. Yeah, but there's something fascinating about the way it works, the way they manage. If only they could make it use more petrol than oil, because they are quite heavy oil users, aren't they?
Yeah.
But there's something fascinating and simplistic about the way it works. Like you say, less moving parts and everything.
But surely over time, due to the fact it's running on, from what I can see, cogs, surely after a time those cogs would need replacing.
They never seem to suffer. Yeah, they never seem to suffer.
No, it's actually the tips.
Yeah, I was
actually the tips of the actual triangles that the bits that wear out.
Sorry, somebody say tits.
Tips.
Tips. Sorry, you piqued my interest for a minute.
I was going to say I was presuming it was sort of acted as if of a chain drive type thing, where after a while it wears out and you need to replace.
Well, I suppose anything will wear out eventually. I suppose it depends on how hard and how solid they are in their makeup in the first place, doesn't it?
This is it.
Well, it looks here the tips are a different metal than the rest of it, so that would be a harder or reinforced.
They're like a titanium bar on a spring.
Yeah, and those probably can slide out and a new set slip back in.
Yes. To create a perfect seal. So they work no different than a piston ring.
Yeah.
But
I must admit, you watch something like that, you watch one of those diagrams, for example, and you can actually get mesmerized by watching this thing going around and actually trying to work out how it's actually letting everything in and out as it's doing.
When you look at this, the last thing on my thought would be, would these little bars here be wearing out any sooner than anything else that's in here?
Probably not, timing chain, etc. I think actually, David, the bottom comment from My Store Crookie Fighty is what you're looking for the triangle.
That's the one. As soon as I see it,
I'm not even going to attempt to say that.
I'm assuming it's something like a rouleau. Rouleau triangle.
Roulux or...
No, it's going to be a silent X in it for a guess, so it's rouleau.
Rouleau triangle.
Or something like that. Was it a French guy that invented it
then? Excellent.
Yeah, I must admit, the fascination of the way the rotary engine works but they do use a lot of oil compared to. I mean, they don't use loads and loads of oil, but compared to what you're used to, your ordinary car engine, possibly never using actual oil unless your rings have blown. They will use oil. There you go.
So,
I mean, it's a very clever idea when you think about it.
Mm.
You know.
okay, Jim's back. Hold on.
And everybody kept on saying that the Earth is round, and it's not, and it's an oblong spheroid.
It's triangular.
It's a turtle. We're all on back of a turtle.
Hey guys.
Hi, Jim. You all right, mate?
Yeah.
Hope you've got some interesting information to bring for us, Jim.
Right. It's called the Riolu.
Riolu.
There we go. Finally got someone who can actually say it.
Right. It's Riolu triangle. And the main problem with them was the blades on the drum would wear out in 3,000 to 4,000 miles.
Yeah.
That's why they were so prone to using oil. The beauty of the rotary engine was the fact that it only had one main shaft to drive everything. That's why it was spin up a lot quicker, because
Less
1 million
drag.
part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know they're quite high revving and everything, aren't they? You know, they're bloody.
Yeah, they rev to about 18,000 revs.
Yeah. They're amazing, like I say, amazing piece of kit.
I mean, you look at the one they put in Mazda
In the RX-7.
and they actually put an Alford turbo in one. Why the hell you need a turbo in a rotary engine? I've
I've
never
no
known
idea. No, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
But
I mean, you may as well have a blower.
It's because it says turbo.
Yeah,
Remember,
but
you get turbo shampoo. You think, where the hell are you getting the turbo?
Yeah,
it was Carl Fogarty and Dave. What's his name? I can't remember his fucking surname. But they raced him at the TT.
yeah. 2 minutes, Dave. I'm going to say fag time, piss time.
It's I can't remember his bloody surname, but they tried to actually get them banned because they were blowing everything else away. They were like a half a lap ahead of everybody else. But,
Yeah, so I'm sure they would be. They were trying to ban them.
I remember watching them racing on the British tracks.
British Superbikes. Yeah,
Superbikes.
That was Carl Fogarty and Jamie Whittam.
Yeah, that's right. They're fantastic. Yeah. I love them.
JPS Norton F1.
Oh, I see the pussy.
And
I was going to say, pussy on the screen.
A company has actually just started remaking them using the GSXR engine. They've started remaking them, using the running gear and that off GSXR.
That's like, running on.
My says, slap a turbo crash on a dead cat.
But yes, very clever bit of engineering.
Put a turbo badge on her and I'll flog it to you. There you go.
I was going to say, if you're selling your right shoulder, I'll take that.
No, you don't want my right shoulder. You don't want my left shoulder. You don't want any of my joints, I promise you.
You can have me left shoulder.
No, you don't want any of mine either.
I'm only young and I'm already in need of a new body.
Oh,
worn out.
Listen to him now, bless your heart.
So something that happens when your body meets the car bonnet.
Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, bless you.
Yeah.
Carbon, it gives a bit, but it always wins.
Well, it wasn't so much that it was when I got knocked off. I rolled up the car bonnet, up the windscreen, and then launched straight and landed flat to my back.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
Yeah, it wasn't
That's going to hurt.
It was a Sinis Terrain 125. I'd owned it brand new for a week. It had just come up to 500 miles on it. and it got written off, I was absolutely gutted.
I assume you
I can
had.
beat that one. I can beat that one. I had a brand new Triumph Bonneville 865 New Church limited edition. It was 2 weeks old, and it just reached 999 miles, and a nice Polish geezer decided he wanted my lane on the roundabout. So he comes straight across the front of me. 2 weeks old, got written.
That's not fun. No.
Nah.
Not fun at all.
Tell me about the other day, wasn't it, Jim?
Hey?
That was what you were telling me about the other day, about that little come together.
Yes.
Yeah,
it left me unable to work for 4 years and blah blah blah. But there you go.
Yeah, I was, well, with all my little incidents I've had, I've always managed to be very lucky and walk away completely unscathed. The worst I did was took a little bit of skin off my knee.
What you will learn as you get older, when you get older, you don't bounce so well.
Yeah, I do agree that.
I remember my instructor when I first started. He says, when you come off bikes, you don't bounce, you wear things away. So you always wear gear. I assume you're wearing good gear?
Take that as a no.
That's a no.
I was going to say, when the car hit me, I was wearing 2 pairs of jeans, a motorcycle, my top half was dressed up, proper gear.
Well, that's where I was going, you see. I was going along
He was riding naked.
Yeah, just give me a minute. I'm going to wipe my testicles on your windscreen.
I was going along the bit where you at least got back protection in your jacket.
No, when the car hit me, I had this leather jacket on right here. So
that's a kind of leather jacket I used to ride with when
no protection whatsoever.
But being men in our day, we only wore 1 pair of jeans. We didn't wear 2.
No. From that, David, it all depends if it were raining, in which case you put your work jeans on the top of them, which kept them waterproof because they were covered in oil.
Oil.
Even now, if I'm at work and it started to rain, I will get on the bike and I'll ride here. And don't change.
Now, the reason I wore 2 pairs of jeans was because one, I was doing bricklaying at college, so one was the top layer was dirty pair, and I believe I was going somewhere afterwards. But moral of the story was not to wear 2 pairs of jeans, but yes, a nice blonde nurse watched as I cut every single piece of my clothing off, except for my underwear.
Yeah.
Not fun.
Nothing like it, is there? There's nothing like it.
It wouldn't be so bad, but I was strapped down to the bed, including my head.
Oh, happy days. Fucking hell. Nice blonde nurse. Watch you strap off. Fucking hell. Strapped to the bed. Fucking hell. People pay good money for that fucker.
You were getting it for free, you lucky bugger.
Yeah. Knowing his looks, he was about 50.
No, the nurse that told me that she was there because due to being strapped to the bed, I couldn't look up. She said, "Don't worry, I'm taken, but the blonde nurse at the end of your bed isn't." I was like, I tapped my head quickly so I could take a look.
Did you have what I had? Because when I ended up in hospital, I had a Jack Daniels t-shirt on, and instead of calling me by my name, they just referred to me as Jack.
No,
after about a month, I literally says, "Why do you keep calling me Jack?" And they said, "Oh, it's because when you came in, you had a Jack Daniels t-shirt in, so you got nicknamed Jack." And I was like, "Oh,
no." I had a Skull t-shirt on, but I have to admit, I did love the ambulance people because they, on the way to Pilgrim, they turned around to me and said, "Is there any gear that we can get off you that you don't want cutting off?" that won't hurt you to take it off. I said, for God's sake, get my leather jacket off me and my steel toe cap boots.
Yeah.
I said I'll refuse to have that cut off.
Absolutely.
So
Count yourself lucky.
That's why it's still in one piece.
The wanker that I had in the ambulance that I had come out to me, he turned around, first thing he's done was give me a lecture on a biker down course. Have I ever thought about doing one? I'm like, hang on a minute. He hit me.
He'd have been getting an headbutt.
I told him to fuck off.
I was going.
He was like, no, fuck off.
The last accident I had was the most annoying one because the people that you call for the ambulance, they were quizzing the people that were around me about me having COVID-19, and they didn't ask anything about the sort of the severity of my injuries. They just
like you're breathing.
Yeah. I think the best they did was, is he conscious? I was sat there with my helmet to my back so I could sit up straight, having a vape when the ambulance people turned up, and a woman to the right of me turned around and said, "You might want to put that away. That might not impress him too much." I was sat there like, do I look bothered? It's helping the nerves.
I'm gonna say it helps you chill out a bit. So
yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Anything that helps me chill out, I do. It's part of the fun and games of being.
So that's you that's got an habit of crashing. Carl that's got an habit of crashing.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Last crash I had was in 2014.
Yeah, I know, but I've never known anybody break the foot pegs when they have an accident.
Mine got snapped off.
I didn't break the foot pegs. I dropped it on its side.
Yeah, I snapped mine clear off sliding across the junction.
That's the only thing that broke off my ZZR was a foot peg.
Yeah.
Which ZZR was that, the 1200 or the 11?
1200.
How did you find your ZZR? Because when my dad had his 1100, he said after a while he found it very tiring to ride.
No,
yeah, Weggy finds it tiring all the way home.
That was a ZX12. That was a ZX12. That one. The ZZR11 was brilliant, mate. It was a fantastic bike. It was. I prefer, in a lot of ways, I preferred the 11 to the 1200.
Was that the blue one, Weggy?
No, that's the red one I had. Do you remember the red one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the exact same colour as my dad's. Only difference was the front end was pink because the sun fade.
Yeah, no, this was absolutely mint, mate. I mean, it was a fantastic bike. And it looked better than the ZZR 1200 for a start. It's a heavy bike, but I mean, it held the fastest bike mantle for 5 years for that particular reason. It was an incredible bike at the time, and still a fantastic bike to own if you can find a nice one for about $2,000, $2,500.
I was looking at the ZZR 600s.
Yeah.
Because I quite liked them, but then realised you can't get a restrictor kit for your A2 license. So I was like, well, that's going to have to wait until I'm 21.
Yeah, you can.
Can? Oh, okay. Yeah. News to me. I have to have a look into that.
Yeah. See, the ZZR, the thing is about the ZZR 600. I mean, like the 11.
A hobgoblin.
Any drinks?
No,
I'm jealous now.
Like the 1100 was the fastest bike in the world. The ZZR 600 was the fastest 600 with a proper top speed of 150 mile an hour. Incredible bike. Incredible bike, the ZZR 600.
Before that, it was the GPX 600.
It was. That was a fantastic bike as well.
GPX 600R was the quickest 600 on the road until they came out with the baby blade.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will be back in just a minute. I'm just going to go grab a drink. Mouth's feeling a bit dry.
So
back in a sec.
Fill your boots, mate.
It's like the ZZR was. Don't get me wrong, the ZZR 1200 was a lovely bike, and I loved having it. But in many ways, and I've told other people that I actually preferred the ZZR 11. To be honest with
What is that?
Wonderful.
Great.
Well, I'm back on the old Peaky Blinders.
You seem to have took a bit of a liking to that, Weggy.
Oh, mate, I love it. It's a lovely job.
Peaky
Yeah,
Blinders.
I've just realised. Wasn't Skeggy supposed to send Dobby that fucking
the wig?
pallet?
Yeah,
Mate, it's already sent, I think.
Yeah,
yeah, I'm still waiting for it to turn up, man.
Can I just say, it does say on the letter, please find enclosed the wig as requested and 2 of my stickers. I totally forgot to put the fucking stickers inside the envelope.
So you get me all built up and you get me thinking I've got some stickers to put on my bike.
No,
And
there's 2 stickers coming your way. Don't worry about it.
that means I've got about things on now, doesn't it?
Are they still the same stickers then, Skeggy?
Yes, mate.
Still the same ones, yeah. Yeah.
Still the Mark IIs.
I've still got the all my stickers up on my sticker board, mate.
Yeah, the Mark. There's not many people got the Mark 1, which is that one.
No, I haven't.
You can see that. Where are we? That one.
No, I haven't got that one. I got the Mark II.
Yeah, the Mark II is where the fuck's the Mark II? This is a good one.
I've seen your sticker board. I can understand trying to find them.
Where are we? Is this one?
Skeggy.
Yes.
I know the lads. I know the sort of board of lads here, but I'm going through some of the subscriptions that we've had for many years on YouTube, right? Do you know it's amazing how many people have disappeared?
Oh God, yeah.
Seriously, mate.
I've not had any videos come up from just lately. Everything seems to be from like Johnny Cactus and Epcat Harley.
I've seen quite a few videos from Springy.
Yeah. XT Donkey. There you go. He's got an original one. Look, Dave. You've got an original one.
I got the original one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether YouTube is on. Well, I don't think it's unsubscribing from people. Whether it's decided to put people so they're not regular or what, I don't know.
Tell you what, I mean, we obviously know quite a few different people. You remember Quentin Redbeard?
Yeah, Quentin. Yeah. I follow him. He doesn't do videos very often, but
his missus does.
Yeah, well, they quite often.
Try triple Kylie. Kylie. Yeah.
I follow him on Instagram, so you're more likely to get an Instagram post from him.
I'll tell you what. No, seriously. She made a hell of a name for herself. Whoa, Miss Nelly over in Australia. Do you remember?
Oh, right, yeah.
Do you remember her?
Yeah.
She became very popular, and all of a sudden she just disappeared right off the planet, mate.
But you find that regular, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, a lot of people seem to give it a couple of years. They've not made it really, really big in a couple of years. They're not interested.
No.
Yeah, Night Air Cool.
How you going, mate?
Yeah, cool. Where's he gone? I'm going to call it. Oh, great. Brilliant, mate. Good to see you, buddy.
Good night, mate.
And thanks for your input.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time. But yeah, I'm just looking, mate. You know, so many old names. I know these lads. Obviously, this is all related to YouTube people, the bikers. Adrian Nickelodeon. Now, I know for a fact. My stall Cruck and Fight, you'll know him because he's one of the biggest Australian motor vloggers ever, if not the biggest, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, you got Mr. Oz Adventure, Captain Cranky, Too Big Kev, Adrian Nickelodeon, the other one, what's it called? Something Down Under.
That's it. There's something R1, weren't they? The Aussie Biker R1 or whatever it was. I can't remember.
Yeah.
He was meant to be moving over to the UK.
Yeah.
Fucking hillbilly dual sport. Jesus, man. Really? Sorry, I'm at Roadcraft Nottingham. You don't see much from him now, do you?
No, he put one video out this year. First time in ages. I mean, look how dark this sticker is. Look at this one, look.
Yeah. I've just found it.
I don't know. That is.
That's the one I've got. That's my sticker then. I bought me my ZX12R. Wiggy ZX12R sticker. There you go.
So, Ting Biker puts them out occasionally. Freedom Rider puts them out regular.
Yeah.
Volgnet does.
Yeah. Marty does, yeah.
Yeah. Now then, what we got here? Nighthawk? I don't think so.
No, Nighthawk. Who's that lad? There's the other lad in.
Who's that one?
In Australia.
Nighthawk went down when we had this bikers thing and all that crap that went on.
That's
she
right.
She changed her name to something else, and then
that's right.
For a while.
So you got O2 Big Peg, Big Cab. Pom Biker, I don't think he's doing it anymore.
No.
Danny G don't ride anymore because he had an accident.
No, Danny don't. No, I was watching the last ride that we had, I recorded, was me, Danny and Carl coming back from your run.
Yeah. Skunk Darkstone, unfortunately, his hands are really bad. Well, his arthritis is really bad at the moment.
Really?
No, this guy's got editing problems.
Yeah, he's got editing problems. He never ever puts anything up.
No, not very often. Peony, I couldn't tell you because I don't really follow too much nowadays. Fat Cruiser disappeared.
Yeah.
Phil 480 is regular.
Who's that? Who's that? That was the Fat Cruiser. That was the Aussie guy. Yeah, he just disappeared, didn't he?
You got Dylan.
Sorry, lads. I know you're not YouTube. These are all YouTube bikers with their YouTube channels.
Mad Monk doesn't post very often.
You know what? I've just come across Mad Monk, which is obviously Keith.
Yeah.
Right,
Yorkshire Biker was on a fortnight ago, was it?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. AZ Ninja guy.
Yeah, to Biker don't do it very often.
Sport cock action shit. You know that bloke, That's a serious channel. He's based in Germany, this guy. Right, and he's a Geordie. That's as funny as hell. Yeah.
Here we go.
One
of my favourite people just there.
Ah, Johnny Cactus, top man. Yeah, that's Davey. What about? Do you remember this one? Then you'll remember this one, Skeggy. Fat Cruiser, as in PHAT Cruiser. That's the guy, the Aussie, wasn't it?
There you go.
Poor Jim, poor old Jim. He's gone.
Yeah, Jim's up there.
Yeah, Jim. He passed away. Poor old boy.
Rest in peace.
And I've still got his one piece, his onesie. You know the Jim.
Yeah, I'm saying, still got my Becca Coolwear.
Becca Coolwear, mate. I still got it. Yeah.
I see Skeggy's got my Mark 1 as well.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. It's just, I can't believe it. Wyvern Biker, do you remember him?
Yeah. No idea who you're talking about.
No, I haven't, no.
Yeah,
right.
See, Jose KLI used to join us on the Hangouts years ago.
Yeah, no, I know exactly. I'm just looking at my still Crack and Fighting now. He obviously been in Australia. He'll know a lot of these top vloggers, as we know. Bill, Bandit Nev, and all that. And he's also saying he's recently sent, and now Bex88, Bex, who only lives just up the road from here, or just down the road from Skeggy, or just up the road from here, however you want to look at it.
Yeah.
He's sent an email as it says she's good. You will not get a reply. She's completely disappeared, mate.
No.
From YouTube, she's disappeared from everything. Anything social media.
I think the only thing to do is probably I've got a phone number. Probably literally just send her a text asking her if everything's all right. If I did that, I'd probably just get no everything's all right and hope to see you soon or something like that. You know.
Yeah, I know. You see, obviously, my still fucking. Oh, no, I mustn't say that. My still fucking crikey.
Stop swearing.
Shut up, mate. My still Crack and Fighting. He obviously remembers, Keith, of the Wyvern Biker when he went to Australia, and he come back completely strange, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did, didn't he? He come back totally different man.
He come back different. He come back not putting anything up.
No, nothing.
Still waiting to see 1 second of his trip over there.
Yeah,
forgot how to ride.
Yeah, forgot how to ride. Kept throwing himself off.
He came off twice, didn't he? Came off twice. Had his bike stolen twice.
Yeah, well, well, you understand why he got his bike stolen twice when he went over to the colonies where we sent all our.
Yeah.
Hey, is Diana Dawes pissed off for the evening, or is he still knocking around?
Who?
Carl, Rolf.
Diana Dawes. Don't do that. Wait, I'm not being funny, but you can't refer to Carl as Diana Dawes.
I forgot.
I was not going to bring up this dodgy-looking channel called Cole the Dingbat channel. Right?
Maggie, was that in reference to big tits?
Who's that, mate?
In Diana Dawes. So you said Diana Dawes, so I didn't know whether that was a reference to big tits.
I think when Cole's got his hair down and that, he sort of, I suppose he got that. I daren't say anything, really.
You're trying to say he's a big
guess what it is yet?
There you go.
I've got the hair.
Yeah, fucking long-haired Yeti.
Christ alive. Hey, Skeggy, the Sussex biker, McGuire tube. Tosser 23. Sorry, Tosh 23.
Now, I'll tell you what. Tosh is just such a nice guy.
He's a brilliant guy. Funny as hell.
Absolutely brilliant.
Until Weggy mucks his name up.
No, I'm joking. But Tosh, right, we've had. He's such a funny bloke. On many of the hangouts, we just had severe amounts of tears and laughter, didn't we?
Yeah.
Just the fact
there
he
in
was
his
there.
dressing gown.
In his dressing gown, right? With his slippers.
Yeah.
And his missus threatened to kill him in the corner, that sort of stuff. That was just funny.
He didn't realise you could see the whole room.
No.
He thought you could just see him.
It's funny as hell. Baron von Grumble.
Baron von Grumble. I don't watch him anymore.
No, Pinky Doodly.
She moved abroad, didn't she, with Bearded Biker?
No.
Whatever.
Did she?
No,
I thought she did. That's Red Redder.
No, Pinky Doodle moved abroad somewhere with.
She's working in London, and she got married to Bearded Biker.
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought she moved to France or something.
No. She's if you follow her on Facebook, you see that she's still doing a flute playing. She's doing a series of videos of why she didn't want to do IT degree, all sorts. She's still,
that's a matter of reading shit on Facebook. Most of the time on Facebook, I just see who's got anything to do with me and then fuck off again, because it's like, otherwise you get drawn into the shit, don't you?
Yeah, do.
But she's
look on the social network, see what's on there.
Why don't you look on YouTube then? Because she's put the videos up on there.
Yeah,
Have you heard of this thing called YouTube by any chance?
No.
It's a good it's a good you can meet people, you can talk to them, you can have fun online. It's brilliant place.
Why have I got premises?
Why do that?
Why have I got premises 187 on here? What do I want premises? I know premises.
If you like somebody riding through London, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I got obviously I got fucking Bambi 600 Westridge. No, you laugh. We all know these things. Triple Carla tits. LJ the friendly hooligan. Constant Tiger. Captain Rambunctious. Gazatron. Fail Army. Chase Jasper down. Light It Up. Do you remember him? Remember Light It Up 550?
Actually, I quite like Light Up 550 as a person.
Yeah.
You know,
his videos were shit, though, weren't
yeah. But it was.
He always down when he always pissed off. About something and moaning.
There's a few people I used to watch. I don't watch many American vloggers or foreign vloggers. I watch the odd one, but not many.
Von Sauerkraut. These videos are shit.
Never heard of the guy.
Von Sauerkraut. His videos are absolute shit.
Who's he?
Ham spam jam lamb. Remember?
Oh God, yeah.
Fucking hell. Fucking annoying, mate. I tell you.
UK one guy, he only put some rimming jobs on his.
Oh, I know. Mr. Hughesy, Triple Talk, Red Grandy, Wakey.
Mr. Hughes is Dan.
Yeah,
he's been on a couple of my ride outs.
Yeah. Another guy, can't remember his name now. I used to speak to. We've got Road Rage 810. Yeah, over in the States. Wheels Not Hills, obviously, which is Kirsten.
Don't get excited. It's not Kirsten Dunst. It's just Kirsten.
No. Kirsten Kardashian is her name. Suffolk Andy. Anybody? I mean, I stuff again. Rob 69.
Oh, you correct one then this time.
Yeah, that's Rob 64 actually, isn't it? But, and of course, we can't forget. We've got the funny thing is, I've got three on your bike, Bimble, right? Mr. B's brain dump, and I've got a Maggie Bass and Johnny Cactus together with Kaboko and the bike show, and then Boise Swindon.
Now then, you've got on your bike. Have you got Dog Out? Have you got Doghouse Customs on there?
No, I've got another guy here, which is a proper club bloke. It's Dibber in the Wind. Have you ever watched him, Dibber in the Wind?
Yes, Dibber's he's a nice guy.
Yeah,
what you want to do is don't necessarily do away with on your bike, but get Doghouse Customs up.
Yeah,
which is Craig, which is what basically they became. On your bike became known because of Craig.
Yeah, I know.
So
meet that man from Yorkshire.
No, he hasn't put a bloody. He hasn't put a thing up in ages, has he? But then you see, Dave, his name is.
He's going enough. You're going to put photography more now.
Yeah, Dave Hurst.
Occasionally he'll put up something on that. But it was him and Premises and M13 that got me to decide to actually start doing these vlogs.
Well, funny thing is, it was Dave Hurst that was one of my first ones because I watched him put in I think he had a Blue Bandit, didn't he?
I think so.
He did.
And he was putting a bubble screen on it, and I think that was the first video of his I watched.
I'll tell you what. Just going back to Keith, it's a shame we haven't seen Keith because he always brings us some comical entertainment to the hangouts.
Always puts a smile on your face.
Right. Do you remember that? Remember they had to sing that song? I don't know what the hell it was now. That was a challenge. Wasn't it a song challenge? That's the worst I've ever heard anybody sing on a motorcycle, ever. I know it's on here somewhere. But you got the typical. Hold on, what's he done there? That's Danny G. That's well, that's strange. Keith's deleted all his videos.
Hey?
Wyvern Bikers deleted all his videos, mate.
Softly having words.
No, he's as far as I can see, mate, he's deleted every single video.
What's he playing at?
Just check with you.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. Sometimes, if you've not looked at them in a long while, it sort of tells you to check out the channel.
Yeah. No, but I've just.
No, I've got videos coming up, mate.
Have you? What Wyvern?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not.
No, all his videos are coming up right back.
Really? Mine aren't. Mine's coming up with anything that's mentioned by anybody else. So just so say, for instance, I've gone on the Wyvern Biker, right? I've got Wyvern Bikers midweek ride. That's Hepcat Harley. I've got Squires with Wyvern, Danny G. Wyvern Bikers, the Lone Wolf Rider. Then Wyvern Biker Petrol File, Tom Manny. So where the hell has that gone then?
No idea, mate.
Then you got Bambi 600s, Lady Hepcat. No, there's nothing coming up. Nothing coming up at all. Yeah. And the next one is Wyvern Biker video response, which is Wheels Not Heels.
Yeah, I've got them going up to 7 years ago.
Jesus,
I've not got anything for Wyvern Biker coming up actually.
No, I haven't, mate, at all.
It's all by different people.
Skeggy, do me a favour. Just do me a favour, right? Just get one of his videos that he recorded, and just send me the link over on the messenger, will you? Because I can't find any of his videos at all. Seriously.
I tell you what, I'll do better than that. We'll have him in the hangout with us.
We can't because he won't come on now. I don't know why.
No, he will. If David's watching, he will.
No, he came on once. He came on with me and Dave.
Oh no, I've got him now.
Have you?
When you type into YouTube Wyvern Biker, put it all in one word.
Right, okay. Hold on. Right, so I've done that.
And look at this, we've got Calm Biker with hair.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, you're right. That's my mistake then. So I really want to do. I've already subscribed then, so why does it come up like that then?
Where's Dave?
Yeah,
Where's David gone?
He's buggered off.
David.
What's the matter with you?
Share the screen.
your screen.
Just in
My
case
screen.
I have a
Which
problem,
screen?
you know, I need to make a quick emergency manoeuvre, and my arm's just not going to be strong enough to be able to do that. So I've been going to work.
Jesus Christ. That's bloody calm biker. Jesus Christ.
With hair.
Yeah, with hair.
Got a big forehead, isn't he?
That's the
Name?
that's the guy that rode. Cheers for that.
There you go. That was.
Today is the day of the infamously calm ride out.
We need them back, don't we? We need them back. I mean, quite honest. I mean, Richard, Tosh, Wyvern, they all used to bring comedy to these hangouts.
Right, here we go. I'll tell you what. This is just to show the lads, right? Let's bring up Tosh, right? And they always make me laugh. Where are you, Tosh? You're a Tosh. Tosh, where are you? Tosh. Oh, bollocks, man. Where are you?
Young David, did you ever meet Tosh?
Don't believe I did.
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah,
I meet a lot of people.
Yeah, I weren't sure if on the Unstanton run when you came with it on the first Unstanton run, I weren't sure if he came with Tosh or Danny G.
Fucking hell.
I can't remember.
He's escaped.
Ralph's escaped. He's done
He's
a
gone.
fucking bunk.
Right, I'm locking my front door.
I should if I were you, David. I mean, let's face it, a nice bit of young stuff like you will be around there like a shot.
Sitting right next to Soap Boy, right?
Yeah. Chocolate starfish.
Jesus Christ,
And the hot dog flavoured water.
Oh God, he's moved closer to me now. Right, that way.
Wait till David moves them about again, and all of a sudden you're becoming combined as one.
Oh, God.
You're sat there and suddenly realise that the bunk bed's become behind you.
You just want to pray he ain't on top of you.
You just watch the door behind me swing open and me dash.
That's another guy that used to crack me up, old Blah. Remember him? Blah?
Yeah, Blardy Blah.
Blah, yeah.
I messaged him a couple of times actually, and he said he just couldn't be doing with it. It was too much hassle for what he got out of it, basically.
Yeah, he got bored with it.
I think his last one.
He's back again.
I think his last one was a drone footage.
I was, yeah. I remember a couple of 3 times he'd stick his missus on the back. She's a right old crack, didn't she?
Yeah.
When you don't look up, you might get a bollock in the eye.
Oh, what's that? Who's that?
Look at this lad, but down here he's laughing his bloody socks off because I'm stuck next to Chris now.
Yeah, he was licking Weggy's forehead.
That's better, that'll do. Oh, crap, it's your lucky night.
Poor kid.
I tell you what, I quite miss Davy's videos. You know, couldn't motor ahead.
Oh, Dave's only been on once. He joined us, didn't he? Dave. He joined us when I suffocated.
There we go.
No, that was Davey, the Scottish guy. Dave Motorhead, can't Motorhead, right?
Motorhead, nothing wrong with that.
No, but he's Scottish Motorhead fan. He had a bloody good laugh on you.
What about this one, Weggy?
What?
I'm not prejudiced.
You remember that one?
So I was on an Elvira Mistress of the Dark video. Sorry.
13 Here Comes the Sun.
Right.
Here Comes the Sun and R1 Chronicles. I haven't heard either of them for 2 years now almost.
Right.
Grumpy Biker stopped, didn't he?
Yeah. So any of you lads like yourself, Jim or Dobby, do you follow any particular YouTube channels?
This one.
Yeah.
Me, I don't follow any channels.
Thank you for following my channel.
You bastard.
Because this is me, not him.
You.
No, to be fair, I am subscribed to Weggies and I am subscribed to Rimworld for some reason.
That doesn't sound like what.
Hello, little boy.
Rimworld is a PC game. Just keep calm yourself down. It's a
I
PC game.
don't know because I've never had the bottle to actually look at your rim. To be perfectly honest,
Cut you off mid-sentence, then.
resist the temptation. Stop
What
it,
is
Carl.
No, I follow a couple of Motorhead channels. That's about it.
Yeah. Hi ho. Let's see, where's he gone? What's he done?
What the fuck?
That's a 1980s fucking
Yeah, I know.
TV thing, isn't it? For
Oh,
Top of the Pops.
that's trippy.
Oh, right, okay.
That's like watching Top of the Pops in the 80s, isn't it?
That's
It was
Right,
a little bit
yeah.
Doctor Who-ish, that was, wasn't it?
Right, Gordon said he's got Wyvern Bikers video, so it's cool. You won't get any videos of Australia, though, not a single one, right, for some reason. He promised people across the globe that he was set up about 200 videos of his escapades over in Australia. He had the most fantastic time and told nobody fuck all about it afterwards. What a miserable bastard. Right?
Yeah.
He was. We were looking forward to these
Bit annoying.
videos, poor old Keith, and then he just didn't. I don't know what it was. He had a fantastic time with Bill, Mr. Oz Adventures, and Captain Cranky. He had brilliant times, didn't he?
Fucking hell, hold on, Weggy. I've just remembered we've actually got people watching us in the comments.
Have we?
Have we? Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, I was just saying. I've just noticed myself, and I'll just mention it. Right then, what sort of camera would you guys recommend for starting out vlogging? Well, I did have my Contour HD, which has been perfectly fine, to be honest with you. But I mean, I know most people have either used the Drift or they've used the GoPros.
Yeah,
I was going to say I was looking at getting into it myself, to be honest.
You should have a camera on, whether you intend to vlog or not. Trust me.
My recommendation is buy something Chinese less than £100. See if you like doing it. If not, you ain't wasted too much money.
Like Tony.
That one.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That was like 25, 30 quid. Works absolutely perfectly well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Records for about an hour and 20 minutes on one battery.
Yeah.
But go for that one. It's much better.
Yeah.
Is that a Drift, is it?
That's the Drift X.
Oh, the ones that all the software problems.
Well, actually, I only had one problem, which was a connection problem with a mic.
Yeah.
I told them about it. I got nowhere.
Yeah.
And then somebody says, make sure you tell them that you're a YouTuber. So I put Skeggy Cruiser, YouTuber.
Yeah.
I need this.
Yeah.
Need this sorting as soon as possible. And what a surprise. They answered me straight away and
Really?
got me to send it back, sent me a new one. Everything was fine.
Yeah, splendid, mate. It just goes to show it does make a little bit of difference sometimes, doesn't it?
Well, it does. Because they know you've got the outlet then to give them a bad review.
Yeah. Did Andy? Yeah. Of course. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, Andy hated his, didn't he? The X. He just really slated it.
I think what it was, he had problems with the screw-in mic on the next model up, the XL. And the problem with that was the microphone adapter itself, because when they put Aaron's in it, it worked, or vice versa, one of the two.
Yeah,
it got sorted easy enough. I can't fault that camera since I got the replacement sort of charging port. I sent it back. They sent me a new camera, absolutely fine. Never had a problem with it since.
But then thinking about it, you've just hit the nail on the head, really, mate. It's about possibly the fact that you could have done a review on it and slated it.
This is it. This is it.
So yeah, in hindsight,
although they were more hoping for a
Dave.
positive review.
This
Bloody
one,
hell.
this one used to be my reverse camera only that went right by the back wheel, which is why it was. It was second hand. It cost me 25 quid from eBay.
I was going to say, look, if you attach that to the side of your head, I was going to say, it looks like you stuck a brick to your helmet.
This has never been on my helmet. This has only ever been on the back. It's also when I do the Star Trek shots of the stars moving. I use this for time lapse video. That's what I use. But
can you see, David? This one don't get used very often, mate. Look.
Yeah, that one there is
don't get moved very often. Don't get used very often.
the HB 1080. That's the one I use all the time for my main camera.
Well, this one is the one I scraped along the ground in one of my videos. It's never worked properly since.
Well, young David is obviously too young to remember the first mobile phones that we used to have.
Oh, the brain.
I have been told about them by my dad. the ones that you pulled the aerial out.
Oh no, well, the ones that
carried over your shoulder.
Carry a car battery around with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna say they were generally attached to your car or in the equivalent of an ammo box.
Yeah, you used to carry like a fucking car battery around on your shoulder.
Yeah, and it weren't lightweight. It's like carrying a motorbike battery about with you, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically get yourself a cheap one to start off with, but definitely have one on your bike. If you can wire it up to your bike, like I've got
I've got the trouble of finding somewhere to mount it.
Yeah.
Due to flip-ons, and they've not got really anywhere to sort of attach. Flip on.
Well, David is underneath his spoiler and under his top box.
Yeah, I was just gonna have a look in my list of videos.
Yeah, you can actually you get a chest mount. You don't have to put it on your helmet or anything. You just get a chest mount. It just goes under your chin.
Has Dobby Tyler gone, or is he still knocking about?
He disappeared.
He's disappeared, is he?
Yeah, he probably pulled the thing out again.
There you go.
The only thing with a chest mount is due to the positioning of how I sit on my bike with the clip-ons, especially now. I'm very sort of on my wrists, so it would only really get a viewing of probably the tank and the road going past.
Well, this is the camera that I have on the front of my bike, and this here is the thing that I record it on, and I put that in the toolbox, the inside underneath the seat, so that I can record it. And see if I can. As you can see, it's only a tiny little thing. Let's see if I can whisk forward to putting it on the bike. Did I put it on the? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long while ago, Dave, since you did that video.
There it is. It's just a little thing underneath the main fairing, and that's the picture it gives. Hold on, let me get rid of that. That's the picture it gives. Now it's not 1080 or anything like that, but it is a good backup in case your main camera goes. And because it's wired to the bike, when your engine's on, when your lights are on, that's on. The way I've wired it, because I've always got my lights on.
You wired it to your ignition.
Yeah. So all I've got is right at the back, underneath the seat, is where I put that.
To be honest with you, Dave, the actual footage is not that bad, and bearing in mind that YouTube compresses the merry shit out of videos anyway.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it might sound like I'm coming out with every excuse possible not to have a camera, but the recharging on my motorbike is absolutely rubbish.
Yeah.
It couldn't even run heated grips. If I wanted heated grips, I had to sacrifice my tail light.
But then, so you've got, the thing is with that nowadays, you've now got battery power chargers that are as good, if as good as the electrical power supply of your bike.
Yeah.
You know, and to be fair, that's what I use with mine. And my Contour, and I used to charge it up and record a good 2.5, 3 hours worth of footage, depending on the card I was using. And that wouldn't run out. I wouldn't run out of power. I'd run out of space on the card before I run out of power on it.
I'll tell you, when I went down to meet Spicy 110, I had the Drift battery pack, which is basically just a USB battery pack, in my top pocket, and I had it going into the back of my Drift. And every time I wanted to record a segment, I'd just press the button to start and stop it. That was on. The camera was on for 10 hours straight. Yeah, without any problems. And the only, the only downside was when I had to change the card inside because it was full.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, here's the good thing about this Ghost X. That records for 2.5 hours with the standard battery.
Right.
I bought the long life battery that goes on instead. Literally unclip this one, clip that one on, and it then records for about 8.5 hours.
That's longer than you're going to ride.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
That clips on there just the same instead.
What size?
8.5 hours recording instead of.
Yeah, what size card do you? Because I mean, my Contour is obviously getting on about. I love that. I love that camera, right?
Yeah.
The maximum card size you can put in that was 32. In that one.
Yeah, you can put a 128 in this one.
Yeah.
But you've also got the other side as well. If you're vlogging, if you're doing this to do what most of us here do, well, 3 of us here do, then you're going to want high spec on your recording that you're doing.
Yeah.
If you're only doing it for insurance purposes, you can get away with 1080p, and that'll just 30, and that'll stretch the amount of put on your video.
Yeah, that's correct. God, Jesus Christ. Jimmy, you got cameras on yours, mate? You got any cameras? No.
No, not yet. I'm looking at getting the new GoPro.
Yeah.
But we'll see. But I shall get front and rear facing.
Yeah.
That was in the comments. He said, sorry, my internet's crashed, hence my disappearing, working on it.
Working muck.
Yeah.
I'm looking at getting the new GoPro when it comes out.
Yeah, I can't stand GoPros personally. I'll tell you what, what you get out of a GoPro, you may as well buy a cheap Chinese camera second, because it's the shape that puts me off.
I've had a GoPro before anyway, so I know how to mount them and everything. They're sort of once you've had them, then they're pretty straightforward. But it's the first time you get them, they can be a bit fucking.
Can't knock the quality of them, though, can you? I mean, they're expensive, aren't they? Can't knock the
video quality is fucking.
Has any of you seen Rocket 44's latest video?
No.
Who?
Rocket 44.
What's he using?
He's got the GoPro 8, I think it is, and he's testing a new camera that one of the companies sent him.
All right.
And he's showing you the difference between the two, and my word, the difference.
What, as in, what the output quality of the finished product, so to speak, or?
Yeah. Let me just see if I can get a.
YouTube still fuck it up.
They still compress the hell of it, don't they?
Yeah. If you've got a 4K, by the time it gets to YouTube, it's a 2K.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, most of their videos, their output was maximum. You record. I mean, I don't record any higher than 720 anyway. You don't have to, not for YouTube.
He's got the two here, the Hero 8 on the right, and the other one C5, the 5C on the left.
Right.
And he's got the on the same rig, and he's just telling you that when you've got it on this, you get a lot of wobble on it, whereas the Hero 8 you don't have. So you basically that.
Yeah.
Right. So which ones are you? Which ones are they both GoPros you say, or what?
No. The one is
no. The Hero is the GoPro.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't know much about the GoPros now.
The Hero 8 is on the right, and the one he's testing is on the left.
Right.
He's telling you it's not too bad, but there's a lot of imperfections on it when you're watching it.
Yeah.
When you're panning as well.
Yeah.
It gives you a bit of.
It's a bit notchy, doesn't it?
to be quite honest, Dave, when I put my cheap one on, it's only a £30 camera. It's sort of I record 1080 at 30 on it, and I must admit, the colours in actual fact seem beautiful.
Yeah.
But what the problem is with it seems to almost vibrate within tune of the bike, and then you end up with. Have you ever used a YouTube editor?
Occasionally.
You know how you get that almost wavery type thing going off with YouTube editor. If your bike starts like, I don't know, you get a certain vibration at a certain speed or something like that. It's almost like it starts to roll.
Yeah.
Like the film starts to roll.
Yeah.
The cheaper cameras do tend to get that because obviously they've got no built-in image stabilization.
No.
Well, this one's supposed to have. It's not too bad, but it's not as good as the GoPro 8. So you may like the GoPro, you may not like the GoPro, but it does have a very, very good system in it. It's just
I did find with the GoPro that the stabilization on it is very good.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Sony's. I would say Sony is tops for stabilization. A friend of ours, Simon, check him out. He's done videos on YouTube called Simon Pyman, if you want to. His latest videos are done with a Goodman's action camera.
All right.
And I must admit, the quality is there. This quality is so much better compared to the first one he had was one of the cheap £30 ones from Asda.
Yeah.
Now this one is bought from eBay and it's sort of a £40, £50 camera.
Yeah.
But it's so much better. It's unbelievably better. It's twice as good as what he paid. But the point is, for like 40 quid, you can still get a good camera that does the job and does the job well.
I mean, we used a Hero X when we was riding across the mountains in Turkey, and that was fucking brilliant. Up at altitude and everything, you couldn't fault it.
I sort of work it out this way. The sort of person, to me, I might be wrong, it's the way my brain works, the sort of person to me that uses a GoPro also uses an Apple. No. They also have Apple phones, right? No. I have Drift and I have Samsung.
Definitely not.
But you know what I mean? I mean, it's because it's that brand name thing.
Yeah, put him off. Hang on. There you go. Bye.
It's that brand name thing, and I can't. It annoys the hell out of me that people pay extra money for the same shit just because it's got a brand name on it.
No, they pay extra money because they don't think for themselves.
I mean, half the time it's like, oh, I've got the new iPhone, so and so, you know. And it's like, I don't really give a shit what you've got, mate. Does it make a phone call? Yes. Does it take photos? Yes. Does it play your music? Yes. Right. Well, that's it.
I think to be honest with you, just moving away from the cameras, but you're talking about the phones. You know, I don't think that's as important nowadays. I mean, it's as if, I don't know, there probably is some people who are still like that. But you know what? For the first time in about 10 or 11 years with upgrades, this is the first year I've actually said, bollocks, I don't need a new phone, and I've just gone on a SIM-only contract.
Yeah, good on you, mate.
You know, and it cost me a tenner, mate. I'm getting the same business, and I've still got...
my missus did it last year.
Same phone as what do you call these things? The...
Huawei.
That is. Huawei.
Huawei.
That's a Huawei.
They do have very good cameras on.
Is that the Huawei P20?
That's the P20, mate. It's the P20.
Yeah, it's the same one the missus has got, and I bought it last year, and a contract finished, and she said I may as well stay on a SIM only.
You know what?
I did the same. I got my Huawei Honor 9, and when that came up, I didn't do the SIM only. I went more data, data plus Galaxy A10, or is it? I think it's the lowest one anyway. And the reason for that is so that I do have a new phone and I can use on a different SIM, which
my contract, Dave, was originally it was £38, It was a 2-year contract, I believe it was, for a Samsung S8. At the time, I had a Samsung S6, yeah? And because I was so happy with the previous phone, I actually sold the S8. Right? And I did. I stuck to the S6. And the unfortunate thing about the S6 I had, it got broken. It got broken at work, right? So then I replaced it with, had it replaced with this one, Huawei, the P20. And I'll tell you what, it's not quite as quick as a Galaxy, right? But it does everything I need it to do, right? And I thought, bollocks, I want to go SIM only. So I came down. I've got a SIM only contract. It's, I think it's 8 gigabytes of data, right? And all the other free crap you get with it. And it's only a tenner a month compared. So I've saved myself £27 a month, you know, for the same bullshit. You know,
that's not bad at all.
Yeah.
That's all right, man. That's O2, by the way.
I got Huawei P30, which is the upgrade from yours.
Yeah.
And that cost me 13 quid a month, and I get 10 gigs of data, unlimited, everything else.
Yeah, it's not bad, mate, is it?
I'm on SIM only. To be honest, this iPhone was more given to me.
Here comes the excuses. Here comes the excuses.
Yeah. Come on.
I will put my hand up. I did have an iPhone 8 beforehand, but I had brought that out on my own.
Sorry.
Sorry.
That coffee got there, Skeggy.
But I have had Android and
Tosser
before. And
He's coming here for some abuse, this young'un.
I think Dave is used. I think he's used to me by now.
Yeah.
I've got a brother that's 9 years older than me.
I don't take the piss out of him any more than his dad does, so that's only fair.
I actually found the best platform on mobile phones, which is the one that they don't do now, and that was Windows. That was
yes, I did have a Microsoft phone.
Yeah,
I did have a Microsoft phone some time back.
And they were fucking brilliant, but no, everybody went for either Android or Apple, so it didn't take off. But it was a fantastic platform, and you plug it into your computer and it syncs straight away. Whereas you got the Android or the Apple, you have to fucking get iTunes or whatever, and before you can sync anything up.
The bit that sort of punched me in the face when the iPhone X came out was the fact it was $1,000 for a phone. I was like, you bloody, that's just too far. Sorry. A grand can get you so much further in life than just a bloody phone.
I'll tell you what's put me off iPhones and stuff like that. If you get a chance, watch a channel called iPad Rehab. She fixes iPhones and stuff like that. One of the things she will tell you is that iPhone will not repair your phone if you've got any problems with it, because they only want to sell you another one. She has had so many.
They charge you ridiculous money.
Yeah, no, they won't charge you ridiculous money to fix it. They won't fix it. Full stop. They just won't. They've had American police go into iPhone and say, we need the data off this phone, and they say, sorry, we can't help you. And they brought it to her, and she said, yeah, no problem, and she fixes it. She gets the data off. But the new thing that's going around that she's just started telling people is do not fill your phone more than 80%. Because if you suddenly get error 14 when it comes to a system update, they can't do anything. Even she can't do anything to your phone to get your data off it because of the corruption. She's saying, don't get rid of your phone.
It's as bad as the red ring of death.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So
you
get a chance.
Yeah, I knew that one.
PlayStation over Xbox, just the same.
Anybody listening to this, if you own a phone, look at iPhone Rehab, iPad Rehab, and see the things that she does, and then decide if you want to take that risk. Anyway, I can bring back the jailbird now.
Bring back the what?
Me!
I see. He's brought back the eye candy for the ladies and the men.
Yeah. I've got a Huawei myself as well. It's 120 quid. Huawei Y7. Had it 2 years, and that's on a contract I had with Vodafone because I used to work for them. And suddenly, this month, the contract's gone up to 90 quid. So I'm going to change it again.
Your contract's
No,
gone
because
up.
I was on
90 quid?
It's gone up to 90 quid.
What, a month?
Well, for myself. Yeah, for myself
Give
and
me
the
a new
missus.
fucking phone each
Oh, right,
month.
Jesus Christ, man. 90 quid?
No, I've got pretty much unlimited everything. I think I've got 80 quid data, 80 gig data.
Yeah.
I paid
I used to get
£32 a
80% off.
Have you got
I
your
used
own?
to get 80.
Have you fucking launched a camera on SpaceX or something? Then or what?
I used to get
90 quid a month. Honestly, 90 quid a month, I would want a new phone every month.
Fucking hell,
Yeah.
I want a new house.
I'm changing it, but yeah.
90 quid,
when I got made redundant,
yeah.
When I got made redundant, I was told it was going to go on for another 2.5 years. Charge full price again.
Fucking how's that, Nobby?
That's my black pussy again. Sorry.
You got a big pussy, man.
Yeah. And I'm still bloody miserable.
I didn't know you liked black pussy.
I'll take any bloody thing I get.
You better run away, pussycat.
Oh, that's my poor little shady, bless her
My
heart.
mother always told me you never tried sweets till you tried chocolate.
To do so when you go
I'll
black,
leave
you
that
don't
to your
go back.
imagination. Huh?
No
I tell you
comment.
what, poor old Crash is having a blooming education tonight, isn't he?
Well, I'll tell you what, you got.
I'm just going to leave it there for you guys to try and figure it out, like, you know.
Yeah, he's normally in the comments shaking his head.
Well, when you actually saw where I came from, and it's like,
Yeah.
And all because no cat.
See what a little black pussy does?
He used to deliver down there. Yeah, where he
Yeah.
used to deliver where I come from, and
Yeah.
I like that iPhone 6 here. I know what I paid for it. I'm gonna keep it until it fucking dies. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. That's how my dad used to use every single phone.
I
He
will
would
tell
use
you
it
now
until it was dead.
that'll last you for 4 years, and then they'll stop supporting it because they do that.
I think they've already stopped. I think they've already stopped supporting iPhone 6 now.
If only that worked the same with worked the same with ex-wives, you can do it for 4 years and then stop supporting it.
No, after 4 years, they actually stopped supporting that product.
Yeah, but it's like Android. They kept updating with all these stupid names and that every fucking 2 years, didn't they?
Ice cream sandwich, apple pie.
Yeah, and all that bullshit. Now the thing is, obviously, the reason is to do with money, and it's to do obviously if you exhaust the updates,
Money.
then they release and they'll say, well, obviously that phone, well, you can still run it, but you won't be able to run this, you won't be able to run that, and they purposely do it, obviously, because they can bring in money with new apps, new phones, and all that stuff. It's all business, isn't it? That's all
I
it
don't
is.
know whether it's true, but I was talking to a bloke at Curry's, and he says they can now design a TV that after you put it on standby like 1,000 times, it'll break down.
Yeah.
You know, because it's got that inbuilt capability in the switch system, because they make everything so good these days that they can last forever.
Yeah.
Sort of thing, you know.
I know. Do you know what? That doesn't surprise me.
They have to build faults into them.
Yeah.
Now,
doesn't surprise me at all, mate, to be fair.
whether that was just Curry's spiel talking or whether it's true or not, I don't know. But, you know, the guy said genuine, and he was saying that it's like, he says, if you turn your television on and off at the button instead of going on to standby, he says, in reality, it'll last longer.
Yeah,
I've heard that as well.
Yeah, but who can be bothered to turn it on and off with a button?
Well, I'm just going to say to Dave, I'm just going to come off again for a second. I just want another fag. So, Dave, take me off.
Don't waste no time.
I've turned my electricals off the socket every time.
Chance to finish, Paul. No.
Most products
Him back just
right
going
now. They're only designed to last 2 years anyway.
Yeah, I had something happen to mine where it slowly wouldn't come on with the button, so I just replaced the board inside, and it works fine now. It cost me £6 for a new board.
Normally white goods like washing machines, tumble dryers, stuff like that, they are built to last 2 years maximum, and that is it.
Fucking hell, we're doing well then.
I'm glad my Dyson was done a little bit before then, because that's lasted 25 so far.
Yeah, but that's an old machine. The new modern machines are designed to last 2 years maximum.
Yeah, I had.
That's why you only get. That's why you only get 2 year warranty with it.
I had my cooker 4 years into it. The selector switch for the oven broke. Didn't work.
Right, we're talking about cookers. Anybody mentions irons, I'm going.
I got my iron that I used to put in the fire to warm up, and that works fine.
Two eggs.
Well, it's like laptops and computers. They actually they designed them with the Windows 10 on. So they keep updating it, so your computer gets slower and slower and slower, so you have to replace it for a new, faster model. And they actually done a program on it, I can't remember when it was, and it's actually designed to slow your computer down, so you go out and buy a new one after a couple of years of updates.
It's the main problem with the Windows editing programs. I've been using all these editing programs for my videos for I don't know how long. And basically Windows update, and all of a sudden, none of my edit, and I've got something like 7 or 8 different editing programs. None of them work. Not one of them.
Work on the new system. Yeah. On
the only one that works is Windows Movie Maker, which is shit. Which you can't even get.
Yeah,
you know, it's only.
All mine still work. All mine still work. I've got my motherboard is 11 years old. And the chip is a 6-core chip. I have recently updated the RAM because I thought I was having problems, but it wasn't. It was the overclocking that was causing the problem. Took that down, and it's perfectly fine. And I haven't had a problem since I got rid of the overclocking.
But obviously, you know what you're doing. I mean,
yeah,
you get some Wally that doesn't know what they're doing. They'll go out and buy a laptop from Argos for like 140 quid or something.
Yeah.
18 months down the line, after it's been bombarded with all these fucking updates, it's going to run so slow, they're going to go out and buy a new one.
I will agree. If you buy a laptop from any shop for less than £400-500, it's not going to last more than a couple of years before you need to replace it.
It's already out of date.
It's gonna be a social one. It's gonna be one that you just browse the internet on and don't do a fat lot else. Yes, in PC World Curries, they actually sell them, and they'll actually have like a yellow tag, and it'll say social on it, or something along those lines, basically saying this laptop is absolutely rubbish for anything other than browsing videos or Facebook or anything like that. I mean, personally, I was quite a big PC gamer, so I've got a nice, good PC.
But it's
sorry, I was just reading the last comment.
Monopoly, isn't it? It's the Microsoft monopoly.
If anyone mentions irons, they be talking about golf clubs.
Yeah.
What's that?
I want to talk about fucking golf clubs.
Dave, he said he's updated the RAM on his. I've gone the other direction. I use Ubuntu. I use Linux operating system because it's far quicker than Windows.
Yeah.
No, the only reason why I've never gone for any others is because I came on into this in 1995 with Windows 95. That's when I first started.
Windows 95.
Windows is what I know.
Yeah, I'm saying I started with Windows 3.1, and I only know Windows. I've tried looking at my brother's Apple, and it just confused the fuck out of me. And then when I realised everything's on one thing, and I'm like, nah, they're just trying to get money out of you every time.
Yeah, well, that's the trouble. You see, with Apple, they're saying if you don't want to choose your own system, if you don't want any choice at all in what you want, buy an Apple.
Yeah.
If you want to choose your graphics card, your PC, your CPU, your Ethernet cable, anything like that, then choose from these hundreds of different things that you can use.
This is why
hassle. Buy an Apple.
This is it. I mean, I know I can upgrade me RAM. I can upgrade me processor and so on as and when I want. And okay, over time you might say, "Oh, I'm going to upgrade this. I'm going to upgrade that." By the end of it, you might have a totally new bloody running system. You know what I mean?
Do you like this comment?
But see, I've used Linux as a separate operating system for years, so I sort of pretty much know how to operate it.
It's like everything. When you use something, whether you're forced to or whether you want to, when you use it, you become familiar with it, and it's easy.
Yeah.
But when you,
I mean,
no reason
on this laptop I've got now, I've got Windows 10, and that's as slow as shit because they keep upgrading it. And every time you switch it off, it says, "Oh, you got to install this fucking upgrade." But I log into the Ubuntu, it's up and running in 30 seconds.
Yeah, you say strange thing is, my Windows 10's fully up to date, and it just boots up straight away and no problems whatsoever.
This
mine's fine as well.
Yeah, this Windows in here it's a 10-year-old board. I do have SSD, but it's only SATA 6. It takes 30 seconds to boot up. The Intel that I've got in the other room, that takes 11 seconds to boot up on an M.2.
I've got a Intel i5 processor. Like I say, no time at all to boot up. I'm running I think it's 8 gig of RAM. But everything's working fine computer wise. It's just the computer. They seem to put something in there that sort of goes, oh, you're using that program. Oh no, that's like 2013 program. We're not compatible with that. And you go, you bastard. So now all of a sudden you've got all these discs because I'm another one. I don't like downloading a program. I want a fucking disc in my end. If I've paid for it, I want a hard copy. You know what I mean?
Are you still got
old school?
Yeah. You want to own the thing that you bought.
That's right. I don't want to own something that don't actually fucking exist.
Have you still got the Vegas Pro 13?
Yes.
And that's not working for you?
Nope.
Because it works fine for me. Strange.
Yours is probably a legal copy.
No. In the front end.
Sorry, I meant yours is probably a better copy than mine, David.
Yeah, it's probably a better copy than yours. Yeah.
What we got? We've got Aurora 3D and so on.
Yeah.
Magic's Movie Edit Pro 13 don't work. Sony Vegas Pro 11 32-bit don't work. It's a 64-bit computer anyway. Sony Vegas Pro 12 64-bit don't fucking work.
I have Pro 11.
Adobe Premiere Elements 11 32-bit don't work. AVS Video Editor don't work. Cyberlink Power Director 11 Ultra don't work. Magic's Movie Editor Pro 13 Premium don't work. NHC Video Pad don't work. Sony Vegas Pro 9 don't work. Well, how many is that? All Video Studios Pro X6 don't work. Roxio Creator 12 don't work. Magic 2 Pro don't work. Magic's Video Pro X5 worked absolutely fine till the last update. And
we don't know that because we never seen
Pinnacle Studio.
Right, so can I say to that, Skeggy, if all those fucking things work, why the hell have you still got them and not just got rid of them?
Because I'm a kleptomaniac.
Oh, okay.
That's all the order.
But I'm also a compulsive liar.
But I must admit, I'm totally
And he
with
always
you.
tells the truth.
With what Dave and Skeggy were saying about having something actual physical, I'm exactly the same with my music.
Yeah. I'll stand with you on that.
Same here. I like the CD in my hand.
Yeah.
I have to have. I've got 460, 70 CDs now, and still growing. If I hear a bit of music I like, I'll find out who it is. Then I will just literally buy their CD and get it delivered, or go to the shop to get it, whatever, and bring it home. And there's nothing I like more than just having that physical. I don't know. Every time I try and think, someone doing a bloody piss, isn't they?
I'm listening.
That's
Now,
how you mean.
How Cole's going to do it, isn't he?
Yeah, but I'm listening, Dobby.
No, that's fine. Because we're going to get Cole doing it now. Hold on. Let me have a go.
That doesn't quite work.
And me and Weggy are sitting there. So
We might be able to do that next week.
I
You see,
think,
why does Cole just looks like Wolfman?
I think Jim, we're slightly fucked, mate. You look like a couple of golf balls, mate. We're stuck with it.
yeah.
That was too freaky to watch.
Living the hard rock lifestyle, isn't it? Fucking hell.
I tell you, my hair is so fucking straight. It's unbelievable.
I just.
I like the physical CD. I like to have the physical CD.
You say about music, Dobby. There's a new band for you to listen to. Planet of Zeus. I actually played something to Weggy today.
What was it? Which one?
That Planet of Zeus that I played.
Yeah, that's all right, mate. That's good. That's all right, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All right.
I reckon you'd like that.
Yeah.
Okay, stick it on the message so I've got it so I can look it up.
Do you know what? You know, you're talking about. I mean, I understand what Peter's saying. Because I've always been, I love, in a way, as a typical bloke thing. I love personal possessions. You know, I'll look after them, and it's like me hi-fis now. I've built up so many over the years and spent thousands and thousands of pounds on home cinemas and good hi-fi rack systems. You know, and I do. Well, I haven't got as many CDs as Peter. And I used to have a right big, beautiful collection of vinyl, going back to the the late 70s. Unfortunately, I sold it, because I got to the point where I thought, I'm still sitting there and I'm not playing them. And I wish I hadn't. There's so many vinyl albums that's so personal, over especially the 80s period. And I fucking love the things, But what's that?
That's you.
What was that?
Because you're a dickhead for selling all your fucking vinyl.
Absolutely, mate. I'll tell you what, it's just one of my biggest regrets. One of my biggest regrets.
Yeah.
Because I love the vinyl sound over CD any time of the day. If you get good quality vinyl, I can't beat it. Analog.
I had all my dad's records down here, but he's got cases of old records, like the old Motorhead and Iron Maiden and Guns N' Roses.
Are you sick of social media?
And I went to a car boot sale.
The fucking hell was that? What's that, man?
I managed to pick up a record player from a 3-piece set for £10. All it needed was a new belt.
I'll be honest with you, right? This is how it used to go, because I used to spend a hell of a lot of time getting a sort of a bit of a gig with the hi-fis and separates and all the sounds and the DACs and everything, good quality wiring and that sort of stuff. So I used to spend thousands on stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, you could by far have a better sound if you had a decent cartridge and a decent proper record deck and spend £500, and to actually match that, not even try and match it, you had to spend £1,000 on a CD player. Yeah. And that's no word of a lie, because the analog sound, if you got it can be too warm, but if you've got a good quality, decent amplifier, right? And I'm talking about a sort of a 500 to an £800 to £1,000 amp you won't. If you've got decent quality speakers as well, you'll never better that sound. You really won't. If you can match it properly, nothing beats it, mate. Even the old valve amps, you know.
To be perfectly,
You can still get valve amps.
Oh, because again, mate, you spend a lot of money on valve amps. Sorry.
Yeah. I was going to say, the way I see it is, it's got to have that warmth to it.
It has, mate. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because a lot of modern sounds, sound systems, they try to cut out every single little bit of exterior noise that's not there.
Yeah.
And the point is, most of it these days is artificial.
So, it is.
They try to emphasize the bass as well, as if to say the bass is everything. You got to have the bass.
No, it's not.
No, it isn't. The speakers I've got, I know you can't see them here, but the speakers I've got, those are great speakers. They used to be twin cones. They had a second cone that came out at the front, but when I had them redone, I had them just standard. Because the place I used to work was, we made stage sets and lighting rigs for rock and pop groups, which is my Saxon stuff. And I was given those because they were the upgrading to the other stuff, and they were just going to throw those away. And I said, yeah, I'll have those. And my mate made boxes to put them in, got the tweeters in there, insulated the insides, and those are fantastic. Those are kilowatt speakers. But it doesn't matter how good your speakers are if you need to have a quality amp and quality speakers.
You've got to match. You got to match them. Yeah, you got to match them right across the board, mate. You know, we could talk about this for a million years, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, because I used to work for Celestion, and I was in the bands at the time. I used to work, obviously, not just with the top quality home speakers at the time, but also the heavy power stuff. Because you probably know, and Jim will probably know, Celestion made all of the heavy duty power units for Marshalls. Right, so they were Celestion speakers and the Marshall stacks, right? But I mean, you could say, for instance, you set up a hi-fi. I mean, I don't know. I know you got all this streaming bullshit now with all sorts of stuff. Now that's all fine. My amp, my home cinema hi-fi amp set up will stream Spotify. And to be honest with you, if you get the full digital stream, the highest quality, that doesn't sound bad at all. But I tell you what. You've only got to spend £250 on a Rager Planer 2 deck, right? Or you could go the Technics, the old disco deck, the 12s.
See, I used to love the Technics.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what. If you spend that on a deck, you spend about £500 on a decent amp, and then match them up with a good quality pair of floor standing speakers. You don't have to have floor standers, but I preferred floor standers. I'll tell you what, and you get proper Cambridge audio or cord cables, right, and rig it up properly. You know, you could spend $5,000 on another system and still not match that sound quality. And that's getting a bit. And it's also. I know it's a bit boring, right? But some people used to go and listen to a system in a shop, and they couldn't understand why the system, when they got at home, sounded shit. That's all about acoustics, mate.
Yeah,
you know, it's all about acoustics.
I bought just on the off chance, I bought a Sanyo sort of 5-in-1.
Yeah.
And I was astounded. It was absolutely brilliant. It's that good. I won't throw it away.
No,
it's actually in my man cave, and I play it whenever I fancy down there.
Yeah.
But the acoustics on that, beautiful.
Yeah.
And in the man cave, it sounds fucking awesome. You imagine it in a wooden shed full of bits and bobs.
I know.
The acoustics sound absolutely brilliant, but unfortunately, the neighbours don't always appreciate my music.
No.
The thing is that it's not
Sorry, mate. Sorry,
you're using; it's where you've actually got it located as well. I can have the same system sticking in my lounge and stick it somewhere else in my garage, and it will sound so different.
Where did you find that, Dave?
This is my my speakers that I had to recount because
when did I write that then?
4 years ago.
Jesus Christ!
So these started to break.
Yeah.
Just because the rubbers wear away. Yeah, the rubbers wear away. So
yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
I had to recount them, so I bought the stuff and I not put the rubbers on, and that's what I used, and then put it all back together again, and they're perfectly fine. And Weggy says that used to work for something or other.
Celestian.
Yeah, Celestian. As you know a bit, are those hi-fi cabinets or disco units?
Yeah. So I tell you what, I tell you what. I mean, as you know, obviously, it's not just the quality of cone. You know, your drivers.
People with a fucking memory.
I tell you, I know you'd have a brilliant set of drivers, right, and you'd have a brilliant setup, right, as far as because speaker units are fantastic things. I mean, Bose mastered that with their systems over the years, because they use tubes.
Yes.
And obviously you've got obviously positioning with dampers in speaker cabinets as well. But I'll tell you what, all you needed was a real shit crossover, and you'd fuck the whole system up. You really would. Crossovers were terrible. So in some speakers,
I always used to run Bose floor standard speakers.
Sorry, guys.
Hi-fi.
Guys, sorry, guys. I've got to go. Good night.
Well, it's a lockdown time.
Lockdown time.
Yeah, I've got a bit of Betty Bobos.
Carl, as ever, Carl, it's good to see you, buddy.
It's been a pleasure, man.
Carl. Yeah. Thanks for that. Good night, all.
You're welcome,
buddy.
Anytime.
See you later, bud. See you next time.
Yeah. Cheers, Owen. Bye.
All right. Don't happy.
Skeggy's run off.
I must admit I would still really, really love. Yes, I love my CDs. When they first came out, I vowed I'd never go to CDs. I'd love my vinyl, but they became the norm, and that's why I then sort of went mad with my CDs. But I would really love a good old-fashioned stack system with a decent turntable. So what vinyl I do own now, not compared to what I used to, but what I've got left, I could play. Still play my CDs, but still get. I know the trouble is with CDs, they're almost trying to be too perfect with the sound. Does that sound strange? Because when you stick a vinyl on, you might get the odd crackle, you might get the odd sound, you might get some alien bit that comes into the noise that you're listening to. But I don't think you could beat that.
Yeah.
It made it real.
But if you listen to the older CDs, though, you'll find that the sound isn't as perfect as you get today.
No,
because they were still recording, but they had the mindset of the analog recording, like through 8-track or whatever.
Yeah, that was clear because they had different ways of recording. I mean, it used to be analog to digital in them days, wasn't it? I mean, analog, and to be honest with you, the crossover from that sometimes was diabolical. Really, I mean, you could a lot of the CDs couldn't even match the quality of vinyl, being purely analog. And people love that warmth, and the power of that. But I was just saying on here, Maestro Kraken Fighting. Now he's mentioned about the KEF speakers. Well, KEF, right? Were also because I had working for Celestian, KEF were the sister company of Celestian. So then KEF were also produced in the same factory in Foxhall Road, Ipswich. I mean, people know that next to Bull Motors.
Celestian, weren't they?
Yeah, so we used to make the KEF speakers as well because they were initially based down in Kent. All right, KEF, and I must admit, I mean, I was a big fan of KEF. And I bought a set of, I think they were Q series floor standards. They were about £300 or £400. I worked at Celestian. I got them half price. But I tell you what, they were uni Qs, and what you had you had the main driver, and the actual tweeter was in the middle of the main driver. So you had just one unit. It was a strange setup. But I tell you what, the sound of it was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And Christ, Maestro for Kraken, he'll probably remember the Uni Q series with KEFs. Lovely speakers. But I'll tell you what, I mean, you can still spend 50, 60, 70,000 pounds on a pair of decent speakers. Easy. I
mean, my Colesbro rig that I've got here for me bass that runs. That's got an 800-watt Celestian and. Because Colesbro obviously run everything they run is through Celestian.
Yeah.
It's quite weird. Celestian was very much a make from a naive point of view or a layman's point of view, i.e. me, were not that well known as a speaker company, and yet what they produced and what they chucked out was probably one of the most superior speakers you could actually get hold of.
You say, yeah, they were. I mean, so like you say that. I mean, Celestian were always a better production company than say Wharfdale's. And they, if in this country, I mean, you had many different speakers, and like with many other companies who have designed these things. But
Wharfdale's were known as being one of the best, though.
Yeah, but Wharfdale's and Celestians, in some respects, were the two most popular speaker systems sold, or speaker brands.
Unit.
I never had a problem with that. I never had a real problem with the Wharfdales. I preferred the Celestian sound, to be honest.
Had a warmer sound to it.
They had a warmer sound than the Wharfdales. Wharfdales used to sound quite muddy to me.
Yeah, they're a very muddy sound, weren't they?
Yeah,
the strange thing is, I had a pair of I don't even know how to pronounce it. Iowa.
Yeah.
I've still got them. That's what I listen to mine through. They're ZX FZ 26000 or 2600s. And I listen to them through the Sanyo system.
Yeah.
And it gives for my ears, it gives me the perfect for what I want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the whole trick, isn't it? It's not down to necessarily how much they cost, how good they are, etc., etc. It's down to what your actual ears are hearing. And if you find a set of speakers that is pumping it out and it's giving you the warmth, if you like, almost the maturity of the music, and
you've got to bear in mind, Weggy was a drummer, so his ears are fucked.
I was going to say something along those lines. It says when you are old enough to appreciate the music, you've already lost half of the registry in your ears to be able.
That's true, Dave. Because obviously I've always played loud music. My mother used to say to me, "You've got to do your fucking ears. You got to do your ears harm." So I was always playing. Music was always very loud in the headphones. Music was always very loud out of my speakers. And then being in the rock bands and that, playing at the volumes we did, especially being a drummer, we'd be using I spent a lot of money on Sabians and Zildjians and Chinas and pasties and all that sort of stuff. And that after every single gig with your ears ringing, and we've all been to Saxon and Motorhead gigs when at full volume, and it's like 2 or 3 days you're deaf. And if you do it with your own gig and you're deaf for 24 hours nearly, eventually that will get to you. So you're right. Same as my eyes don't quite pick up the quality of the TV picture anymore. My ears don't register the top end of music anymore. So
it comes down to your own individual, doesn't it? Then,
of course, mate,
you can just go and source yourself a set of speakers, and what you might think sounds absolutely phenomenal, I might think, well, I don't hear it. And
of course, mate.
It also depends on sort of whether you like your bass or whether you like your vocals. It's all down to personal preference.
Do you know what? The actual, you go to any proper hi-fi dedicated shop, mate, and you say, for instance, you've got an idea what you want, but they'll say to you, you can't just come into our sound room and have a listen. And you know what? The best, very, very best music that you can test any good system is like your Beethoven, that type of music. When you've got the full range from top to bottom of the instruments and the power. And I'll tell you what, if you've got a good system, all these instruments will separate, and you can sit back, and it's actually being there with a good setup. Drums, the timpani stands out, and then you've got the violins, and you've got all sorts of stuff that sound properly spaced, if you like. That's an incredible experience if you can hear it once in your life.
It's amazing how many people like rock also like classics.
Yeah.
It's strange. It's one of the bits of music I like listening to best, and it's a bit strange unless you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
is Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
The Red Wedding.
Yeah,
listen to that.
No, I don't know that one.
And I tell you what, because it's violins and it's all sorts of stuff, and it is more classical than anything else.
Yeah.
But it's done in such a way that it's brilliant.
I'll tell you what, I'm not kidding you, right? If you like, say for instance, if you're playing something like, I don't know, some of the classics, I say for instance Tchaikovsky or Beethoven or something like that, I'll tell you what, if you've got the right setup and the amount of bass, right, that comes out of an orchestra is incredible. And the top end and the clarity as well, you know. And because
I don't know whether it's the age group, Waggy, but for some reason I remember everybody pushing Fidelity. Is it Fidelity?
Fidelity, yeah. Well,
Fidelity.
It's funny you say that. Fidelity, right? Fidelity as a company was like it was a cheaper brand in the UK, wasn't it? I had a Fidelity record deck. They used to use like a Garrett type deck in your single deck record players. Used to have a lid and be able to carry it around with a handle. Quite a big thing. Like the old dance
used to be the sort that you'd go into Woolworths and buy.
It was.
Like that.
I can tell you, right, the worst ever brand in this country right now, without a fucking doubt, right? They were absolute shit because I was working for Comets at the time, and for every 4 we sold, we'd get 6 back, and that was Amstrad. They were fucking shit.
Absolute dog shit.
I like that for every 4.
Mate, I'm not kidding you. Amstrad stuff was absolutely diabolical.
Yeah, it was fucking shite, man. Really.
It was
like
the vertical record player, didn't they?
Yeah.
Amstrad did the vertical record player.
Terrible, mate. Terrible. I'll tell you what. The thing is, did you remember Amstrad Day with a classic? It is. I mean, you've got systems that were one piece. They were made to look like false separates, right? Now, most companies actually pulled that off. So all the circuitry was in one block, and that was, you had the tape mechanism, you had the record deck at the top, and you had the little radio thing sort of halfway down. It was cheaper to make it than it was a separate system. But Amstrad, I'll tell you what, you pull that apart, and it'd make you cry to see what shit they put in this little box, right? And the fucking speakers. And we actually hated selling the stuff at Comets back in 1982 because you see the happy customer think they got a lovely system, and they used to come in their lovely little cabinets as well. The Amstrad stuff, they all fitted in.
Yeah.
And then, do you know, it can sometimes be 3 hours before you got the phone call back from the company, from the customer saying, "Well, I'll tell you what, I just bought this fucking Amstrad, right? And the record deck don't work, or the radio don't work, or it's just caught fire, right? Or the cat's pissed in the speakers." But I don't care about that because the sound was shit anyway. You know, they did. And that's why they went bust, mate. I mean, Alan Sugar instructed people to build absolute shit, and he made a stack load of money out of it.
Did you ever have any luck with the Goodmans?
Yeah, Goodmans is yet again another cheaper brand.
Quite good. Yeah.
Goodmans. I mean,
for what you paid for, that wasn't bad.
No, and they're Goodmans. I mean, they've never been a top brand. I suppose if you like, they're actually better than say a company like Binatone. You've heard of Binatone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you Binatone, Benetone, whatever part of the country you come from.
I used to like Goodmans for car stereo, for car speakers.
They were cheaper, right? But they were never that bad. I mean, Goodmans have made some good soundbars for TVs and stuff. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for good quality that would stand out, say for instance, your average man, he wanted a nice rack system or he wanted a decent system, you'd be looking at your Sony, you'd be looking at your Pioneer, you'd be looking at your Technics, you'd be looking at your JVC, you'd be looking at Iowa when they were a separate company then. You'd be looking at Marantz is another one, right? Another company,
JVC as well.
JVC, so I mean, all those sort of names were that level, and then you start going another level up, and you'd be talking about companies like
Bang & Olufsen.
Yeah, but I never liked their stuff. Don't get me wrong, good quality and very good quality.
It was fucking amazing for what you got, but you paid through the fucking nose.
That's right. Silly. Well overpriced for what it is.
Scandinavian, wasn't it?
That was actually the first stereo where you could.
They had linear tracking.
Yeah, it had linear tracking, but it was in modules. So you could replace them and upgrade them.
Yeah, it's like say for instance, your average TV, say for it was £300 or £400, and the B&O set was about $2.5 grand, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, what does that do?
For the rich and famous, weren't they?
If you had the Bang & Olufsen, you could upgrade it. Like if they come out with a new CD player or new tape deck or whatever,
people still pay
go
good.
along and buy that module and plug it straight in.
People still pay good money for that stuff, you know.
Other companies caught that up as well, didn't they? With the likes of Pioneer and JVC, they started to doing the actual proper splits where you could actually upgrade and integrate new parts into it. I think the best system I had, for me personally, was a Pioneer system I had. They were all separate, so I had a graphic equalizer on there. I had the 5-disc CD at the time. I had the amp, I had the radio tuner, and obviously had the turntable. The turntable I thought was absolutely the dog's bollocks at the time. Now, if it was or not, I don't know. But again, it goes down to the, my appreciation or the individual's appreciation of the equipment you've got and the sound that it produces. And because you can have all these wonderful bits of technology, but at the end of the day, it's always going to come down to the fact how damn good the speakers are, because that's where you get the feedback from. That's where you get to actually hear what the machinery is doing.
Do you know what you could spend? I used to regularly. I used to get What Hi-Fi, and I used to get Hi-Fi World, which was sort of even going further into it. And to be honest with you, it's the same old story. People would say, "Oh, right, you got to keep it as simple as possible." And all the extra buttons you had on amplifiers, and then graphic equalizers were a big thing. And then all of a sudden, graphic equalizers, well, you can't have those; they ruin the sound. So people got rid of graphic equalizers. And then you got rid of the old Dolby system. And then you got rid of the bass control, and you got rid of the treble. So you had straightforward amps that literally you connect them up with a single, with your dual lines, your left and right analog inputs, right? And then you had a volume control. That was it. That was it, mate. You didn't even have a remote.
You think about
how simple they made it.
It got to the stage where you never knew what you were supposed to do anyway, because you had so many different switches and gears in the 80s.
Yeah.
But you also had, what's this Chrome button do?
Yeah.
I'm supposed to press that when I'm playing, a Chrome tape or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
All these different. Dolby on, Dolby off. I don't know. Do I need it on? Do I need it off?
It was all down to your own personal taste, mate. I mean, it used to be. It started off with Dolby B, then it went to Dolby B and C, and then you had Dolby S, right? Which I've got. I've still got a Technics twin deck down there, right? And it plays. Both decks play beautifully, right? But I mean, to be fair, when you listen to tapes now, I mean, also proper analog sound is actually running for a digital amp now, because I've not got an analog amplifier anymore, obviously.
It all depends on whether you recorded it, off the top at Pops back in the day.
Well, the thing is, the audio. It don't matter how good the audio tapes were in a day, as you know, with audio tapes and any tapes, they because of the magnetism of the tape, they lose that. They lose the integrity of the sound.
Yeah,
that's like my video. I paid £500 in 2000 for a Sony Nicam deck, pretty much the top deck. That's still down there, mate. It's interrigged with my home cinema system, right?
Yeah, because you paid £500 for it.
Yeah, and it still works beautifully, because I clean the heads and everything myself, And I've still got all my videotapes. Seriously, I've got Easy Rider. I've got all my videotapes I've recorded since about 1982 down here, right? And all my analog tapes with the Friday Rock shows going back to 1982 or 83. They're all in there as well.
TV on the radio.
TV, play that rock and roll, and that's great. But to be honest,
quality.
So I've got all this stuff, and I've got all my big rig down here and everything, right? But I went round one of the crew guys, Kevin Mitchell, last year. And all they've got is this, it's like an Alexa system, right? It was just a straightforward speaker, but it was a nice one. It wasn't one of the small ones. It was a nice one. And I'll tell you what, I couldn't actually believe. Admittedly, it's obviously a one-unit sound, but the sound quality and the volume was bloody good, man. I was surprised. I said, "Fucking hell, that surprised me." And I said, "Kev, that's all you've got in your house. You got no rack system, no stereo, no nothing." He said, "No, mate, that's all we got." And Alexa, play fucking, I don't know, Ace of Spades by Motorhead. Boom, that's it.
It's all changed digitally to suit you know, and it gives you that warmth and everything you want.
I mean, I've got all my systems that's down here, and most of the time I listen to it all on this that I made myself.
Yeah. They're not Chinese speakers, are they, Dave?
Well, everything in here is Chinese.
That's right. See, my still cracking fights were up JVC, so I never had the record decks I had, because Garrett was a big record deck manufacturer in the 60s and the 70s, and Danset, my mother had an old Danset with a Bakelite arm back in the 60s.
It's not JVC Victor, it used to be RCA Victor.
Yeah.
You know.
Right. But you had, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, there's so many fantastic record decks. You can again, if you're into analog record decks, you look at some of the top hi-fi shops, and some of them decks, man, just blow you away. You got Orbs, the Mitchell Orbs, and people like that, and there's some incredible stuff. You got record decks that are completely see-through, right? And these are about £1,000 a time, but the actual quality of the electronics and the quality of the stylus and the quality of the cartridge and the proper balancing of a tone arm is where it's all made, mate. And then you've got your proper DACs and all your electronics, which is good. That's what makes the final product that good. And then obviously you can't rig it up then to a sort of a binatone amplifier and a pair of fucking Amstrad speakers, because that ain't no good, is it? You know, you're just going to waste your time. You know?
Yeah, but the whole beauty of it is, with vinyl, is even with all these dog bollocks turntables and speakers and stuff like that, you can still stick this bit of vinyl on, and it could have a scratch on it, or it could have a crackle on it, and you'll still hear it. And there's something unique to a sound of a.
Oh, fucking hell! Tell me about it.
That's always right. Yeah, that's a personal. You always knew. I mean, you know, I used to make you cry sometimes when you inadvertently scratch, you push your needle across the record slightly, and then you think, and you play it back, you think, oh no, seriously, you lift that stylus up, you put it back, and you just wait tentatively, hoping that's not going to jump, and all of a sudden,
I can.
All of a sudden, it's like I've got to stick
2p on top of the fucking stylus.
That's the end of the world, mate. Sometimes.
I'll tell you what. I've got an original recording of Reet Petite, Jackie Wilson.
Yeah,
really,
and it crackles, and you get all the typical old 1950s record sounds that you get with it.
Yeah.
And if I hear an absolutely clean recording of that, it don't sound right.
No, it doesn't.
It's
funny.
the
Do you know what?
strangest thing.
Although you analog lads who had the records, you had a particular record, right? And automatically, so as soon as you stuck it on, you knew there was a scratch coming up. No matter which one it was. And you got to know where the scratches were on the album, didn't you?
How many times you put a record on, and just before it starts actually with the tune, you get shh.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, a nudge.
Yeah. And you're like,
oh, make it laugh, because even the radio stations used to suffer that back in the 70s, didn't they?
Yeah.
I must admit, when I used to listen to mine, you'd hear it, but I wouldn't pay attention to it because that's what you're used to.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I was referring to. You've got that perfect sound, whereas what you're used to listening to is the one with all the crackles and
Yeah, exactly.
And it's
just under 15 minutes, guys. It's almost 2:00. We'll be almost 5 hours. So give it another 13 minutes. Okay, guys.
I'm knackered anyway.
Oh, so am I.
That one song,
I've been holding my yawn backs.
Sorry, mate.
Don't bother. I've not been holding
mine.
One
song that I always wanted to listen to all the time, and it jumped.
Yeah.
Iron Fist.
Iron Fist, yeah.
Yep.
I have
used to fucking jump.
Every bit of vinyl that I own, I can tell you now which one has a scratch or has a jump whenever it happens, because you just get so used to it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what you do, you can clean it, you can wipe it, you can do everything to it.
Yep.
And you will not get rid of that.
Yep.
And every time you play it, I've got one particular one that just gets caught, and it just does that. Do you know that old-fashioned repeat where
just plays the same line over and over again?
Yeah, it just keeps jumping back. back a line or two.
You have to
And
give it that gentle persuasion, hoping that you can catch it so it plays normal from now on, but it never does.
Yeah,
But
Do you know what?
I
Do you
will
know what?
always say it's the anticipation of getting a brand new vinyl and sticking it on
Oh,
there
mate,
for the first time.
especially a gatefold.
You don't get there now. You don't get there with a
Yeah,
CD.
fucking
I did that when
great gatefold albums.
I did that when I bought my white label box set of Queen, all the way up
Yeah.
to what was it?
Night of the Opera.
No, later than that. It was just before the Works. That's it. All the way from Queen to the Works.
Yeah.
All on one label, all in the box. I played each one once.
Yeah.
To listen to it, and then it's all been stored away since then.
You see, in my mind, that's a shame.
I know.
I think so. Yeah, I agree with it.
You know, I like to listen to it until I've wore it out.
I'll be playing them dudes, man.
You know, apart from the fact that I'm tight and like to get my money's worth out of it.
Yeah.
There's also the fact that when it all boils down to it,
that's what
you've bought that to listen to.
Yeah, but I've also got every single album, not only on digital but also on CD and I know they're both the same, but MP3, CD.
Yeah,
I get that because you want to keep it pristine. You want to
not to the point where I don't want to ever use them and keep them never used. I'm not that anal, but I wanted to listen to them.
But nothing ever beats the first time you take it out the gatefold. You take the cellophane off, pull it out of that sleeve. Nothing like it.
It doesn't matter how many CDs I buy. Doesn't matter how many CDs I buy and how much I enjoy the excitement of finding out and discovering a new band or someone completely different. I still do not think, like Jim says, you cannot beat going to Parrot Records or whoever that we used to have back in the time in Ipswich.
Parrot Records, yeah.
And picking out this 12-inch thing that had this brilliant bit of art.
Ignore him.
Yeah. Okay, you've got me. Okay, but it's nice.
You sure you're at a music shop there?
Shut up! I'm talking through this. I'm not going to even listen to you, young'un. And you get home, you're carrying it in this plastic bag, and when you walk along, it's flapping around your legs and stuff. I mean, this is not really sounding right. But I think you blokes know what I mean.
No, seriously, yeah, I know what you're saying. I'll tell you what. Do you know, I'll tell you something, Peter, right?
You just slip it out and stick it on.
Us blokes, right? Us blokes, if you're a normal sort of bloke, right, you handle your LP as gently as possible. You just slip your hand in, your finger went in the middle of the fucking the record, and then you pull it out, and you wouldn't touch that vinyl. I'll tell you what, you never ever let your missus touch them. Fuck no. Never.
Nobody touches them.
No one, mate. They pick them up by the claws, right, on the ends, and then they put their fingers all over it, and you think, really, you've just destroyed my fucking album?
No.
Wiggy, the next comment.
Nobody.
See you next week, John.
Yeah, I'm just saying, GMB models. I don't know if he's going or just saying whatever, but it should
join you guys next week.
Hangout next week, and it should be around about the same time. So if you're going, thanks for coming, and we'll see you later.
Ta-da, mate.
GB.
I know what you're talking about. With the, I came in one day to find. I came in one day to find my. One of my kids had got all my records out.
Yeah.
But they'd laid vinyl on top of vinyl. They'd got them all out of the folders, and they're just like,
I would not want to be in that room.
And they all just all over the floor.
I tell you what, I am dying inside hearing you say things like that. You do not do that to vinyl.
Honestly, I came back to that. And then you go in the bedrooms. This is not now, but back then you just go in the bedrooms, and they've got CDs on top of CDs on top of CDs, just slung all over the floor. Not one of them in a case. Fingerprints all over them, and God knows what. You just think, why would you do that?
You ask my children what they can do with my CDs. I've always said to them, if they want to use any of them, they can do. They take one at a time. They treat it with respect. Play it. They put it back in the box, and that's
Mine
it.
got a bollocking. I'm sorry, that's my music. You want to listen to that same song yourself? You either listen to it when I'm playing it, or you get your own fucking version. But you don't touch my music.
Yeah, well, that's
fair enough.
To be fair to my kids, none of them ever dare touch any of my CDs. Everybody that knows me, you do not touch my CDs. You do not touch my vinyl.
The worst thing I ever had, was I got a load of classic 78s stuck underneath the settee where I thought was a nice safe place, all stacked up on top of each other, inside the sleeves, underneath the settee. And I tell you what, a spring broke on the settee without me knowing. You know them wavy springs?
Yeah.
It broke on the settee without me knowing it, and it had jumped and onto top at records, and it literally carved its way through 3 records.
Great.
I noticed it had done it.
Yeah.
Oh, I could have cried.
That's like you say to quality. I mean, they never used to worry about it so much back in the 60s, 70s. But you remember they used to make the decks with the multi-stack, so you could put sort of 6 or 7 singles together.
Yeah.
That was a waste of fucking time, because as soon as the second one came down, it used to slip and slide all over the first one, didn't it?
I was going to say, I generally got to about, as a teenager, I generally got to about 5 before they started slipping.
And then on the singles, they actually used to put like a grooved ring, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually put a grooved ring in it, so you could actually put them on a multi-stack.
And I'll tell you what the other thing was, you used to get a sort of fun fairs and that, and you used to win records, didn't you? But they didn't have a sleeve in them. You just get into that with a bare record without the middle in it, because all the what they call the jukeboxes, ex-jukebox singles and all that sort of shit. But
you always had one of those little middle inserts.
Yeah, you used to be able to buy them, didn't you? So I mean, Power Records used to sell loads of them. Yeah, I
you
know.
can either get the actual plastic 3-armed one you can put into it, or they then introduced an actual.
They used to put a bit that went over the centre rod. In the middle. Yeah.
So that you could then drop them on without having to push something into the middle of the record.
And then you had and then there was a discussion we used to have. Was it, remember the record block, the cleaner?
Oh yeah.
Where you could put fluid on the inside, or did you have the little soft cloth? I always used the cloth rather than the cleaner.
This all depended, because I had a K-Tel. Yeah. I had a K-Tel record cleaner.
Did you? Fucking K-Tel. Woolworths.
You remember them?
Yeah, Woolworths. Yeah, the K-Tel record. Oh, the one that used to have the little arm and little bit of foam on the end of it. It used to run around with a record player.
Mine was like a battery operated thing. You used to stand your LP in it. And then press a button, and it used to spin your LP around, spin your record.
Fucking hell, Susan.
Yeah. Only available.
I just had the velvet block that you laid on top of it as it was spinning round. You laid it there and fucking got the dust on it that way.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, when you think about it, back in the day, K-Tel, they had no end of record type things come out, didn't they?
Oh, K-Tel, yeah. I mean, K-Tel, they were producing. K-Tel actually used to produce all the top of the Pops albums, didn't they? I'm sure they did.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. And they were like covers, like shit covers of the original version.
I'll tell you the worst one though, Jim. If you used to go to Woolworths, mate, there's a company called Chevron used to make all the cheap records.
Yeah, Chevron, fucking shite they were.
Right, and I remember going there. I thought, I don't know, my family were into like the Shadows and Hank Marvin and stuff. Anyway, so I thought this guy. This was Chevron, right? You never got the Shadows. You never got, the real names.
No, it's like the same person singing like 10 different fucking songs. Yeah.
So this one I bought, right, was fucking Burt Whedon plays the Shadows, right? I took it back home. I was ripped the piss out of, man, for about a week buying this album. And the thing is, they'd make out, right, that was the real band. So say, for instance, in those days you had, I don't know, fucking ABBA. What you didn't realise was these were 4 odd bods, right, pulled in from the corner of a shop somewhere, stuck in front of mics and singing for you. And then they sold the Chevron album for 99p. and you thought you were going over the original
you
stuff, and then you
forgot
looked
the
at the
real
book.
thing, you knew it wasn't, yeah.
Yeah, they thought,
Sung
you bastards,
by-
that sounds shit. That's
Do you know
shit.
what? Do you know, at this point, I actually feel sorry for poor little Crash here. Because he's wondering what the fuck we're talking about.
Oh, mate.
See, you can join in. You've actually got knowledge about stuff now.
Yeah.
There you go, see?
I know some of the stuff we've been talking about because due to my dad having records and he's told me about stuff. I mean, for heaven's sake, I never used to touch any of my dad's stuff until he was around to sort of let me know how to touch them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hence the reason why you're still around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that. With your fingertips on the edge of the record.
Yeah. Or straight in the middle.
When I was a kid, the records I had to play with or play was 78s. That's how old the stuff is that I used to use. And what do they call them now? The sideboards where you lift the lid.
Radiograms, yeah.
Radiogram. That's what we had. You had the radio in it, and you had the player on it, and
that's it.
Bakelite.
One solitary oval-shaped mono speaker.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh, no, they used to have the big stereo ones. You had two speakers, right?
Oh,
some of them had a really nice sound.
They did, actually, yeah.
Yeah, they did.
You can have as many speakers as you like, but they're all mono.
No, they weren't a stereo. They weren't all mono. I remember the one
well, it had two speakers in it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I had a Grundig.
Grundig, yes, another one.
Yeah, Grundig stereo radiogram.
Yeah.
Which had two oval speakers in it, but it was a good sound.
Yeah, they did. They had a nice rich sound, didn't they?
Yeah.
And people used to love them.
Stereo didn't come out until the 60s, did it?
Well, stereo?
Yeah.
Don't know, mate.
Yes, but I think it was late 50s.
So like it, wasn't it?
The thing we were using was like late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah, I was like, well, to be honest with you, bearing in mind, I was from about the age of 5 or 6. The only record player we had was my mother's dance set.
Yeah,
that's all we had. That's the only record player we had, mate.
There's still a good record player, the dance set.
They were. Just to switch on, a little light used to come on with dance set in the middle, right? And because it was a multi-stacker as well. The arm weighed as much as a Ford Cortina, so you're able to.
Yeah, that's about right, isn't it? Yeah. You didn't need two people on that.
Yeah, you needed two people to lift the arm up to put it onto the record, right? And then I remember, because of course you had 3 speeds. You had 33, 45 and 78. So me and my brother would find it extremely funny, right, to stick the old girl's prize Beatles album, right, on at 78. So they sounded like she say, what's that fucking Pinky and Perky playing again on there? You know?
Anyway, guys, we us 6 can finish this conversation afterwards in the after show. But for everybody else, we've been on for 5 hours. So I want to say thank you for being with us for a whole 5 hours. All 3 of you.
Watching us, Dave?
Yeah.
Well,
give them
their dues. Give them their dues, Gordon, and obviously Marshall, Crack and Fighty, and who's the other one who's watching us?
I don't know because I haven't done anything on
Big
here.
respect to those guys, you know. I mean, 5 hours of watching us twats.
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
Definitely. So, in our tradition, hold on. No, guys, thanks for the laughs. Had a great week. Ride safe. Catch you all next week. Thanks, mate.
Absolutely, mate. Cheers.
Good catch you all next week.
See you, John.
As normal, we'll have our final passing thoughts. So we'll start off with Jim. Any final words, Jim?
Good night, sleep well, and stay safe.
Thank you. And Dubby?
That would be me.
And Ski.
All I can say is make sure you keep your back wheel turning and keep your shiny side up.
Excellent. And Mr. Crash Test Dummy?
Always remember to do your knots up.
That's a good
point.
All right. Okay. Whether you're a droogie, boozer, strumper, or loser, it's been a fantastic evening, fantastic support. We love you all. We will be back next week, of course. Goodbye.
And finally for me, hi, welcome everybody to the show. I'm hoping we're going to have a good guests this week. So stay tuned and we'll chat away.
Shove your sharp your ass.
Thanks for coming, guys. And we'll see you all next week. Thanks a lot.
Cheers, Dave.
Yeah, take care. Cheers.